is evaluating. And again, overall, the internal service funds we're evaluating, gathering that data to try to come up with a more sustainable plan for the future for that fund. Any questions?
Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real briefly, I want to highlight one comment that Director Garcia made about overtime costs going down. And I have a lot of police officer friends and family, and recently had a bunch over at my house. And sometimes we talk and interact and forget how some of the ways we're connected and everything like that. And I overheard a police officer's wife, not lamenting by any means, but just kind of talking matter of fact about how the department is being more sensitive to overtime perhaps than they have in the past. And I just want to give a shout out to Chief Cook that, so many people stand up there and, just tell us what we want to hear. And so here is, something really just being carried out at that level and in a professional way. And, it's just, I can't tell you how much I appreciate, just seeing such a, dedicated follow through on that. And so, I just want to give a shout out to Chief, and if you'd pass that on to Chief Roski and the rest of the crew, thank you so much. That you guys are just really keeping your eye on that. It means a lot to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prout?
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple questions about some of the numbers. I was looking at the utility fund. Why hasn't the loan proceeds been realized yet? The $44 million? There's only like 191,000 actual amount that's incurred.
Yeah, so that's for the biennium. So there's likely some loans that are in the process of being awarded, I'm assuming. And so I think some of it is timing.
Yes, so we have low interest loans that have been awarded but not contracted, and then even those that are contracted, they're in a reimbursable schedule. So as we spend the money, we're able to ask for reimbursements.
Okay. I know, in the second quarter, are we looking to perhaps, are we just going to rest on reserves? Are we looking to do like a mid-biennium amendment at all?
Yeah, so we are, we're starting to gather the information, so that should be coming here within the next couple of months.
Okay. And this is just a general question. I saw an article in regards to ambulance fees or false fire alarms, like City of Richland's going to issue a fee now. Is that something we should look into, perhaps to save some costs?
Yeah, so I know that has, I think we do have the false fire alarm. I don't know off the top of my head what that fee is or what the process is for sending those out, but we do have.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to know if, we issue that fee, if they're paying it, I guess, because we have our time them paying the other fee, and if we give them another fee not paying it, I guess
right.
It really doesn't, just kind of cancels each other out. That's all. What's the, I guess I was kind of taken back by the gambling revenue has gone down by 80%. Why is that? I see Crazy Moose is just there. It's always packed. So where's all the money going?
Yeah, part of it is it's self-reported is one item, and it's also a delay. So it's for them, it's for second quarter, so they don't need to get it to us until the end of July. So that there's a timing issue there, but there is just a decrease. So we are performing an audit just to see, which vendors were receiving revenue from before, and then we're not seeing it now because it is one of those self-reported taxes.
Yeah, because that's kind of a weird 80% drop essentially.
Decrease, yeah.
So we got to send our Rocco over there, huh? Okay.
Thank you. Just one quick question for me, and then I think we'll be good to move on. So overall, we often talk about whether or not we're eating into our reserves or how healthy they are. Can you you kind of dumb it down for me and just let me know where we are, especially in relation to usage or non-usage of reserves? Yeah,
so essentially that bottom line there is what we're using in reserves. So like for general fund, we're using 5.7 million of reserves. And part of that is, part of what was in the reserves was bond funds. So where we have their transfers out, CIP bonds, we're essentially using those funds, that's the only purpose for that money.
Thank you. If I recall, we walked in the year with about 40 million in reserves.
Yeah, but part of it again is allocated for specific purposes.
So I guess, you know, we see the red, it's concerning, but we're still treading water and treading fairly healthy water, I'd say. Maybe that's a over fair assessment.
Mayor, if I could add, if your question was more in terms of would we still be using the reserves as we had budgeted, that is kind of what it looks like right now. We're not seeing areas where we would cut expenses or additional revenues are coming in to be able to reduce that gap. But we are working with Assistant City Manager Pashan is working with all of the departments on all of the lean processes, and those will take some time for the hard dollar amount to come into fruition. And we'll continue having the discussions on what other mitigations of usage of reserves we can make, probably during the mid-biennium adjustment and then all throughout the year next year as well.
Excellent. Thank you, both of you. Appreciate that. Seeing no further lights, that moves us along to item number 9, which is hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. We have a single item, item A, which is a public hearing and ordinance number 4780, Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park annexation. It's ANX 2024003. Director Miller, Mr. Ferguson, we don't need anything from you to kick us off, correct, on this? Thank you. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you, staff has scheduled a public hearing to consider the annexation for the Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park. And just going to cover some of the procedural issues on here. We did receive a petition for annexation that met the requirements of city code, and we received and accepted the notice to annex in December of last year. And following that, there's a requirement to hold a public hearing. So this annexation proposal went to the hearing examiner and was noticed to the neighbors, and was also certified by the county as being an appropriate annexation method. And so the hearing was held, and the hearing examiner has recommended approval of this annexation and has noted that it meets the comprehensive plan, goals and policies, and city code. And there are options here on the screen for city council. Staff is recommending tonight that the annexation be approved as proposed, and that the annexed piece of the property becomes part of city council district number 4. And following this item, there'll be a zoning determination. I'll talk you through that, but this is the first item where a public hearing is required to be held. And this is a site map of the location. It's zoomed out here. This is in the northwestern part of the city. So if you're traveling up Road 68 and you hit Burns Road and take a right, you'd go down by about a half a mile, and this site is on the left-hand side. So it's located in one of the donut hole UG areas of the city. So this is just one little piece of this. The overall area is about 150 acres. So these are mostly developed properties that are larger. And so this project would be annexed into the city, that red hatched area shown on the screen that's just west of Convention Drive. This site would be annexed for residential development, and then the panhandle there shown is an easement that'll be dedicated for right-of-way on Convention Drive. So happy to answer any technical questions you may have before opening the public hearing.
Any questions or comments from council before we open the hearing? Seeing none. With that, I'm going to open the public hearing on this item. And I would ask that members of the public who choose to speak limit their comments to the 3 minutes as allotted by the clock. So do we have any public comments on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close that public hearing. Anything else from council before we get a motion? Seeing nothing, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4780 relating to annexation and annexing certain real property to the city of Pasco, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. Doing a roll call on this one, or no? We don't need that. With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, passes unanimously. I move this along to item number 10, which is ordinances and resolutions not relating thereto. This is marked as a quasi judicial, so I do anticipate that Mr. Ferguson may give us some verbiage here. So this is 10A, ordinance number 4781, Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park zoning determination of annex properties. That's ZD, as in Zebra Delta, 2024-003. Yeah, Ms. Miller, if you want to kick us off, then Mr. Ferguson can read us the right act. Go for it, Ms.
Sure.
Go for it.
Okay, great. Ms. Barton was going to make me do it from memory, but thankfully she bailed me out and got me the script. This is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a proceeding to render a final decision on the materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally, whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than the staff prior to this hearing, and finally, any other conflict which a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. Any council member having any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make them known. Hearing none, any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
With that, back to you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you. So tonight, council, I've just previously approved the annexation for this piece of property, and this is the next step in the process where a zoning is assigned to the property that was approved to be annexed into the city. And similar dates here, the public hearing was held concurrently for the zoning determination and the annexation at the hearing examiner level, and recommendation of approval has been provided to rezone this property to R1 zoning, which is a zoning that's allowed in the comprehensive plan designation for the site, which is low density residential. And that designation is 3 to 6 units per acre. The R1 zoning follows that density, but allows a variety of different housing types and some flexible options related to lot sizes. Hearing was held, and the council options are here on the screen to either approve the zoning as recommended, which is what staff is recommending. The second option relates to a developer type agreement that's cited in that PMC code there on the screen, or you can deny the proposed zoning determination. This is another photo of the site. That purple color there up on the screen is designated RS40, which is Franklin County zoning. So this area is outside of city limits, even though this is one of the donut holes surrounded by city zoning. So RS40 is 40,000 square foot lots, and the proposal is to rezone it upon annexation to R1. And I'm not sure what. Oh, this is the comprehensive plan map for the city of Pasco, and this shows the low density designation for the subject site. And then you can see there's a couple other zonings across the street on Convention Drive, but generally this fits in with the zoning in the area, and staff didn't see any issues with the zoning as proposed. So happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milner.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 4781, assigning R1 low-density residential district to the Wright and Big Sky Developers Glacier Park annexation area, as recommended by the hearing examiner, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
Excuse me. Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. That too passes unanimously. That moves us along to item B, which is resolution number 4634, setting a public hearing to consider a text code amendment to the Pasco Municipal Code, section 25.85.020, related to car washes. And this is going to go back to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight before you is a request to schedule a public hearing for a code amendment related to car washes cited in the C1 zoning. And if council will recall, in May of 2025, CED brought forward a code change that related to regulations for drive-through facilities in Pasco. So it was a separate code that was designated to address the various site requirements for drive-throughs, which has been great and very helpful to use so far for those uses. We did have a reference in the C1 zoning that the intent originally was to remove it. It was in a different code. So the C1 zoning basically states car washes are allowed in the C1 zone as long as it's 300 feet away from a residential use, and that conflicts with the new drive-through standards that say it needs to be 125 feet away from residential uses. So we would like to fix that and schedule a public hearing so that it syncs with it. And I did personally go through the whole code today and look at any other references for car washes or drive-throughs where there may have been a mismatch zoning. So I believe this will be a good way to fix it. And also within your packets, you have a resolution that proposes to strike the sentence that states car washes provided they are located more than 300 feet from a residential district. I would still like to leave car washes in the code as a permitted use. If you delete it altogether, it removes it as a permitted use, which is not the intent. So when we come back for a public hearing, I'll have a revised section that basically says car washes are permitted in the C1 zone subject to the standards in the new drive-through code that we prepared in May. So it'll tie it all together. And then staff does intend at a later date, and this will come on the work plan too, to go through all the different codes and permitted uses and make sure things match up and are linked better and easier for customers to use. So that's a project for a later date. Today we're just working to fix this. Happy to answer any questions if you have.
Questions or comments from council? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say good job, Ms. Miller. Yeah, that sounds like, pretty comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll echo the gratitude there for taking care of this. Mr. Ferguson, there's no issue with the fact that there would be a pretty significant change on the strikeout in the draft if by setting this hearing. That's not a problematic since we're potentially looking at adopting different language.
So the way our code for amendments to the zoning code text is obviously different than map, which is what we just did with the other zoning ordinances. But this reference or the changing the text has to go through. I think we're under A here, or excuse me, C. Excuse me. Any city council upon its own motion can conduct an open record hearing to amend the text. So that's all we're doing tonight is setting the open record hearing so that you can come back and then start that process of then actually adopting an ordinance. But at this point, the only thing that's happening is you're setting an open record hearing so that notice can be given.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure we weren't locked into something, then we'd have to renotice it or something. Just want to make sure we were in the clear. Seeing no further lights, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 4634, setting 7 p.m. September 2nd, 2025 as the time and date for a public hearing to consider a text code amendment to the Pasco Municipal Code section 25.85.020 related to car washes.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Moves along to item 11, which is unfinished business and none listed. Item 12, it looks like we have two items. New business, we have item A, which is a presentation related to the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, the CSAP, Vision Zero Goal. And this is going to be Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I want to introduce part of our team. We have our consultant, DKS, represented by Veronica Sullivan, as well as our engineering manager, Andrea Betisian. Also in the audience is our project manager for the city, Faida Garcia. And this item relates to our first comprehensive safety action plan. We used to have roadway safety plans that were a smaller, less comprehensive document. We have received funding to do this work, and so that's how we are performing this work. And today the presentation will focus on goals for this plan and seeking your input. So I will let the experts talk. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Veronica Sullivan. I'm the Washington State Safety Lead at DKS Associates. We were the consultants selected by the City of Pasco to develop the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. First, I want to start off with why are we here? What's the purpose? It's really looking at the crash data in the city of Pasco. If you look at this bar chart on the bottom, it shows the number of crashes in the past 10 years. It ranges between 775 to upwards of 991 in 2023. But if we look at fatal and serious injury crashes, fatals result in deaths and serious injuries result in someone going to the hospital due to lacerations, broken bones, or heavy burns. Those had ranged between 12 and in 2022 was 29. You can see there was a dip in 2020 and for the number of toll crashes. That was because of COVID. There were not many cars on the road, not many pedestrians out there. So the number of opportunities for crashes had lowered. But since after COVID and a lot of people had been released out into the roads, unfortunately the number of crashes and the number of fatal injuries have increased. This trend is concerning because we're really trying to get in the opposite direction. You can see that the trend lines are forward. I want to take a moment to think that these are our neighbors, these are our friends, these are family members, and we really want to make sure that the number of fatal and serious injury crashes are lowered in the future. So for today, I just want to share with you the location of fatal and serious injury crashes. There isn't a specific pattern, but you can see that in the downtown district on the bottom right-hand corner, there is a higher number of fatal, which are shown in triangles, and the serious injuries are shown as red dots throughout the city of Pasco in the past 5 years. This shows this study corridors of city-maintained streets. So it's not including the highways on 12, 182, or 395. We just wanted to focus on areas that we could have more control over. Okay. So what is a comprehensive safety action plan? Well, there are 7 components, and the most important one for today is the commitment goal. The whole purpose of the CSAP is to reduce traffic deaths because we really do care about our neighbors and our community members. And this plan is to enhance public safety across all modes of transportation. We investigate risk factors, we perform a safety analysis, implement strategies, but ultimately try to propose a data-driven response of infrastructure improvements. You have a number of great infrastructure improvements as ready, and we're really trying to figure out what funding can we do in the future. So the City of Pasco had received a large grant federally funded by the SS4A, which are Safe Streets and Roads for All. It happens once a year. The next year in 2026 will be likely the final year of this large $1 billion grant funding. And we really want to make sure that our CSAP has the goal of securing and implementing grant funds for initiating projects. That we are talking with the advisory committee. We have the police department, fire department, public works operations, Mark Trumpy, and also the engineering services as well. Just working together, trying to make sure that we're all on the same page. And then we're trying to make sure that when we do the CSAP, we are all aligned with our goal as well. For our timeline, we did kick off this project earlier on, and we're currently in the engagement phase. Last month, we had our first TAC meeting for the CSAP for those folks, and we try to really brainstorm what are other jurisdictions doing for their commitment goal. And then today, we're trying to present with you some options for the commitment goal. And in 2 weeks' time, we would like to help you to sign the resolution. So we don't have to sign the resolution today, but we're hoping to brainstorm and figure out what kind of goal do we want the City of Pasco to do. In the fall, we're going to conduct data analysis and brainstorm some potential projects. And then the winter, we'll complete our engagement and draft the safety action plan and hope to see you again in the spring so we can actually finalize the safety action plan. Throughout this entire time, up until October, we're doing a significant amount of outreach. If we go to the next slide here, you can see that on the city news, on the city website, we have our own Join the Movement, Help Improve Safety of Pasco. And then on this website, it shows all the upcoming events this week and next week. And then at the top, you see click here for our engagement website. This website is updated on a weekly basis. We're just trying to make sure that all of the presentations that we're doing throughout the City of Pasco is also uploaded. But on the right-hand side, it can be translated the entire website into multiple languages. So we're going to go back from Spanish to English. So if anyone wants any different languages, they are easily can translate for them. And you can see all the documents that we have and all the upcoming events this week and next week. Next week we have 2 virtual webinars on August 12th and August 13th. And then at the very bottom we have an interactive comment map. This is where people, our neighbors and anyone from the public can zoom in onto this map. They can look at a particular intersection, a quarter that they like. They can add in a marker on the bottom right-hand corner. They click on that marker, click on a specific location, add in a category. We have about 6 different categories here. I'm going to add in a pedestrian concern. They can add your comment. For example, I'm going to put in needs a crosswalk at this location. You can also add in a photo if they have a photo of a location where I really want a crosswalk, and you can upload that photo. And then you can add an email address, which will remain private just for us. So if we want to contact them again, we can contact them. And then click on submit. Once that comment is submitted, it'll be uploaded to the map. And then you can close it. And then if other people look at your comment right now, you can click and rate that particular comment. So it really provides that great opportunity for community members to engage with each other on an online basis. Right now it looks blank, but if you look on the website right now, it has about 40 comments from a lot of anonymous folks from public meetings and such. And they can also rate and look at other people's different comments as well. This website will be open up until October, so I highly recommend that you take a look and find out what your community members are saying about the city of Pasco. All right, so for the exciting part, we're trying to propose some commitment goals. I just wanted to give you some examples of what other jurisdictions are doing. For the Washington Target Zero, they had 20 years ago, they wanted this great goal to reduce FSI, which are fatal and serious injury crashes, by 2030. The city of Richland, which is our neighbors here, they're trying to achieve zero by the year 2035 because it aligned with their comprehensive plan. And I'd also provided another example from the city of Redmond. They did something quite unique. They had a commitment for a reduction of 50% because their community realized that maybe zero is a bit too much of a stretch by 2030. So they went for 50% by the year 2030, and then the council had committed to eliminating all fatal and serious injury crashes by 2035. So for today, I would just like to hear what you all like to think about. 2 options, reducing roadway fatalities and serious injuries by 50% by the year 2040, or reducing fatalities and serious injuries by the zero by 2040. The reason why we chose 2040 was to align with the adopted Transportation System Master Plan. So I was curious to know what you would like to do and help to save lives within the city of Pasco, and what you think we should strive towards for our goalpost.
Mr. Grimm?
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, thanks and that's a great looking website. I love how interactive it is. If I can just ask a question first, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little shocked at the amount of fatalities in our downtown area. I would not have expected that. I mean, it is, if you include the one just to the north there that's still kind of in the central district, I mean, it's over 50% of the fatalities are right there. I understand perhaps more accidents there and potentially serious injury just because there's a greater number of intersections there. But the fatalities, I mean, the speed is so low there. And in your estimation, why is that happening in that area?
There's a number of instances, since it is downtown, there's more likely people are walking. So more pedestrians, more vulnerable users, such as cyclists. If they get hit by a car, unfortunately, they're more vulnerable to kinetic forces. So it's likely that will result into fatal or serious injury.
Is that, do you have the data? Is that what most of those are then? Or?
We're going to be doing data analysis the past couple of years. Right now, we're in the QC process. We do have another map showing all the number of fatal and serious injuries, but we're going to be doing a deep dive later this month.
Okay, that would make more sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Perales?
Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate the presentation. I think this is something many of us up here have been talking about for some time, and we're working on some other speed limit stuff. And so I would be in favor of reducing roadway fatalities and serious injuries to zero by 2040, because I think that would be more in line with what many of us want to see. But I'm speaking for myself, and I think it'd be advantageous maybe perhaps for grant funding. I don't know if they look at, you're just looking to make an incremental improvement as opposed to something more bold. That's what we want. In your professional experience, what's the difference between the two?
I think we talked to the TAC committee and we discussed that what is achievable. I believe that just from our brainstorming, we just wanted to give you options. A lot of other jurisdictions are just achieving 50, but having that goalpost is really important. Having that commitment goal so that we have a year in mind for that we're trying to achieve something within that year. And even if we don't make it by 2040, that's okay. It's just something to look forward to, something to reflect on. And so when we get to 2040, we can look back and be like, where were we headed? Are we in the right direction? Are we in the opposite direction? And then we can think about what can we do moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know why. I can understand why you'd have 50. You can back like, well, at least we got close, but maybe that changes the mindset when you put 0 on there. I don't know. I mean, you've done. It sounds like you've done a couple of these. So, yeah, I'd be in favor of the second one if you're looking for a vote tonight. Thank you.
I guess I'll weigh in and then I'll get back to you, Mr. Grimm, because you decided to skip your opinion. With that, look, I'll actually take the different approach. I'm certain each one of us up here and everyone in the audience wants to see 0. I don't think it's achievable. I mean, maybe with self-driving vehicles and self-riding bikes and self-walking pedestrians, where that world could exist in 15 years but doesn't exist right now, there's no way we're going to get to 0. Now, to Mr. Prowlis' point, if somehow receiving grant funding is driven by our metrics and the goal our goals and our goal or whatever we're calling it, the commitment, if our commitment somehow drives our funding, then maybe 0 makes sense. That would be my opinion. Is if it changes our metrics for funding, then let's go for that. I think 50% is achievable, and that doesn't mean that if we achieve it by 2032 or 2037, we stop there. I think we continually seek to improve, but from a standpoint of telling the audience, we want 0, absolutely, but I don't think you're ever going to pull people out of people, right? I mean, the human mind's going to do what it does, unless we're going to just ban cell phones in vehicles, period, and force people to have their road eyes, right? So my preference is number 1. Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd probably agree with number 1, and I totally agree. Yes, we would absolutely love to see the number be 0, but I think I think the reality of it is that would be a big commitment that it would be hard to be able to follow through on, and I think 50% is much more reasonable. And Ms. Sullivan, I'd also like to thank you for reminding us that these aren't just numbers, that these are real people, these are image bearers of the Almighty, and that is really, really good for us to always keep in mind, so thank you.
Any further input here? Mr. Milne?
Yeah. So, again, I agree with my other council members that, obviously like to see it 0. I was one of the little red dots on your line there, and I got nailed by a gal that didn't see me on my motorcycle. Again, I didn't want that. I didn't want to go into somebody's windshield while riding my motorcycle. Yeah, great goals. Is there any, ideas how you even get to that? As far as, are you, talking speed bumps and the whole downtown? How do you get people from being on their phone and then slamming the left into you? How would you ever accommodate that without taking away somebody's phone or automated cars?
Yeah, I think automation is really important. Automated enforcement in some areas. I know that the city of Pasco, their red light cameras has been quite successful trying to get people to slow down and go through intersections. I think that there's it's a whole approach. It's something called a safe system approach, where we're looking at a variety of different factors, looking at EMS, what can we do with enforcement, what can we do with engagement. I think that it does take every one of us. It's not just a speed limit policy or adding a speed hump or adding a roundabout. It's all as a collection of ideas and a collection of everyone being on board. Having this commitment goal will really help us all strive towards something, so we're all in the same boat together, so that we can all think about how can we really save lives in a robust way. I think that we're really trying to talk to all different departments, including maintenance. I think it's really important that whatever projects we end up proposing, we can maintain it in the future so it's sustainable. If we look at just intersections in general, yes, roundabouts are safer. They tend to be less reduction in fatalities due to the amount of kinetic energy going through any angle crash. And then comparing it to two-way stops. looking at two-way stops versus four-way stop. Everyone's stopping. It might reduce the number of volumes, but having that balance between people trying to get through the city and people trying to get to their destination, but trying to get there safely. So these are all different factors that we can all, as a community, can work on together. But it really does take every one of us, not just city council members, not just engineers, but also the public, to work together towards it.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I know you go into other cities and you see a lot of the, especially in the Seattle area, we see a lot of their stop signs, have little flashing lights around them with the, the solar panel. I think that's a great concept. Hopefully, in Pasco in the next 5-10 years, we'll see a lot more of that, but definitely be for option one. And again, if I had my druthers, it would be 0 by 2040, but anything we could do to save lives and injuries, I would definitely be all for that. So thank you.
Of course.
Anything further? All right. Any questions from y'all to us? All right.
Well, good. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you so
All right.
much.
Really appreciate your work here and your enthusiasm. Thank you. With that moves us on to item B, which is resolutions number 4635 and 4636. Approval for applications to Public Works Board for construction funding for Butterfield WTP improvements and Lewis Street underpass demolition project. Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item does not have a presentation with it. It is just to request authorization for submittal of applications for low-interest loans, one for Butterfield Water Treatment Plant, the other one for the underpass demolition project. They're very different types of projects, but they both fit within the criteria that Public Works Board may fund. This year, the funds are more limited than other years, but we thought we would still pursue the funding as it may help the delivery of these two projects that face some funding shortfalls. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Any questions from council? Seeing none. Mr. Mill.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4635, authorizing the submittal of Public Works Board loan application for the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant Improvements Project.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Mill and second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that passed unanimously. Mr. Mill.
Okay, and I move to approve resolution number 4636, authorizing the submittal of Public Works Board loan application for the Lewis Street underpass demolition project.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, that too passed unanimously. That moves us along to item number 13, which is our miscellaneous discussion. Mr. Zabel.
Nothing to report this evening, Mayor.
Well, excellent. Council, anything here? Seeing none. That moves us along to item number 14, which is our executive session. We do have a single item, item A, which is the review the performance of a public employee per Revised Code of Washington, or RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection G. And it looks like this is scheduled for 10 minutes. I think that's about right.
Let's shoot for 5.
Okay, we'll target 5, and it'll be, Mr. Ferguson, I see that look on your face. You give us,
No, I just want to make sure that you state that there's potential action afterwards.
yes, there will be potential action after. It appears that the city manager and city attorney will be present. That's all we need? Okay. It is 8:40, I'll call it 8:49, 5 minutes, so we'll be back at 8:54. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. We're now out of executive session. We do have one action item to take, so I will make a motion. I may make a motion to direct the interim city manager to direct the city attorney to revise the incoming city manager's contract as discussed. Is that adequate, Mr. Ferguson? Or do I need more specificity?
Just authorize the interim city manager to sign that amendment. So we
And
don't have to
I
go back.
also authorize the interim city manager to sign that amendment. Anything else, Mr. Ferguson? We good, Eric?
Did you actually say what the amendment's for? I'm
No,
sorry.
I did not specify.
Please do, yeah.
Okay, so let me restate this. I authorize this interim city manager to direct the city attorney to negotiate a contract amendment with the incoming city manager to allow him up to 40 hours of administrative leave to be used by the end of the year for purposes of relocation, and authorize the interim city manager to sign said amendment.
Perfect.
Okay,
And I'll second that.
great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that passes unanimously. And it is now 8:55, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.government/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, and by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, can we get the roll call?
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Grimm?
I'm here.
Councilmember Harpster?
Present.
Councilmember Perales?
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, can we say the Pledge of Allegiance? So all rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, with that, I did want to make a comment that our former mayor, Pete Serrano, has resigned. So all those people out there, in case you didn't see the news, we really appreciate his hard work, dedication to the city of Pasco, his leadership, friendship, and everything he's done for Pasco will be sorely missed. And with that, we will be looking forward to finding a replacement in his district. And again, just moving on, but I did want to make a shout out that we really appreciate everything that Mr. Serrano did for us. And again, he will be missed. So with that, I would like to do number 4, which is verbal recounts from council members. Did anybody do anything in the last week? Councilman Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Is it temporary mayor? Yeah, or
Let's go with temporary mayor.
perfect. Anyways, I was at the Columbia Valley Recovery Center with Councilman Perales and yourself touring, and one of you two may be able to even know more. I'm just appreciative of, for a long time, when people have been struggling on the streets, that our only two options are a jail or a hospital. And I'm so thankful for all the work and just really the community help that's went into creating this third option. I think it's long overdue, and it's really, really good for our community at large. And then, like I think everybody else on the council, we were all at the National Night Out last week, and I really appreciate the police trying different stuff too. I mean, we've seen the block parties, we've seen events at different ends, and it was kind of consolidated this year to Chiawana, and it's like to see us trying different stuff to see what works. So anyways, that's what I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Grimm. We got Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, I'll just add the National Night Out I thought was a success. I was glad to see DKS and Associates out there getting lots of comments. I kind of stood behind people just listening to what they were saying, and really loved the feedback. And DKS Associates has done a really tremendous job with this, and I was getting excited with a lot of the comments that people that residents were making. I also attended the Columbia Valley Recovery Center construction tour. Really tremendous, because I've been in there lots of times, and to go in there and see it gutted and just becoming something brand new is pretty remarkable. And then lastly, I also got invited to attend the Goodwill Employee Appreciation Dinner, and also Charter Communications Spectrum gifted or donated money to Goodwill for digital equity in regards to internet and stuff. So it was pretty cool to be there and hand out a check to Goodwill on behalf of the city. And so met with lots of individuals who are doing great things in regards to getting certifications for Google AI stuff, but by the use of internet and a lot of people don't have access to that. Believe it or not, in a connected world, a lot of people still don't have access to the internet. So it was great to be in attendance and hear those great stories.
Well, thank you for that report. Get to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. I'm not even going to try saying your
I
role right
appreciate
now
that.
because I'm going to twist it up. But thank you. Wanted to share real quick, part of the rest of the group that was over at National Night Out. Shout out to our fire and police departments for continuing to connect with the community. Appreciate you, being out there and just breaking those barriers. But I also want to share that I participated at let me bring up my calendar real quick. I had it here. The Department of Health had a homelessness listening session, and I was there in representation of the city, along with several mental health agencies, several, and also the Human Resources Department from the Department of Health. They currently are discussing ways to help and connect with other services throughout both Benton and Franklin County. There's funding to assist individuals that are going through homelessness. And so if there's anyone that you know that might need or benefit from this service, please reach out to this group. They not only offer housing or opportunities for housing, but resources as far as connecting to services that individuals might need to help improve their quality of life, not only with housing, but with food, trainings, basic skill trainings, driver's license. All of that is included in part of what they're helping with. So again, please reach out to Department of Human Services over at Department of Health. But also on a non-city capacity, wearing a different hat, I took a visit to Service Peace Warriors. They're looking for puppy cuddlers, puppy individuals that are willing to take a puppy and take care of this puppy until it finds a home. They go through the process of training these puppies to then issue them to a veteran that might benefit from having the companion of these pets or service animals. So if you're interested in taking care of a puppy, helping take care of a puppy, give them a visit over in their facility. So again, Service Peace Warrior. And that is all I have to report.
Well, thank you for that report. I do appreciate it. I did want to say I was very thankful at the National Night Out that we had so many council members there. I did want to extend an apology to people that did attend the fluoride public feedback session. As far as the council, you can only be at one meeting. You can't be at the same place, obviously, twice. But I did want to say I was sorry. I had some people approach me, saying they were very upset that the council members weren't there. It's unfortunate it was on the same night, and I will make a better effort to be at the next one. Again, we do want to hear feedback from the public. And again, I have my sincere apologies for not being there. Had I known, I would have skipped that. Sometimes you assume other people will be there, but again, I'm very sorry. With that, I also did attend the Columbia Valley Center for Recovery, what our council members have also talked about. It's kind of cool to see a facility. You go in there years ago, and then you now see it being remodeled. I think it will be a great facility when it's done, and it's looking like it's coming along nicely. And then, as my first day of mayor, I did attend the Pasco Chamber luncheon at the Hapo Center. It was a good lunch overall. And they talked about United Way. I'm not going to go into that, but it's good that we, as a council, very proud of everybody, that we get out there and do our best to represent the city. So with that, I think we're wrapped up on the reports, and that will bring us into number 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person, with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak up to 4 minutes each. So with that, we got 5A, which is carryover funds for capital projects for 2023-2024 biennium, and we have staff report, so thank you. Interim Director Garcia.
Thank you. Good evening. So before you, we have the discussion on the carryover budget adjustments, and this is specific to capital projects. So the carryover process is related specific for capital purposes and is essentially moving budget that was authorized in the prior biennium to the current biennium. And it's practice that started with the city back in 2021, and it is business standard, especially for capital projects, which don't happen, especially right in the budget cycle. So they usually span over a couple years. So we have in the packet here a list of all the projects by specific categories. Overall, the total expenses that are being requested to be moved from the prior biennium to this biennium is a little over 41 million, and the majority of that, a little over 30, is funded with existing bond funds from prior years, and those bond funds can only be used for capital purposes. So it's essentially getting that authority to move over the funds in the current biennium and being able to spend for the intended purpose of those projects.
Well, thank you. Do we have any members from council that would like to have a question or make a comment? Well, I am not seeing any. So do we have any members of the public that would like to make a comment or going once, going twice? Well, it looks like you're off the hook on that one. So thank you. So we have 5B, which is 2 resolutions. Change orders. Number 11, process water reuse facility phase 2 construction contract with Tapani and RH2 Engineering, PSA Amendment 7. And this is by Director Maria Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are going to discuss 2 items related to BWRF Phase 2, that is the winter storage project. And just for general awareness, we have 2 pictures of the industrial facility. One looking at 2018, the existing facility, and then the 2025 expanded facility, where we can see the improvements in phase 3, that is the biological treatment shown in white in the screen, and then in orange shading are the new winter storage ponds. In the existing infrastructure you can see is shown in both pictures, so that's existing prior to the expansion. And then you're seeing ponds, you're seeing also in the irrigation pump station there shown in the second picture. So this is just for awareness on how both phases 2 and 3 were happening at the same time. So there was a lot of effort put forth to coordinate and allow phase 3 to be operational. While phase 2 is partially operational, there were still some items that were remaining, like the installation of some catwalks and some corrosion control, and some other items related to gate communications and power to be able to automate activities. And so this change order and the PSA amendment for RH2 is really to accommodate those actions that are happening a little bit later in the timeline than planned, as well as additional items as we found when we were trying to install that catwalk and started digging and found that we have some abandoned pipe that we didn't know about. So that's all the components that are included. And so here you're seeing that phase 2 almost complete with some of the catwalks installed. We have some other work to connect this ponds to the existing ponds, the original ponds. And so most of the work is happening right there in the interface between existing infrastructure that was there before the expansion, the phase 3 project, and the phase 2. So that explains why the timeline as well for this change order is coming right now. The project is almost done. We're just in the very last stretch of it. You're seeing now mostly phase 3 with existing infrastructure behind it and as well as the new ponds on the north side of the facility. And then one more picture. This is the original facility. In the background, you see the new ponds, and then also the phase 3. So all in all, the construction contract was a $33 million construction contract. Engineer's estimate was higher than that, but we awarded the contract, or you awarded the contract, for $33 million. The change order proposed is number 11, and it is for just under $86,000. Again, it includes removal of piping, some power and communications, and there's one more thing in here. Let me see. Oh, yes, and a panel to be able to integrate those valves that we have connecting the facilities. And then as far as the proposed amendment for RH2 is to allow for the inspection of these last activities in the project and help wrap up accommodating for the additional time for this inspection that while originally planned to happen earlier, now is being a little bit delayed to accommodate the phase 3 startup first and finishing these last items after phase 3 was fully operational. Okay, and so total impact of these two actions is $323,385. And both of these are accounted for in the contingency within our funding award from Ecology. So this would all be funded through the same mechanism the rest of the project would be and fits within the approved budget. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Well, thank you for that nice presentation. Do we have any members of the council that would have a question or comment? I'm not seeing anything. Thanks for your hard work on this. Much appreciated. And do we have any members of the public that would like to make a comment or not seeing any? So one, going twice. All right. Well, 3 times the charm, I guess, on that. So that would bring us into number 6, miscellaneous council discussion. And we have interim city manager Dave Zabel.
Good evening, council. I don't have anything on your docket for next week to necessarily talk about. I just wanted to share, this will be my last meeting as your interim city manager. A couple of you heard this before, that's my last meeting, and as I have a few hundred staff have heard that. But August 18th will be my last few moments as your interim, and they'll coincide with incoming city manager Harold Stewart's first few moments. So that morning, we'll make whatever transfer we need to make. Got the keys all shined up and ready to hand over. And, a couple of comments. I spoke quite a bit at my time of retirement, so I'm not going to say too much tonight. Plus, we got an opportunity to get out of here at a really good time. But I do want to say it was an honor to be thought of and invited back to lead this organization during its time of need. In returning, I've spent 8.5 years as Pasco city manager. It didn't take me a whole lot of time to reacclimate. And I've appreciated how welcoming the council and staff have been. I'll just note that neither Peter nor Leo gave me a minute of a break, so appreciate that. And all fair comments, no hard feelings or anything. I've really appreciated the engagement, the interaction of council during this time. Because of the time and experience I had, it's kind of unique to be able to come back to a place you've been and you were here long enough and had the experience of seeing this community grow and this organization grow. I was able to approach this interim assignment in a way that it would result in getting as much done as I possibly could in a pretty short time. Just because I knew the organization, knew the people, knew the connections in and outside of City Hall, had good relations with a few of the council members from my last time here, and then built good relations, I hope, with some of the newer council members, new to me, not new to the community, obviously. But I think during this time we achieved a number of council objectives fairly quickly. Moved a lot of projects and initiatives forward, many to implementation. And I was able to actually clean up a couple loose ends that were satisfactory for me that I wasn't quite able to wrap up prior to my first departure. Culvert construction, I'll sign that in the next day or two, But I want to thank council for your confidence you showed in bringing me back and over the past 6 months. So thank you for letting me come back and serve you again in this community.
Thank you for that, yes. Well, I think you've done a great job as city manager and interim city manager. I can't imagine anybody else that I know of that would have been able to come in and do such a good job and do the best you can. So thank you for everything you've done. It's starting to get used to seeing you here, but looking forward to new opportunities, and I wish you all the best in retirement. I'm sure we'll see each other here and there, but again, thank you.
Having had a taste of retirement, it was a little easier to say goodbye this time.
All right. Well, is there anything else for miscellaneous? We have Councilman Harpster.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my gratitude to you for coming back. And I know when Mr. Lincoln left, there was, at least I had a sense of anxiousness over who'd be a good interim. And one of my worries was, great, now it's going to be 6 months before we get anything done. But I was glad and do agree with you that we got a lot of council objectives taken care of over the last 4 to 6 months, however long it's been. And I do appreciate your lengthy and detailed responses to my probably hundreds of emails. So thanks.
Thank you. With that, I think we're going to roll on to exec session, and I'm not seeing anything there. So with that, we'll roll on to number 8, which is adjournment. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco meeting here. Sorry about that. It took me a second. Trying to get my iPad here working. Sorry about that. All right. So, we are at the City Council regular meeting. It is now 7 o'clock and August 18th, and welcome to the meeting. So, we have, I'd like to know that individuals who would like to provide public comment remotely may continue to do so by filling out the online form with the city's website at www.pascowa.gov.public-comment. To obtain access information to comment, request, or comment in meetings must be received by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting. And with that, let's get a call to order.
Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Present.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Grimm?
I am here.
Councilmember Harpster?
Present.
Councilmember Perales?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
I am here.
All is accounted for, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. So all rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, we are going to move on to item number 4, which is the oath of office. And we're going to have our new city manager, and it's going to be administered by the city clerk and Mr. Ferguson.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. So just to clarify, I did send out an email kind of last minute. So one of the things that we did approve the agreement for Mr. Stewart. We did not actually also approve or have the council approve for an appointment because we thought we were going to have a bit of a lag between those two. So at this time, just to make sure we have a belt and suspenders, it would make me sleep a lot better at night if somebody would make a motion and then second it to approve Mr. Stewart to be appointed as the city manager before he takes the oath.
Yeah, I make a motion that we appoint Mr. Harold Stewart to the position of city manager for the city of Pasco.
Second.
We've got a motion by Mr. Harpster, a second by Mr. Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Well, welcome. I'd like you to repeat after me. Raise your hand, right hand first, okay? I state your name,
I, Harold Stewart,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
the Constitution and the laws of the state of Washington,
the Constitution and the laws of the state of Washington,
and all the local ordinances,
and all the local ordinances,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge the duties of the office of city manager
perform and discharge the duties of the office of city manager
for the city of Pasco,
for the city of Pasco,
according to law,
according to law,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, thank you for that. We are excited to have you. Thank you for coming early. And again, Pasco's very fortunate. And again, we look for all the great things you're going to do to lead our city and move us forward. Well, with that, let's move on to number 5, which is the election of mayor and possible election of a mayor pro tem. So with that, the election of mayor is needed since the position was vacated recently by Mr. Serrano. The term of mayor will start tonight and conclude on December 31st, 2025. Pasco operates under the council-manager form of government. The duties of mayor position include: the mayor is the leader of council and city figurehead. The mayor presides over the council meetings. The mayor determines the council member assignments to boards and commissions for the 2-year period. The mayor appoints members to the city's various volunteer boards, commissions, and committees with council approval. The mayor also issues proclamations, attends ribbon cuttings, and attends other key community events representing the city and city council. 4, the duties of mayor pro tem are performed, the mayor's duties, when the mayor is unavailable. And lastly, only the city council may elect the mayor and mayor pro tem positions. With that, do we have anybody like to nominate?
I nominate David Milne.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Do we have anybody else? Is that what I need to ask? Or is there any other nominations on the floor? Seeing none. Looks like I'm extremely lucky. So, let's do a roll call. Or do you want me to do it 3 times? I guess we'll do it 3 times, just make sure everything's in order. 3rd time, do we have anybody else that would like to put their name in for mayor? Good one. All right, well, with that, we'll close that and we will get a roll call.
Great. Councilmember Grimm,
David Milne.
Councilmember Harpster,
Milne.
Councilmember Perales,
Milne.
Councilmember Barajas,
Milne.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Milne.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'll vote for myself, so Milne, so thank you.
Great. Well, it passes unanimously, Mayor.
Thank you. And so now I'd like to open the floor for Mayor Pro Tem.
I nominate Charles Grimm.
And I would second the nomination if we need to do that. So also, do we have any other members that would like to be Mayor Pro Tem? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Let's get a roll call on that one just as well.
Great. Councilmember Harpster,
Grimm.
Councilmember Perales,
Charles Grimm.
Councilmember Barajas,
Charles Grimm.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Charles Grimm.
Councilmember Grimm,
Grimm.
and Mayor Milne.
Thank you, Charles Grimm.
Great. That passes unanimously.
All right.
Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Well, with that, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess so we can reseat. And I'd like to have Grim on my right side. And hopefully he was switch with Councilman Hartster. And everybody else would like to stay the same, if we don't mind. And I'd like to have 5 minutes so we get some pictures with family. And so right now it's 7:09 and we'll be back at 7:14. Thank you. All right, it is 7:14 and we are back in session. So we're back in session, everybody. So with that, we're going to move on to number 6, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. We're going to do so 6A is approval of meeting minutes for August 4th and August 11th. Bills and communications approving claims in the total amount of $4,648,953.92. Number C, resolution number 4637, change order number 11, process water reuse facility phase 2 construction contract with Tapani, and resolution number 4638, RH2 engineering PSA amendment 7. So, and Mr. Grimm, can I get a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
All right, and just for the sake of order, do we have anybody that want to remove anything before? No? Okay, can we get a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Barajas,
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm. Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster,
Yes.
Councilmember Perales,
Yes.
and Mayor Milne.
Yes.
Thank you. It
So
passes
that
unanimously.
Thank you for that. So we're going to move on to item number 7, which is proclamation and acknowledgements. I'm not seeing any listed. We're going to jump to 8, which is public comments. The public may address the council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the purpose of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require considerations by council over time and after a deliberate process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizens' comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes, each by the mayor, and you'll see it on the clock there. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. So with that, do we have anybody that'd like to make a public comment? All right, Mrs. Mahoney. Yeah, why don't we have you first?
Am I live?
You're live now.
Thanks for having me up. It's a very important night.
Can you state your name and?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Stephen L. Wilson, Pasco.
Okay.
I was born here. I've gone away. I've come back. I really like the leadership and dedication that I've seen out of City Council. I'm not too impressed with the County Commissioner side of things. What I'm glad to see is that we move quickly. We understand the importance and the nature of our jobs here at City Council, at least that I've seen since about 2018. There are a couple of concerns when you move quickly. I know we have to be expeditious. I would look across the board and say there's a lot of seasoned wisdom, a lot of young wisdom, smart people doing capable work. I would like to kind of just interject a little bit of political persuasion. I would ask that we don't endorse any more red hats because that's too extreme for me. I like that our outgoing mayor, who is strongly right-leaning, is going to have his opportunity to represent us at a higher level. I'm proud of the work that he's done. I was a little critical of him when he came in. held his feet to the fire personally, watched him just excel. So I expect the same. Mr. Milne, your building off Lewis Street, I used to live by the cable bridge when that was a thrift store. So those were the days.
Yeah.
I mean, it was rough for us back then. Now it isn't. I like to see my city grow. I like to see what you guys are doing. I just caution that we dare to break away from any really traditional, strongly traditional values that seem to maybe hinder any progress that we could make. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments, and I appreciate the nice comments you did. Yeah, a lot has changed since the 90s, and yeah, I remember it as a thrift store as well. Anyway, but thank you, and we'll definitely keep that under consideration.
Congratulations, Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I think we're going to go next to Mrs. Mahoney.
Is this on?
It is on.
Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. See my past requests made to Pasco and to council on 5/5/25, 6/2/25, 8/4/25, and more regarding no fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets, and more. Again, provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my property with start dates, costs, and notice to me via the U.S. mail. Include Pasco officials and Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Pasco's CIP budget is well over $500 million taxpayer dollars. How much is spent on a low-barrier homeless shelter for people and a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats? Currently, it's at $0. From June to Christmas, WSU took in 55,251 dogs and 14,145 cats for research, and then the dogs and cats are killed. See WSU records. How many dogs and cats does Tri-City Animal Services send to WSU for research, and how much is Pasco and TCAS paid to send them? In the Tri-City Herald Animal Control Rehire, Angela Zeiler said of sending dogs to WSU for research, quote, "The dogs euthanized at WSU were ones we would have had to kill anyhow," end quote. Also see Pasco City Council retreat on 8/11/25, page 28. See the animal control usage pay system. Usage pay is based on the number of animals that are taken in from each city. The usage pay system puts a bounty on our dogs and cats. Also see Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr's authorization of no due process at animal control on 4/1/19 with council. The usage pay system, or bounties, combined with no due process, gives us an animal control system that is lawless, brutal, and cruel. We have a catch and kill roundup system that sends our dogs and cats to WSU for research, and then they're killed. Tri-City Animal Services has no vigorous adoption program and no spay-neuter services for dogs and cats. What Tri-City Animal Services does have is no due process, a usage pay system or bounty, and a contract with WSU to send our dogs and cats for research since April 16, 2003. My comments are for the record and to put Pasco on notice, and hello to my Brooklyn.
All right, well, thank you for that. Do we have anybody else from the audience that would like to make a public comment? Mr. Grandwell.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Thomas Grandbois, Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th Avenue in Pasco. Congratulations, Mayor. It feels just like yesterday, even I was sitting back there just enjoying Monday night, our exciting Monday nights.
Yes.
That's, I'm really proud of you. 2 weeks ago, I had a chance to speak before council in 3 minutes, even though I've been up here many, many times, came way too quick, because I was highlighting the positive things that are going on in downtown. I want to talk a little bit about what you can do to help us out. I had a chance to mention the mural program. I'm sure you've seen the 2 new murals that are going up. That's an incredible program, as well as opening up the ability to have murals in downtown. We're seeing more pop-ups, so that's a really fun, great thing to see. when people come to you with their challenges, I would strongly recommend you pushing them towards the city staff that are subject matter experts. Right now, we have a district resource officer. Well, actually, every time we get a new district resource officer.
Oh, yes, please push the button. Sorry, my voice projects enough, I guess. I'm always impressed by how good they are, how responsive they are. And if they see anything going on, I would strongly recommend calling in. Our police are excellent. They're there to help. If you see things that are unsafe in the parks, contact the Parks Department. Tell them to get to know our park ranger. Our park ranger program is incredible, very responsive, and doing a great job. So yeah, push people toward, if they want to do expanded uses of their properties, guide them towards city staff. I'm an example of somebody who came here and who is able to live the immigrant dream and succeed in downtown because of city staff's guidance. We have a great city staff in place, and also encourage them to talk with their neighbors. We see there are a lot of businesses succeeding in the area. Every business owner that I've talked to they're very open to communication. They're very open to sharing how they've been successful. So that's another thing that they can do. When it comes to security, same thing. Communicate with each other. Buy cameras, put them up, get some good coverage, because the more that we communicate with each other, the more secure we are. I know that in my little neck of the woods, people don't mess around because of that. And also, feel free to guide them, like I said, towards the actual subject matter experts, and tell them to be wary of just going to one person or people who may be guarding that information. Because our staff is very, very approachable. They're great. I've been here for 5-6 years downtown, and I really, really appreciate everything the city staff does. And also welcome City Manager Stewart. It's great to meet you. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Much appreciated. And yes, we're very fortunate to have great city staff. And yeah, it's hard to imagine that 9 years ago I was sitting with you in the audience watching a totally different council. But again, very blessed by God. With that, anybody else in the audience like to make public comment? Not seen. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Well, that will move us on to number 9, which is reports from committees and/or officers. So I know we've very active council here, so let's just start at the very end and we'll work our way this way. And it looks like everybody's light went up on that one. So we'll start off with Councilman Harpster.
Okay. Last week on Tuesday, I met with Christopher Dare, who spoke during public comment a few weeks ago. He is the new director of the Columbia Basin Veterans Center, which is here in Pasco on 7th Avenue. And he relocated here from Sparks, Nevada, which is actually where my wife is from. So his role, and he was a council member in Sparks, his new role here, he's an advocate for veterans here in the community. I like that this center is here in Pasco, and met with him just to talk about what they do, what they offer. One of the things they offer is they call it Coffee Bunker Northwest, where camaraderie brews. And it's the first and third Friday of each month and last Saturday of each month from 8 to 10. And just free breakfast and coffee for veterans to come out and socialize with each other. One of the things we talked about was that's especially important because 22 veterans a day commit suicide in the United States. When I left active duty in 2014, that number was 16. And so it continues to grow. And 4 or 5 years ago, former Secretary of Defense General Mattis spoke at an event at CBC. And he did a Q&A session. One of the questions I asked was related to the number of veterans who commit suicide. And my question was essentially, what can we do? And his answer was camaraderie, whatever that may be. And I know both of all the terms are changing. Mayor Milne and Councilman Braz have kids who serve and are familiar with all this. So one of the other topics we discussed was the need for a VA center. And then I think it was the next day where the news came out that Tri-Cities is getting a VA center. And that will serve the 16,000 veterans that live here in Tri-Cities. Don't know when that construction is set to start, but that's really good. So he did want to come and present to council on the services they offer. He did the same with the county commissioners. I told him that I would pass that on to the mayor and for your consideration. So thank you.
We'd love to have that kind of presentation. So thank you. Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. Real quick, I want to share that on behalf of City Council, City Pasco, I participated at the ribbon cutting for the NAACP. They've been in this region in the Tri-Cities for 75 years and have not had an office. And so it was this Saturday when they finally made it official with a brick and mortar establishment right in the heart of our downtown. Actually right behind the courthouse. And so Governor Ferguson was present. So it was a huge event. It was well attended by a lot of community members, by a lot of organizations across the state that helped make this a very special commemoration. So congratulations to NAACP. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate you stepping up and representing the city. I saw the pictures online, and you did a great job, so thank you very much for doing that. We're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Mr. Mayor, last Thursday I went to the Benton Franklin Transit monthly meeting, and we heard the Q2 performance report. We had a very lively discussion on the utilization of progressive design build method for construction of the facilities maintenance building, and just really what's going to get the best bang for the taxpayers' money and not leave us hanging in any kind of sense of that. And also, Mr. Drost, the new CEO of Benton Franklin Transit, is approaching his 1-year anniversary, so he gave us a year in review of just really kind of what he came into and the things he's implemented and put into place since then. And he's doing great things there. His leadership, his motivation, his thoughtfulness and ideas are just going a long ways. And then I watched you, Mr. Mayor, give a speech this morning at Sageview High School for their ribbon cutting, and holy cats, what a turnout. Several staff was there. Must have been over 500 people there, if I had to guess, maybe even more. It was the largest ribbon cutting I've ever been a part of, and it was just really good to see the public come out and just be so supportive of a new high school here in Pasco. And if that's not enough, there's another ribbon cutting tomorrow at Orion High School. So that really says something about just the growth and development here. Not too many cities have 2 high schools opening within 24 hours of each other. So yeah, great things happening here in Pasco. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that report. Yeah, I was actually quite shocked by all the people there for that ribbon cutting, but it was a good time. And again, I appreciate your attendance. There were so many people, it was hard to see which other members of the council were there, but again, I really appreciate you coming out. With that, we got Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also attended the NAACP new office ceremony, and I'll just go ahead and say great leadership from Councilmember Barajas, gave a great proclamation. Very grateful for her leadership. It was, like she said, it was very well attended. Tons of people were there. Governor was there. He gave a good little speech and how much the NAACP Legal Defense Fund meant to him in law school and stuff. It was awesome. It was a really good environment, and I was very happy to see that building. I've driven by that building a lot, and I always wondered if someone was ever going to use it. And then when I saw that they procured it, so it was really cool. And again, thank you, Councilmember Barajas. It was really good proclamation.
Well, thank you again both for being there. As for myself, also a very busy week. One of the highlights was attending the Affinity at Broadmoor, the grand opening. Not 55 yet, I'm getting there close, but it's for 55 and up. Kind of like our retirement folks, but retirement community. It's kind of like a cruise ship, only it's on land. It had a lot of great items, as in amenities. That's the word I want, amenities. From billiard and Irish pub, indoor pool, billiard room, wood shop room, craft room. Seemed like a library, seemed like everything you could think of for active individuals in our community. Affinity of Broadmoor had it. I was blessed to give the speech, and also good turnout. And yeah, I would recommend if anybody's 55 and older and wants entertaining or very exciting lifestyle, to check that out if that's in your wheelhouse. And also today I did attend the swearing-in ceremony for our new city manager, Howard Stewart. It was also good, well attended. And then also the Sageview High School ribbon cutting ceremony. Got a tour of the facility. It's great to see that our high school students get a phenomenal facility that I would have loved to have had as a kid. But it's good that we treat our kids well, and again, hopefully they get the A+ education that we all want our students to get. So with that, I think we'll jump on to, we're going to jump on to item B, which is the presentation, Mid-Columbia Library Annexation. And this is going to be from the Deputy City Manager, Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. Tonight we have Kyle Cox, who is Executive Director for Mid-Columbia Library here to discuss a topic of vital importance to our community, which is the value that libraries bring to our community, and specifically Mid-Columbia libraries. And also an important topic of potential annexation of the city of Pasco into the Mid-Columbia Library District. And this would better serve our growing community with significant needs and growing needs, I would say, which is good because people are reading more. Mr. Cox will be presenting an overview of how the library is currently serving our community, exploring the benefits and challenges of the annexation and the process ahead for both of our agencies. Please join me in welcoming Kyle Cox.
Do that. Okay. Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to speak tonight. As mentioned, I'm Kyle Cox. I'm the Executive Director and Chief Librarian of Mid-Columbia Libraries. We're also joined by Martine Valadez, who's the Chair of our Library District Board of Trustees, as well as Andy Workla, who's also a member of our board. And we have some of our great staff that are also here. Thank you for being here. So, with the brief time that we have, I want to just cover a couple topics, as Richa mentioned. So, Mid-Columbia Libraries is an intercounty rural library district. We operate under the Revised Code of Washington as a special district that is able to levy property taxes. Public libraries in our state exist to support public education and development. We're governed by a 7-member board of trustees. 2 of our board members are from Pasco, and our mission is to empower people, to support learning, and to strengthen community through literacy, enrichment, and connection. So we're going to do a quick review of library services in Pasco. We're going to go back 115 years ago. So 115 years ago, Pasco began having library service from its Carnegie Library. A lot of communities in the West did. And then 77 years ago, voters created Mid-Columbia Libraries as a special district to serve Benton and Franklin counties. The following year, we started serving cities, with the city of Kennebec first. In 1960, voters approved a bond to build the Hopkins Street Library, which opened the following year. 52 years ago, Pasco began contract with Mid-Columbia Libraries to provide library services. In 1998, voters approved a bond to remodel the Hopkins Street Library, as well as to do some other things. 12 years ago, the West Pasco Library began service. And then next year, we're looking forward to a new library at the Martin Luther King Jr. Community Center. So lots going on. As mentioned, at Hopkins Street, we've been serving proudly the residents of Pasco since 1973. This branch features the largest on-site Spanish language collection in our district. It has heavy usage from our customers on computer use, Wi-Fi sessions, copying, printing, and faxing. We also experience high rates of reference questions here, actually the highest in the district. We're proud of our partnership with Cadlic, who has an on-site community health worker to help support customers as they navigate. They sign up for things. It's been really positive. And this team at our branch is led by Mona Gonzalez. I have a couple quick quotes I'm going to read throughout the presentation, but here's a quote from one of your residents that uses that branch. I rarely read. Libraries were intimidating to me. The Pasco Library is approachable and the staff is super friendly and helpful. I am now a regular visitor and I'm always looking forward to new books. Our second branch that we opened, and we've been proudly serving the people of Pasco since 2013. This library features Eastern Washington's first full-service library drive-through with consistent use. This library experiences heavy collection use, so lots of checkouts and holds that are being satisfied by other libraries in the district. We also see high demand for programs and events at the West Pasco branch. We had 12,000 attendees just at this branch at programs and events in 2024, and the average story time attendance is 40, and our great team is led by Doug Herrickstad, who's over there. Great job, Mr. Doug. You do a great job. A quote from the customers, customer that uses this library. I'm so thankful for our wonderful librarians. Mid-Columbia Libraries, the West Pasco branch in particular, is a safe place for my whole family. My now teens have spent countless hours participating in community events hosted at the library. We do an annual customer satisfaction survey. We really like to gauge what our customers want, what they need, what we could do better on. And what we found was that your residents value their library. And this is 2025. 96% of Pasco residents reported being very satisfied or satisfied with their overall experience at Mid-Columbia Libraries. It's pretty good, I think. We're doing a good job. We have a great staff. As part of our strategic plan, we're focusing on different areas. As part of our community needs assessment, we asked our whole region what they needed, and we responded in like. So literacy and learning is a big focus for us. As with overall experience, Pasco residents highly rate their library and credit Mid-Columbia Libraries with providing excellent resources for their child and family. 98% agree or strongly agree. Helping their kids read more, enjoy learning, and be more confident in their reading, 97%. Supporting learning and development of their child, 95%. Helping their child enter school ready to learn, 91% of Pasco respondents. Some quick quotes. I take my child to the library for story time every week. The library encourages learning for both of us and saves me the cost of always purchasing books. I really enjoy our time at the library. Another customer. It's so nice to see my kids get excited to pick out new books to borrow, and my son has started thinking about new things to learn about. My kids' curiosity and love of reading is growing exponentially because of our library. We're also looking at enrichment and recreation. As with overall experience in literacy and learning, Pasco residents highly rate their library on services for adults and collections for adults, including enhancing their lifelong reading and learning. 97% of respondents strongly agreed or agreed. Enhancing their reading, viewing, and listening for pleasure, 95%. Providing the books and content they want in an accessible and timely manner, 95%. I especially appreciate the wide variety available at my library. These selections have helped me approach values-based conversations with my teenager and have made me a better parent. I found reading for enjoyment again in my adulthood, and I can only thank my library. It's given me a new hobby and some joy outside of being a mom. And these are just some selections of the many comments that we get from your residents. Just looking at savings by Pasco residents in 2024, Pasco residents save over $10 million, the value of the items checked out. That's just in 1 year. That includes $6.5 million worth of physical items checked out and $3.6 million for digital items checked out, which we were talking about earlier is getting more and more expensive. This does not include the cost of programs, events, computers, faxing, Wi-Fi. So this is a very conservative estimate of the amount of money saved by your residents in using their library. They can spend that money on other stuff locally. Quick quote, there's no way we could afford to purchase even a fraction of what our family has read from Mid-Columbia Libraries. The library has made it possible for me to homeschool my children. It helps me learn about any and everything I want to research and understand. Do I want to learn piano? The library has books for that. Do I need to help understanding what's going on with our Constitution? They've got books on that. Anything I want to learn, I check my library first. So we're going to do a quick pivot and we're going to look at funding. Mid-Columbia Libraries is one of the 13 largest public library systems in our state. What's interesting, though, is that we are an outlier when it comes to the composition of our funding, as nearly 40% of our revenues come from contracts. We currently have 4 service contracts. Pasco is the largest of the 4. It's important to note that most cities the size of Pasco have already annexed into their library districts, usually quite a few years ago. Pasco is an outlier in that respect. Not good or bad, but just an outlier. It's also important to note that MCL has the lowest total revenue per capita among the largest libraries. That means that we must be lean, efficient, and focus on productivity to keep up with demand. And we're very proud of what we offer. I think we do a fantastic job with great staff, but we definitely run lean compared to other libraries. Considering and looking forward to annexation, we'll talk a little bit more about this. If Pasco annexed into MCL, this would line us up with the standard model of most cities your size in the state. It would offer stable levy funding rather than annual contracts, which are somewhat unpredictable, and would benefit both parties with long-term service planning and sustainability. When you look at levy rates in this neck of the state, you can see that MCL's levy rate is the lowest among neighboring library districts. We're at 23 cents and change. With the current MCL levy rate, Pasco homeowners, if you were to annex in, would pay $23.80 per 100,000 of assessed valuation. According to Zillow, The current home value in Pasco as of last month is $419,686. If this was annexed, if you were annexed, this would translate to approximately $99.90 that would go to property taxes to support the library. It's important to think about for Pasco taxpayers because annexation would bring parity with other annexed cities within the district at a very modest rate. And it's also lower than neighboring libraries, and I will say, pound for pound, we provide a lot more services, content with that low rate. We do a fantastic job. I'm proud of our staff. So, quickly looking at the legal mechanism for annexation, it is well defined, it's pretty straightforward in the RCWs as to how a city would initiate and potentially annex into a library district. The City Council initiates annexation via an ordinance. You have the language is actually in the RCWs. At that point, if you chose to do that, you'd be initiating the process. The state librarian would be notified of the ordinance. Then our library board of trustees would pass a resolution on annexation. If they concurred, and I believe they would, it's then sent to the county commissioners. The county commissioners pass a resolution calling for annexation for the next special election date. As far as the actual language that needs to happen, it's a simple majority is all that's needed to annex a city into a library district. Even the ballot language is in the RCWs. You can see that here. Shall the city of Pasco be annexed to the Mid-Columbia Library District? Yes or no? Just thinking about the state of annexation, the last annexation vote in Washington that failed was in 2004 in King County. There have been 30 annexation votes since then, and they've all passed. That's the last one that failed. Specifically looking at resources from our state library, Eastern Washington and rural communities typically vote yes at a much higher rate than urban and Western Washington communities. So just thinking about this, I know you get to consider this as you're moving forward, but looking at the state, the condition of the state, knowing the fact that we have a long-standing relationship, and looking at all these factors, I think that it puts us in a good position if we were to pursue this. So I'm going to end with a quote that also was from your residents that we got this year. Mid-Columbia Libraries has been an amazing resource for my family and me. It's a place that encourages a love of reading, a love of learning, and storytelling for all ages. We're so grateful to have this wonderful resource in our community. Pasco's 52-year service history with MCL, your strong satisfaction and use position us well if we are to pursue this. Annexation is about getting the city into a place where we can sustain what is already working for your residents, and we can bring stability to funding and to futures so that we can do even more. I don't know if we have a whole lot of time for questions, but I'm happy to answer any you might have.
So any of the members of the council have a question for Director Cox? We got Councilman Harpster.
I don't have any questions, just appreciate the presentation and just a few comments. I grew up going to the Hopkins Street Library all the time. And as Doug knows, my family utilizes the West Pasco Library all the time. And I mean, some of our most exciting Friday nights are going to chess club. So I just wanted to make the point that this is a really exciting opportunity for the voters to vote with the way that they voted on surveys to continue funding the libraries, and helps the city balance our budgets in a more efficient manner while still providing services that some of the residents may not have access to otherwise, like internet and reading and or books. And so, the motion that we have later, the language seems strong notice of termination. That could be a negative connotation, but just want to put it out there for the public's sake that that's just the first step in the process to get us to really an alternative source of funding for this. So appreciate all that you guys do, and the libraries here are just an amazing place. I used to spend a lot of time there working during the day to get out of my own office. Then people start saying, hey, aren't you on city council? Can I talk to you about X, Y, Z? And so stay in my own office now. But thanks.
Thank you for that, Councilman Harpster. And yeah, I agree with you. When you're talking about, yes, it's a good thing if we could get the ball rolling on the annexation. So we got Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. How much money would this generate? Do we have a figure?
As far as if you were to annex,
if we were to annex in, and you said it's like 90 some bucks a year.
It's about, so there's a couple of things, because when it votes, my understanding is that it doesn't go into effect immediately. It would go into effect the following fiscal year. So there is a little bit of a guesswork. But I'm assuming, looking at your current AV times our current levy rate, it'd be about 3 million, about there.
Okay. So it'd be a little bit more than what we're paying right now.
Yes, yeah, because the contract as of right now, you're not paying the levy rate.
Right. So I guess in essence, we're not, I mean, are we saving money by doing this, or are we essentially asking the property, I mean, the residents with their property taxes to pay for this? So I'm trying to, if I'm asking that, let me back up. Is this a sales tax, property tax, we already get money into the city, switcheroo type thing where we're having the residents essentially pay $100 more per year to fund 3 million?
My understanding is that's up to you, in terms of how you want to do that.
Of course.
Like for example, Kennewick is annexed. It's been annexed for decades at this point, and what that means is that they are paying via their county taxes the district directly for that value, as you would the port or a school district, etc. That's different right now because we're contracted. But as far as how the city would want to do that in terms of with your taxpayers, my understanding is that's up to you as the city council.
Okay, so maybe staff can answer this. Again, I'm just asking these questions because when a lot of the media did a lot of stories on this, people were asking all these questions, so that's why I'm kind of asking some of the ones that I saw. So I guess what I'm asking is, we're not really saving money. I mean, we're saving money as a city because right now we pay from the general fund.
That's
gonna be my
correct.
question. So that money's sales tax, property tax, right?
That
Those
is
are the same
correct.
pot. Okay. But it essentially would go up. Is that number $3 million, will that go up essentially in years to come? You know, what we're kind
Yes,
of paying
we-
for services?
We do have escalations, so I believe next year you're looking at about 3 million. And then that number would go up as the city would grow. There's some composite of growth. So you are going to see that number increase as the city grows with that composite growth number.
Okay. So let me try and land the plane here. Okay. So essentially, if we do this, if we decide to annex and terminate the contract, we can use that $3 million for other stuff that we can get done in the community, roads, things like that, or, you know, whatever else we need to pay for.
That is correct. Traditionally, cities, either they have their own library and they will have a special library tax, a property tax as a part that comes into the city. There might be an independent library district, as Mid-Columbia Library is, or a city might choose to use your general fund property taxes, sales taxes, utility taxes, whatever taxes come in, that usually go into the function of public safety, public works, things like that. And you would just add library to that service. And that is where the city of Pasco is. So we do not have a separate line item of a library district levy that comes into the city's general fund. So there would be $3 million about savings per year that the city could use for other purposes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd be in favor of this. I think close to $100 a year, you know, I guess a little less than $10 a month, essentially, for $450,000 home. I think you guys provide some really good services. You know, I frequent typically the one in Hopkins, but no, I think this is a good way to streamline the way that we're funding our services and stuff. And I'm sure you're like, well, it's about time, right? So I really appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't see any other comments. I will say I appreciate your good presentation, Director Cox. And I know growing up, I always wanted to tell everybody I was a cool kid, but I actually spent a ton of time in the library. I loved reading.
You can still be a cool kid and go to the library.
Yeah. Everybody wanted me to watch like
you have an army of librarians that'll tell you otherwise.
True. And they're like, you don't watch MTV? No, I love the library. So I love reading. I still love reading. It's one of my passions when I have time, which seems to be very little. But again, you guys do a great service, and I have visited your libraries in Pasco, and again, good job. So thank you for that. So I think you're off the hook.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Right. So with that, we're going to move on to number 10, hearings and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. So we got number A, which is public hearing and ordinance number 4782, Big Sky Developers LLC easement vacation. And this is going to be by Director Haley Miller.
Mayor Mellon, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is an easement vacation request for Big Skies developers, and this will be a public hearing. And some background on this was I'm going to skip ahead and then go back. So this is a photo showing the location there just east of Convention Drive, and the development to the east of that red line has an easement that was established in the early 1900s by a railroad. So that was a 60-foot countywide road easement, and that is not designated as a purpose for a road. Convention Drive will be used as a right-of-way, but there's a small sliver of 3 feet on the east side of Convention Drive that is not needed and goes into the backyards of the home. So the applicant is proposing to vacate this area of land, and here on the screen is what the city council would use as their approval criteria. And so traffic circulation, since this wasn't intended to be a portion of a road, traffic circulation will not be affected. And the 3 feet was not designated as a public use, and property access won't be blocked, and we won't be creating a situation where there's a landlocked property that cannot access their site. And then as far as the public interest, staff did not view any harm by proceeding with this vacation. And compensation in the appraisal, staff is recommending this be waived because the applicant will be providing additional right-of-way for Convention Drive, that public right-of-way. So given all of that, staff is recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any technical questions you may have before opening the public hearing.
All right, does anybody on the council have any questions for Director Miller? Councilman Blaisdell, I know I've kind of forgotten about you, but did you have any questions?
I do not.
All right, well, thank you for that. So with that, we're going to open up the public hearing. Is that correct? I think it's correct. So do we have anybody that would like to speak on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. And if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4782, vacating the eastern 3 feet of the easement established by Auditor's File number 487139, originally granted by the Northern Pacific Railway Company, and further authorized publication by summary only.
Second.
All right, so we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. All right, well, if we could grab Councilman Harpster there. All right, now we'll bring us on to number 11, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. So we have number A, which is resolution number 4639, providing notice of termination between the Mid-Columbia Libraries and City of Pasco. So I guess we're going to hit it off to you, Deputy City Manager Rita Siddell.
Actually, former city manager Dave Zabel is
right.
going to be
Doing a little
presenting
switcheroo
on
here.
this matter. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So as I transition out, I get to revisit this topic with you. We talked about it last, I think. Well, we've talked about it at budget a couple times. I think we first started talking about it this year, at least, back in April or late March at your retreat. And as Council just had a great presentation from Mr. Cox. Appreciate that. So we're here for part 2 to talk about the resolution that would initiate the termination process of the ILA. And I just say I don't think I've ever been in a council meeting where people were excited about terminating an ILA. Thank you for that. But it does initiate a new process. I want to say a couple things though first, because annexation is not new. Matter of fact, it was contemplated in the 2010 ILA that started all this with Mid-Columbia Libraries, that there was actually a clause in that interlocal agreement that required or that provided for a discussion between the Mid-Columbia Library District and the city about annexation, and it had to actually happen before 2016. So we started talking about this back in February of 2016. So it's been around for quite some time. Kyle's presentation was very thorough, so I don't want to go through a whole lot about it. I'll say that we renegotiated this in 2022, and we did have a discussion about annexation at that point in time, but taking you back to 2022, it was right at the tail end of COVID, and with a lot of uncertainty and I guess confusion over where things were actually going to go and how long it would last, there wasn't a whole lot of appetite to have that kind of a discussion over a structural change that big. And so the time is right now. I will say that the resolution itself, a little bit about that. It authorizes the city manager to send a termination notice regarding the current ILA to Columbia Library. Basically initiates an 18-month process of exploration with them. Time to negotiate things that we may need to negotiate, having to do with the existing branches and future branches of libraries in the city, and it allows 18 months to get the item on the agenda, to go through the other processes that Mr. Cox talked about that are statutorily required, to allow people to have time to absorb information, the two governments to communicate what's happening and to strategize together. So all to say, this is what's going to happen over the next several months. We're council to approve this is a pretty well-defined legal pathway, and as Executive Director Cox said, literally dozens of cities have done this annexation over the last 15 years or so. So it's pretty well known. Went through the benefits of it. I will say it does give us it does strengthen us from a regional identity. It transitions the city to a full membership, which is something that we've discussed many times over. There's some long-term cost efficiencies to it. And I do want to address a little bit more Councilmember Peralez's earlier question. The difference is Pasco really isn't paying their full freight right now as a city. So if you look at how when we negotiated this in 2022 and Executive Director Cox and I, our foreheads are just a little bit flatter from that negotiation. And we had a great referee in Chairman Valdez. But that it's basically based on a formula using Kennewick as a framework, and it's population based. So the district is a levy, and it's X cents per thousand. In this case, 23 cents currently. We knew we were going to have a lot of. As a matter of fact, we had a ton of very high cost, expensive industrial on the way. Industrial in itself doesn't use the library. Kind of took the position of bringing on another $5 or $6 billion worth of assessed valuation in industrial. Doesn't really impact the library, but it does in terms of the library levy rate, because once that goes in the denominator, you're probably going to see that 23 cents drop, even adding the city of Pasco, at which point the city of Pasco would actually be paying the residents of Pasco, and property owners would be paying the same rate as everyone else that's annexed into the district. So long story short, to answer your question, it does put us on parity in terms of Pasco paying its freight with the rest of the community, with the rest of the members of the district. So with that, staff recommends approval of Resolution 4639. And any questions of council?
Do we have any questions from the council? I'm not seeing any. So,
thank you.
Thank you. So if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to approve resolution number 4639, authorizing the city manager to serve a notice of termination of the interlocal cooperation agreement between the city of Pasco and Mid-Columbia Libraries.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilwoman not Peralez. Don't know why I said that one. Sorry about that. Barajas. Getting a little embarrassed on that one. So if we get all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Aye. So with that, Motion passes unanimously. So we're going to go on to B, which is a quasi-judicial ordinance number 4783, the Webster Court rezone from RS20 to R1. And again, that's going to be Director Haley Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight before you is another presentation on libraries. Thank you. So tonight before you is a rezone from a property that is located over at Argent and Road 84, and it's about an acre in size, and it's referred to as Webster Court, and the applicant is proposing to go from RS20 to R1 zoning. Here's a photo of the site. It's surrounded by other single-family residential uses, and the applicant is proposing to go to R1, which gives a little more flexibility with unit types and lot sizes, and the low-density residential range for this property is 3 to 6 units. Here's a zoning map showing the designation by the comprehensive plan land use map, which is low-density residential. And the next slide shows the existing zoning, which is surrounded by RS20 properties, and this property is proposing to go to R1. And here are the requirements for a zoning petition, and staff has verified that all of these items have been met. And this is the process where we're at, and at the very end of the process. So this has gone through the petition, public noticing process, and then a public hearing with the hearing examiner. And then the findings and recommendation are included in your packet. And tonight before you, we are finalizing this step and asking council to consider approving this rezone. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right. I did want to switch it over to Mr. Erickson, or Ferguson. Sorry. I don't know what it's up today. I thought I was on a roll.
Paralysis. That's all you need to do.
I was on a roll, and all of a sudden, something threw me off.
No, absolutely.
But, if we could.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a quasi-judicial matter. It's a hearing or proceeding to render a final decision on materials that are presented. It's defined as a proceeding in which the council defines the legal rights, duties, and privileges of specific parties in a hearing, proceeding, or other contested proceeding. The appearance of fairness doctrine applies, and the hearing must be fair in 3 respects: form, substance, and appearance. All council members should consider whether they have potential conflicts as follows: A, a demonstrated bias for or against any of the parties; B, any direct or indirect financial interest in the outcome of the proceeding which would affect the council members personally; whether there has been any prejudgment of the issues prior to hearing the facts; D, whether there has been any ex parte contact with anyone other than staff prior to this hearing; and finally, E, any other conflict a council member believes would prevent them from hearing this matter fairly and impartially. If any council member has any of these concerns or disclosures, now would be the time to make those known. Seeing none, are there any members of the public seeking to disqualify a member of council from participating in these proceedings? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right. Thank you for that, Eric Ferguson. So back to Haley Miller. Does anybody in the council have any questions for her? I had a question, so for staff, or probably more Eric Ferguson. So like on our comp plan, we're supposed to obviously be promoting heavy infill in the city of Pasco. I mean, obviously that's the goal. So on this one, if you look at it, there's, houses all around it that have like 1 acre lots, and we're supposed to represent our district. But when you're changing the district like that, obviously I'm not against that kind of change, because, obviously you have house, very beautiful houses, nice yards. They all have 1 acre lots. If it was to say, hypothetically, if it was to pass, like say we were to vote this down, what then happens, when we're on a council going against our comp plan? I kind of know the answer, but I would like you to maybe clarify it for people if that were to happen.
Sure. So essentially what you're saying is that there's the requirements that Ms. Miller previously mentioned. It would essentially be that, so how this process has gone is that, as it's gone through this particular steps, it's gone to the hearing examiner. The hearing examiner made findings and conclusions and has based a recommendation on those findings that it does meet the requirements that, and the biggest really one is what you allude to, that it is consistent with the comp plan. So, in other words, that when you went through, or when the council went through that process of designating the areas in their comp plan, their comprehensive plan, this is consistent with that. So that is that carries a lot of weight, and in the sense that as a preliminary matter, you can't do something that's inconsistent with your comp plan. But if that doesn't mean necessarily if it's consistent with your comp plan that you're bound to approve the rezone. What it means, though, is that then you would need to come back in a closed record hearing setting and then go through that process, look at the record that went in front of the hearing examiner, discuss that, have the same parties that were allowed to speak at the open record hearing be able to address the council. And then if you decided after that you wanted to move forward and make your own findings separate and apart from what the hearing examiner did, you could do that. But I'm not going to lie to you. The hearing examiner is very good at this and does a good job for us to make sure that that he's following the rules. And so, does that mean necessarily that you're bound by his recommendation? Absolutely not. But I do want to caution you that that there would have to be some reason that the council believed didn't meet those requirements that Ms. Miller laid out before on this matter. So we can go. I think we could probably go back and go over those if we needed to. But the long and short of it is, it's a pretty heavy lift to not go forward with the hearing examiner recommendation. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's usually not recommended, but the comp plan carries a lot of weight, especially with regard to rezones, because essentially you've already said the council has already said what they think this zone should be. So you really would be going uphill.
All right, well, thank you for that. Again, it's very difficult. I mean, obviously I know this area because this is my district. I know exactly where these are because my kids went to Livingston for a while. So it's extremely hard. I mean, it feels like we're bound to vote a certain way, but, in our hearts, we want to vote a different way. So I thank you for that clarification. So with that, I'm asking Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry, we have.
Oh, you're good. I just have a comment, Mr. Mayor. Maybe Director Miller, I've scrolled through this a few times. I saw a few letters that some residents had sent in denoting their various reasons for disapproval of wanting to see this happen. Was there any I missed here that were also submitted to the hearing examiner, or was it just those? Were those the ones we saw from these? I think it's 3 or 4 residents here.
Yes, I believe that is all the letters. It looks like there wasn't anyone in attendance at the hearing.
Okay, and that's what I
those
couldn't
were the
find.
written
Thank you.
comments. It looked like from 4 people, and maybe 2 of them lived with each other or had the same last name. So,
Okay, thank you.
yes.
All right, well, with that, I'm not seeing any other questions. So, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can we get a motion?
I move to adopt ordinance number 4783, amending the zoning classification of certain real property located near the corner of West Sargent Road and Road 84, and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. So all those in favor? Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and it's streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. All right, with that, if we get a call to order.
Thank you. Council members Barajas?
She is excused for tonight.
Thank you. Blaisdell?
Present.
Cotta?
He's also excused.
Thank you. Harpster?
Present.
Perales?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Here.
And Mayor Milne.
I am here.
Thank
So
you.
with that, if we get all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, that brings us into item number 4, which is the Colima Pasco Association. We have some special guests with us, and we're going to start it off with some words by Stephen McFadden.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. How are you this evening? We've, as COPA members, been very fortunate to come before you more than once to introduce you to a delegation and representatives from the state of Colima. And today is a really special opportunity. So I would like to give you just a really brief history. Former Mayor Matt Watkins and Council approved a resolution to create a friendship and collaboration agreement with the state of Colima in 2019. In 2020, COPA, a nonprofit, was formed to bring the agreement and the relationship to life. In 2022, former Mayor Blanche Barajas and Colima Governor Indira Vizcaino Silva signed the agreement, officially making this friendship and collaboration a full-time arrangement. In 23, a COPA delegation visited Colima with 60 community leaders. Among them were 30 members of the Colville tribe who participated in cross-cultural engagement while in Colima with the indigenous people of Colima. Last year, Colima reciprocated with a delegation of 22 state leaders from all facets of Colima state government. And today, COPA proudly presents to you the 2025 delegation representing Universidad Pedagógico Nacional Unidad 61. This is the university based in Colima that teaches the future teachers of the state of Colima and the country of Mexico. Today we have 15 students, instructors, and volunteers for a week focused on education. And you will have the itinerary, I believe, for their week-long events. They've spent 2 days already at WSU Tri-Cities, and they will be spending a very long day tomorrow traversing all of Pasco School District's facilities, learning as much as they can and sharing what they know about the education process. We hope that you consider the invitation to join us at Cafe Vita on the 16th in the evening for a brief program and a 1-hour meet and greet. And with that, please allow me to introduce Director Armando Aguilera and the delegates of the UPN.
Saludo al honorable alcalde David Meol y a los miembros del Consejo de la Ciudad.
I say hello to the members of the Council of City of Pasco.
La educación es un acto humano que acorta las distancias y une voluntades.
The education is an human act who's short distance and join volunteers.
A nombre del Gobierno del Estado de Colima, de la Secretaría de Educación y de la Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, agradecemos que nos reciban en este recinto. Agradecemos también a COPA el gran apoyo que hizo posible que hoy estuviéramos acá.
In name of the government of Colima, the education, and the University Pedagógica Nacional, we really appreciate COPA, the big support that make us possible to this group of students and professors and volunteers are here.
Viajamos 2.500 millas para desarrollar actividades académicas entre estudiantes de la Universidad Estatal de Washington y estudiantes de la Universidad Pedagógica.
We have been traveled 2,500 miles from here, to get here, to make possible this academic exchange between teachers, students that we're being in the Washington State University, and with us who can change. We exchange academic works.
Su apoyo permite que nuestros estudiantes y profesores participen en un evento académico de clase mundial, donde reunió a estudiantes que han estado en Japón, Singapur, Brasil, México y España, y favoreció el intercambio y el enriquecimiento académico de los estudiantes de ambas universidades.
This academic exchange make us disjoin with students and professors which are increase our enrichment work, and we participate in this academic event who was coordinated with the Washington State University. We've been talking with students who traveled to Japan, Singapore, Brazil, and Spain.
Nuestra delegación viene con grandes expectativas sobre la riqueza que implica el intercambio, porque en la educación nadie sabe más que todos juntos.
Our delegation comes with big expectations about the enrichment that involves this academic exchange, because in education no one knows more than everybody together.
Por nuestro lado, trajimos un pedazo de Colima en una recreación cultural del Día de Muertos.
This time we came and also bring an cultural cultural program that involves the Day of Death.
Hemos compartido con otros docentes el resultado de nuestras investigaciones en el campo de la metodología educativa y en la forma como las universidades estamos formando en México a los futuros docentes.
Also, we've been changed investigation results in the methodology area of education and the way we are teaching our students to be ready to be ready to the professional life in the education.
Tenemos una semana llena de actividades que ha implicado ya trabajar con la Universidad Estatal de Washington, la visita al distrito escolar, al colegio CBC, reuniones para acordar líneas de investigación sobre educación en ambientes de migrantes, metodología STEAM y la forma como identificar y generar mejores prácticas docentes. En una palabra, cómo formar mejores maestros.
We have a big program in this week that involves the visit of the Pasco District, the Washington State University, the CBC College, and also meetings to know investigation lines about education, and also have these programs for immigrants to know the STEM methodology, and in case just to be better, to have better skills for the ones that are teaching.
Esperamos con esta visita tomar acuerdos sobre investigaciones binacionales y muy pronto tener conocimiento y un libro que implique el trabajo que estamos hoy iniciando con la Universidad Estatal, con CBC y con el Distrito Escolar.
We hope finally this academic exchange bring us to write a book which we can share to the community, this line of investigation between the Washington State University, the CBC, and the Pasco District.
Detrás de esta visita hay un gran esfuerzo de un grupo de estudiantes y maestros que decidieron perseguir un sueño y con el apoyo de COPA se ha hecho realidad, abriendo nuevos caminos para nuestros estudiantes que seguirán sin duda alguna buscando alcanzar sus sueños.
Behind this visit, this is an effort from the students and the professors, and also with the COPA support. So these students in the future could find new ways to be a better teachers and follow their dreams.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. I have some more words from Stephen McFadden.
Just a request, Mayor Milne, if we could maybe get a picture of the delegates with the council members.
Yeah, we'd be delighted to. Let's kind of go down here if we get the council to come in front of the dais here and get a good picture.
Ellos van a bajar.
I do my best. I hope you understand. Yeah.
Señor McFadden, we need to be in the picture.
I'm coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
I do understand why I even have to. Yeah, something like that.
Is it hot in here?
All right. Well, thanks again, everybody, for coming out.
Enjoy your stay.
Unfortunately, there goes our whole audience. But, all right. So jumping to number 5, verbal reports from council members. Do we have anybody on the council that did something exciting? Let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Thursday, I attended the Benton Franklin Transit meeting. We only had one action item, but it is that time of year where we're going to do a little employee evaluation of our CEO, Mr. Thomas Drost, who is really, I think he's at 15 or 16 months now since he came on, and he's done a fantastic job. I mean, there's always room that we all have strengths and weaknesses, areas of opportunity, but hard for him to get much less than a glowing review. He's done a really good job. Just with his ideas, his fresh ideas, there's the express bus to the airport now, and just streamlining. I mean, there was kind of a lot of internal chaos. The finance department was kind of in turmoil, and he has straightened a lot of stuff out and done a really, really good job, and it's really, really encouraging. I also attended with you, Mr. Mayor, and others, the Tierra Vida ribbon cutting for their stage 3, and really appreciate what the Brochi family has done out there, and the Jubilee Foundation, just allowing so many people home ownership that it may be out of reach for, or just the affordable housing that was kind of what we were doing with stage 3, and then just building community out there. You could really kind of see, neighbors coming together, getting to know each other, and just really coming together as a community, and through all of it, they honor the Lord. I really appreciated all of that. Today I was out at the Perez Plants grand reopening out on Ivy Road in the Clark edition of Pasco. Really nice family-owned business. A lot of beautiful plants. They're giving succulents away to all of the visitors. And I tell you what, some of their shrubbery and trees, if you need shade trees or anything, I mean, beautiful stuff out there. And they had nice, probably 5-gallon rose buckets that were as cheap as I've seen anywhere, and just really, really pretty flowers. So yeah, give them a shout out, Perez Plants. And then I attended my first fireman pension board with you, Mr. Mayor, and good to kind of be immersed into that also. So yes, busy week for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. As long as you're also at the chamber lunch yesterday as well. So, yeah, I've seen a lot of you, but and I do appreciate you doing the Terra Vida proclamation. That's your district, and so I was trying to give you the honor. And again, I appreciate you, Rena. I thought you did a good job, and again, appreciate you doing all the other stuff you've been working on. So let's move over. Let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. Let's see. Friday, I actually got voted into the COPA board as an official board member. And then, as you could see, all my COPA friends were here. I spent Sunday morning with the COPA delegation for breakfast, and then we had a barbecue on Sunday night. And I got to really interact with the students. And we laughed a lot and ate and just had a good time. They're a really good group of kids. Majority of the kids are learning early education. So, and they want to get citizenship to come and actually move here. So that was exciting to hear them voice how much they like being here and how different it is from their culture to come here. And then yesterday was Monday. Monday I did also attend the Pasco Chamber Candidate Forum. And there was quite a few people. There was about 100 people that attended, so that was nice. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for taking up the leadership role on COPA. I appreciate you taking that big step and time commitment and everything, so thanks for taking my spot, so much appreciated. So let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I know a lot of it's just a repeat, but yeah, I also attended the Tierra Vita ribbon cutting. It was really cool to see another phase, and I know our staff assisted with the CHIP funding, and so that was just kind of great to kind of see that all culmination of a year and a half worth of construction in that ribbon cutting yesterday. And I also attended the Pasco Chamber Luncheon Candidate Forum. It was really nice. It was good to field questions. There's about 100 people. It was great for the people who were there and some of the candidates who decided to show up. So no, it was a good time. Thank you.
You guys were definitely, you two were definitely answering a lot of questions, considering you two were the ones that were there. So, tons of questions. But anyway,
You guys could have helped us. We're getting grilled.
yeah. All right. So I'm not seeing any other lights on. So let's jump to number 6, items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on any topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person, with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak, up to 4 minutes each side. So we have number 6A, Columbia Basin Veterans Center presentation, and it's by our Deputy City Manager, Richa Siddell.
Yes, I will give all of the time to Mr. Dahir here to talk about a worthy organization that he's leading. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Dahir to the podium.
There you go.
Now you are.
Hey, it is so good to be here with you. I appreciate the invitation, or at least accepting my request to be here. And so one of the things we like to do in the community is try to get out there, make sure everyone knows who we are and what we're doing. I think in some ways the Columbia Basin Veterans Center, though it's so important, has been kind of kept good secret for a lot of people, and we're trying to fix that. I do, before I start, also want to thank Jesse Rice and Parks and Rec. Their team has done fantastic. For the last couple of months, we've been meeting and preparing for Veterans Day, and thank you guys for your support of that. And really, truly, I just want to say thank you to your team, and please give kudos to your staff to represent you well. So I do have a presentation to go through. My goal is just to introduce to you what we do. A lot of you guys might know we're right here in Pasco, if you didn't know. So this is my first presentation to any of the city councils and stuff. I said hi and did my 2-minute thing, but I'm trying to get on their docket. But our very own home gets the full thing. So please, as I go, if there's any questions, feel free to go with it. Are you guys gonna? Do I just do it here? Do we have a presentation? Oh, there you go. I see it. So what we do, I'm Christopher Dare, and I am the new executive director. I'm from Nevada, and so I moved here 4.5 months ago. Truth is, I didn't know what Pasco was 7 months ago. So I know that's horrible, but I grew up in Vegas and then Reno, and I didn't even know what Tri-Cities was, so it's nothing personal. These guys recruited me to come and be here, and it's really been great. My wife and I are enjoying it, and we're looking forward to get to know everybody as we go. So just a few things we want to go through as we kind of walk through this. If you didn't know, Columbia Basin Veterans Center is a nonprofit organization, and we are here to support our veterans. And we do a lot of different things. We do believe that our veterans aren't, when they come to get their benefits, it is part of their paycheck. It's part of what they went into service for. So no veteran, and I say this if there's anybody in the room or the thousands and thousands of people watching this on Zoom, if they're out there, do not wait to come together to get the services and the benefits that you have earned. And so we believe that 100%. Our Veterans Therapeutic Court, housing, community outreach and connection, and resource assistance are the main ways that we function. And I'll go through just a couple of those things for you. The Veterans Therapeutic Court, what we do is we come alongside those who find themselves in legal situations, and we bring mentorship, continued conversation, and ongoing support. One of the things that I think people need more than anything is support and that connectivity and net around them, and especially when they walk through difficult times. And so sometimes our veterans do have different PTSD type situations, things they're walking through, and the court will deem that they can walk forward if they had mentorship around them. And so we have volunteer mentorships who come alongside, and then we do things like the coffee bunker for the first Friday and third Friday, and then the last Saturday. It's just an awesome time to come together. And so we're doing that on a regular basis, and it's pretty exciting to see how much this has helped over the years. The other thing we have is housing assistance. Right now, I'm sad to say we don't have a house in Pasco, but it's on my radar. But it doesn't matter. We serve the whole region, so it doesn't matter what city we're in. We have Kennewick Home, Richland Home, and my goal is to actually have apartment potential type thing or something here that we can take veterans that are in that situation and actually let them move forward into a stronger situation where it's not just low barrier. And so that's something really important to us. We do a lot of work with temporary veterans. I believe no veteran should ever be homeless. I believe no one should be homeless, but definitely those who have served are in that capacity, our country. And so we walk forward like that. And so these are just some of the homes we have. It's called the Wagner Pfister House, and then this is our Richland Alexander House. And so I'm sorry, this is the Kennewick House, the Alexander House. But it's pretty awesome what we have done, what's put together. I love that we get to serve these men. It's 2 men homes, and we get to come alongside them and give them a place. So we do a lot of community outreach and connection, and this is probably such a crucial piece to what we do. I think all of it is to really stand with our veterans and try to really stop any kind of harm they might do themselves or mental things they're walking through. One of the things that I've served on over the years and we're bringing to this area is there's a mayor's challenge to stop veteran suicide and a governor's challenge, and I've served on those boards for quite some time. And so with that said, these kind of things help that. These kind of things, making sure they have a place to go, making sure they have the dignity around them, but also just connecting them to other people in the community. And so for us, we work with all the veteran groups. We work with VFW, we work with American Legion. We are not, sometimes you'll find there are groups out there that kind of push each other around trying to find the front row. We are all working together. There's no front row. We're all here for veterans. And so please know that if you have something you want to do in Pasco, we all together will walk with you and do that. There's no difference in that. One of the things that I want to show you, and I can bring some to you guys' office and leave some if you're interested, but I wanted to make sure anybody in the room here, but then also anybody that's a part of watching online, is we have these signs that are going up for the month of November everywhere. And they are just to remind people, if you're a veteran, where to get the help you need. Remind our community that we support our veterans, and remind our veterans that we support them. And then also how they can find us. I do believe that if we can take time and bring dignity to what's going on and a direction for help, it makes a big difference. I've seen this work, and this is something that other cities have done around the country, things like this. And so we want to bring this, and it'll be in every city and every county. And so we have ordered 1,000 of them, and we have quite a few that we're still handing out. So we'll bring them by your office if anybody wants one. I know that we have a lot of support on this. American Legion helped give finances towards this. Benton Franklin is giving some, the Benton Franklin Transit. So it's pretty awesome, the support we've seen. And then resource assistance, as you know, there's no VA assistance type thing here to get people connected. We are the front door for that, and so we do have someone from the VA in our office. We are not a VA office. We are a nonprofit. So everything we do, we have to raise money for and put together. But we do have a VA office inside of our office, and then we also have the county that comes in and helps veterans find their resources as well. And so we work with everybody in every situation trying to create those kind of opportunities. We have some neat stuff on the way coming, but this is something that we're pleased with. Funded through grants, fundraising. It's just important people know we are not government. And I say that not because government's bad, but sometimes people think the government should pay for everything, do everything, and we actually don't take a dime from veterans. They never get to pay us. We don't ask for that when they come in. But at the same time, when you see us doing a fundraiser, it's not because the government's doing a fundraiser. It's because we are not government. We are a nonprofit that's just in there to care and work with government entities and other community partners. Upcoming dates you'll see, we'll be sending invitations. With that said, is there any questions you might have? I'd love to share a little bit more about what we're doing and how you can be involved.
Does anybody start off with Councilman Harpster?
First off, appreciate you moving here from Nevada to take on this position, and we met and talked about that. And there's obviously a huge need, and you probably know the number better than me. I think it's something like 18 veterans a day commit suicide, and that's, I think when I got out in 2014, it was like 14, and it's just continued to rise and continues to rise as especially the a large number of veterans from the Iraq and Afghanistan wars come home, and there's sort of this growing sentiment as war that we never should have been involved in, and feels a lot like the veterans coming home from Vietnam. And it's often, forgotten that there's a lot of folks walking around with these issues. And to your point, connection is a really good start on solving that. You mentioned the the coffee bunker breakfast. What I saw it first and third Friday and last Saturday, but what time is it at?
That's at 8 from 8 to 10.
8 to 10.
And we hang out, we have breakfast. And I say that. We love community leaders to come stop by and say hi. So do know that. If you're a veteran, obviously, they'll give you a hard time. Whatever you served, the other guy didn't. And so they'll mess with you a little bit. But I do want to point out one thing. In this region alone, in the last 5 years, you've had about 20 veteran suicides in this region alone. And with that said, a lot of times these veterans are coming back or getting from what they just went through, and they're kind of hiding in the background. And I say that because everyone just kind of goes on with their life, and they did this thing, and so kind of really opening those doors of connection is really tough in a community that likes to look on their phones. And so it's actually a different way of connecting, and so we have a lot of work to do. And sadly, it's gone up to 20 veterans a day right now is what the numbers are. With that said, we want to be there to help. We actually are going to start a counseling center inside of our place. Again, no veteran will pay for it. And we are doing all kinds of things to try just to help wherever we can.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's go to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had two questions. How many veterans does the Columbia Basin Veterans Center currently serve here in the city of Pasco?
We just did our numbers. We're probably around 4,000 to 5,000 a year that we serve. And that's in a lot of different capacities. Not all of them are needing resources. Some of them need a touch. Some of them need this. We do have something, even our veteran stand down that's coming down, our Veteran Resource Expo. We serve about 600 people, that alone. And that's coming up on the 14th of November if you want to come out. I think there's a flyer on that. So you actually have about 30 to 40,000. It's hard to know the count. I've seen different numbers right here in the region, which is quite high, actually. You have a very high population of veterans in this region compared to many. So a lot of them are down to like the 5 to 6% are veterans. Here you have 10 to 15%.
Is there a need for city advocacy to acquire grants and other state funds and federal funds?
Yes, there is. And I say that working together, a lot of times grant funds, especially anything that's outside in government, they want to see collaboration. So you've probably seen this in your CDBG grants and some of the other pieces. Collaboration is key. If you're doing it alone, they wonder why. And so as we work together and we show that we're walking hand in hand, it's important. That's part of why I've really challenged our VFW, American Legion, other people to show that we're walking together, that there's no separation there, and they're doing a good job. We're all working together. But it really, on the city side, but it sounds interesting. I know for a fact the city really doesn't have a lot of money to put towards these kind of things. It just doesn't really what's there. But what I think we can help more than anything in from city leaders is connecting us to people who care about this and walk with us. And so when I say yes, it's not necessarily that we're here saying, hey, write us a check. I actually know government pretty well in the sense of city life and what that is. I know there's not a lot there. And so when the community asks, what are you doing for veterans? There's a lot that you can do that doesn't require a dime, but a little bit of your time and maybe a little bit of energy.
Great, thank you.
Well, thank you. I know in my life, I have my oldest daughter, we have our oldest daughter and the youngest daughter both are serving. One's still serving, the other one got out. And I know she's talked about things that have been difficult to adjust back to civilian life. What would your recommendation be? She's got a job, she's going to college. But if she still, say, spends more time in her room that we would like, what kind of advice would you have for her to get back out and make more friends versus just? She says everybody's too young at college, so do you have any advice?
Well, it's interesting. I find a lot of people in this age bracket of 25 to 40 that people are either too old, too young, or think they don't care. It's kind of one of those pieces. And I would say is find one of the niches that we're going after. We have a ladies' night out that just for ladies, just like that can go out and hang out, and they just did an escape room, kind of thing. And they do these kind of things, and it's almost creating a relationship on accident. That's a lot of what needs to happen today. And that's part of why if you see the list of things we create, it's these moments of time. but it does require people to step out a little bit. And I say find those safe zones that you can be who you are and grow and step in. And so relationship is key. If you're doing it alone, it's important you find help with that. The other thing I just say is I'm real big on veterans on mission. You know, people who served and continue to serve, they stepped in because they wanted to serve our country or were running from something, but most of them wanted to serve our country. And with that said, they're not done serving our country. They get home and it's not done. And so one of the things we're creating is moments where they can step into the community. Like we're going to actually, once a month, any veteran out there can come and help me clean up the memorial that's over here. Or we can do things in the community. We do Second Harvest 4 times a year for everybody in the community in Pasco. And they come through. So for us, Veterans on Mission is really key. And I think that's something I would say to anybody who's finding a place of need.
Okay, well, I do plan on network with you more and going to one of your events, so it's still on my list. It's been very busy.
It's all good. Well, and that's the thing. So, you know, we're not going anywhere. I'll keep knocking on your door and bugging you a little bit here and there. And we'd love to have you around and be a part of what we're doing. We're one of the one challenges that I throw out there to think about is this region, because of the way it works together, I think there's wisdom of creating something that would have all the cities and the counties think about having a group who help do groupthink for everybody. Where when we talk about collaboration, it's not what I did in Pasco or Kennewick. And right now we kind of have that, but for you all to agree to that, it wouldn't cost you a dime, and you don't even have to have an official meeting. It could be just something that says, hey, we're going to, in a sense, really come together and think about this. So that'd be one of the things that, since I've been here, we've been trying to create, but it would sure be easier if it came from people who lived here longer than me.
All right, well, I appreciate that. And also, my wife's in the audience. If you want to give her the sign, or if you have more, we can definitely post it in our shop. And,
would you like? I can bring. I have some. Can I put 5 or 6 in the back?
Yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, I'll definitely put one in the window. And again, I'll touch base with you later and go to one of your events, and I'll try to get my daughter more involved. So
thank you again for your time, and truly, thank you, sir, for all your help. Thank you.
Thanks again. All right, so that's going to move us. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment on this? Have it? Indigo.
I'm really glad I came tonight because I was unaware of this program. I worked in the VA Medical Center multi-care unit in Walla Walla for several years. It was the nursing home, hospital, and ICU. I responded to blue codes, cleaned the bodies of our fallen veterans, and was often the one to close the door in the morgue. I had the honor of caring for 2 prisoners of wars. My father's friends, I heard stories of them coming and still now having problems after Vietnam War and coming back. I've seen the sacrifice of close, and I can tell you that they deserve far more than they have received. Programs like these services, they're lifelines. Our veterans gave everything for this country. The least we can do is give them dignity, care, and the voice that they really need. And I'm really happy that Tri-Cities is going to have a new building, or I think it's a hospital, I believe, because traveling clear to Walla Walla is really inconvenient. They're driving at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, would have to take them. And they're just not getting the support that they really need. They do have the service animals, but you are having to scream and fight. Even respite care. People are taking care of their loved ones. They need help. Even my dad, who was not a veteran, my mom would just, at the end of his life, just take him for a day. Can you please take him for a day? She loved him, but it gets very exhausting taking care of these people over and over. So yes, I feel like we do need to support this. There's just so much that they are going through that you just don't see. So yes, I'm very grateful for this program. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Anybody else in the audience like to make a public statement? All right, well, let's move on to 6B, which is introduction of water and sewer bond ordinance, and we got Interim Director Garcia.
Good Good evening, Council. So tonight we are introducing an ordinance to refinance an existing water and sewer bond. So just some background on that. Back in December of 2015, the city issued water and sewer bonds for $14 million for several projects. And under that agreement, the first time that we can call those bonds or refinances December of 2025. So we've reviewed the market conditions and worked with our financial advisor and bond counsel to determine if it's worthwhile to do that. And at this time, it looks like if we refinance about 10.6 million of those bonds, we are projecting about 850,000 in savings based off of lower interest rates, as well as being able to release around 750,000 in funds that are currently required to be restricted as a kind of a backup savings under the current agreement. So overall, there's some benefits to the utility funds if we are able to refinance. So this ordinance allows the finance team to move forward with the bond process and get us to refinance in December, which is when we can, the soonest that we can refinance that loan. And there's just some parameters that finance has to follow, which is that the new bond can't be more than 11 million. The interest rate can't be more than 5.5. And overall, we would want to save at least 3% of the total debt savings. So overall, at the way the market looks now, we are well below that, but that's just the parameters in case conditions change. So overall, we're planning on bringing this back next week if there's no questions or concerns, and that will allow us to be able to finalize this issuance in December. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
All right, sounds real good. Let's start off with Councilman Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. How certain are you in regards to us saving that 850,000?
So that's we look at the market very often, and we have a very strong team of financial advisor and a bond counsel team that is evaluating that. And actually, when we first started looking at this, it was close to 600,000, and as of last week, it actually increased to 850. So it's monitored very often, and especially as we're getting close to the date that we go to the market to sell, we're looking at it a couple of days before, and even that morning we are on the call starting at 6 in the morning. So and if it's not worthwhile, we will pull it back. So
yeah. When you say that those other reserve funds are unrestricted, does that mean it stays within those enterprise funds, or you can use them for anything?
No, it stays in the
It stays in there?
Water
Okay.
fund,
So what would those be used for?
To help with water and sewer operations.
Okay, thank you.
And just to point out, the 850,000 isn't an immediate savings, it's savings over the remaining life of the bonds.
All right, I'm not seeing any other council lights on. So do we have anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right, well, it looks like you're off the hook. Thank you, Director Garcia. We'll jump to 6C, which is Resolution Project Acceptance, Highland Park, Southside Landscape. And we're going to have Director Jesse Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight before you, I have a resolution for consideration for project acceptance of Highland Park Southside Landscape Project. This project ties in with our Highland Park updates, including restrooms and some other amenities that we just wrapped up and are planning a future ribbon cutting with. So you hear more about that project as well. But tonight we're focusing on the landscape project tied into that. So along with this project, we recognize the need to complete a missing sidewalk segment on the south side of the park, provide ADA access to the visiting bleachers, the main football field, and just remove some unsightly areas of weeds. So last December, City Council approved $100,000 for this project as part of the CIP approved budget. Spring, we went through a RFP process and ultimately awarded a contract to ESF Solutions to perform that work, and then that work was performed June through August and is now completed. Here's some pictures of that work where the sidewalk is placed and poured, including a retaining wall to hold up that slope that had been sloping down, previously covered with weeds. the concrete and ADA access to the visiting side bleachers, and then let me scooch this over so we get a better look at this one, and then ultimately the set of stairs and the ramp up into that area as well. So improving the overall visual of that area as well as the park and neighborhood. So scooch back here. Total budget, I'm going to keep moving this around here. There we go. Total budget from REAP funding was $100,000. Project expenses, including construction and design, came out to be $79,000, just about $80,000. So project is under budget, which I'm happy to report. So this evening, staff is recommending the approval of the resolution accepting the work performed by ESF Solutions. And then, of course, the alternative, if not at the next upcoming meeting, is we continue to hold retainage and work on resolution of any concerns council has on the work performed by ESF Solutions, but there's none identified by staff at this time. With that, are there any questions or anything I can provide more details on?
It looks like we're going to start off with Councilwoman Blaisdell has a question.
I don't have a question,
Or
I have a comment. This looks amazing. So very nice job. I've been on this field for a long time growing up, and to see this, it's long overdue. So nice job.
I appreciate that, and I will throw a shout out. Brent Kabalik, our recreation manager, is not here tonight. He is at a city teams convention, but he did prepare all three of these council reports and led the majority of these next three projects. So I will make sure he understands that, but thank you for the recognition.
Yeah, before I got on council, I was a coach with Pasco Youth Football, and so I know these fields very well. We always were at Highlands Park for practices and games on Saturday, and so this looks amazing, much needed improvement. So I appreciate your staff putting this together, and yeah, I can't wait to go out there and check it out. It looks really nice, so thank you for that. Not seeing any other, I guess we have Councilman Perales.
I was going to say, yeah, same thing. I remember parking right there and pushing up my stroller up that hill with my daughter. So that looks amazing. That's great that we made it ADA compliant.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Do we have anybody in the audience who'd like to comment or make a statement? Looks like a no on that. So thank you, Director Rice. We appreciate that. So let's go on to 6D, Resolution Project Acceptance for the Burden Boulevard Soccer Complex Field Lighting. And again, Director Jesse Rice.
Thank you, and good evening again. This resolution for consideration is for project acceptance for the Burden Boulevard Soccer Complex Field Lighting project. A little bit of background on this. In 2022, City Council requested a $1.1 million $1.1 million from state legislation for field improvements at the Burden Soccer Complex. July 2023, we were awarded $727,000 after 3% state administrative withholding. We came back to City Council earlier this year for approval of purchase of that equipment through a Musco Sports Lighting for the installation of 5 fields worth of sports field lighting at the soccer complex. Summer 2025, we were able to get that project started, and in September 2025, we were able to open up and start lighting for public use out at the Burden Soccer Complex. Here are some examples of that lighting. Again, this is LED lighting. We lit 5 fields. Due to advancements in technology, you can kind of see that the lighting only lights up the field. It's very dark on the backside, so there's no overshadowing into the neighborhood, which is an important part for light pollution. So appreciate that, but it provides a very bright lit surface, particularly now that it's getting darker earlier. A little bit of the project funding source. So again, we had the $727,000 from the City Council request. We used another $1 million from our LTGO bonds, which have already been secured. That totaled $1.7 million. Combined with the installation, the project retainage tax, we came in just about $40,000 less than the proposed project total. So another one, happy to report on that. So. With that, we do recommend approval of the resolution accepting the work performed by Musco Sports. The lighting is working. Staff are able to program it, operate it, and turn it on and off as needed. So the next steps would be to release the retainage withheld to that contractor, or again, if unhappy with their work, we can continue to hold the retainage in that project. Any questions related to this resolution or the overall project that I can answer for you?
Well, I'm not seeing any lights, but I will say I'd love to see these projects get done. I know when I was coaching, there was times where we didn't have lighting at Highland Park, and there was times where kids get hurt because you can't see what's going on, and they hit each other, and next thing you know, two kids run into each other during a practice. So I know you might not get kudos from everybody, but as a former coach, I really do love it that you guys go the extra step, make sure that there's lighting, because it is safety. And again, I don't think a lot of people realize how much time, how much money goes into getting lighting on fields, but it really does. It helps the coach, helps students, helps kids, and again, it promotes sports, which is something that's very important for our community. So again, big kudos to you and your staff. And again, having things under budget is something that this council loves to hear as well. So thank you for that. And I'm not seeing any lights. So is there anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment or have any? Not seeing one on that. All right, so we are going to go to 6E, which is resolution and ordinance Road 80 Park acceptance of grant amendment of capital budget and purchase agreement. And again, this is the Director Rice show here, so please fire away.
Very good, thank you. So this one's the last two are finishing up projects. This one's for starting a new project that we're excited to continue to move forward with, Road 80 Neighborhood Park. Again, prepared by Brent Kabalik, who's not here, but a lot of work went into this project and this presentation, so I appreciate his time in this. So Road 80 Neighborhood Park is located on Road 80 in Massey Drive, just north of Chiawana High School. The city had owned 5 acres next to Three Rivers Elementary. Part of that was purchased from PSD in November 2019. Through a cooperative agreement, 2 acres of the park are inside the school play yard area. 3 acres remain outside. Those are the acres we're going to be talking to this evening. And that cooperative agreement, the school district installed the curb, gutter, and fencing, irrigation, and then continually mows that whole section of the park, which leaves the city responsible for playground equipment once it's installed. So for the overall Road 80 Neighborhood Park, currently we have a project funding of $923,000. It is a CIP City Council approved project. However, at that time, we weren't aware of a legislation appropriation grant we'd received of almost $500,000. So lots of moving parts in this evening I'll work through to get us to the end. So, but we did receive that money and our contract was finalized October 3rd, so just a couple weeks ago. In alignment with that, using that total budget funded, we have worked with Great Western Recreation, which is a turnkey installation through a purchasing cooperative, which allows us to purchase directly, to come up with a design for that park based on the amount of funding available. So the current recommended design, and as part of the purchase agreement we're presenting tonight, will include a half-court basketball court, our first outdoor pickleball court, a picnic shelter, a 2.5 through 5-year-old playground, a 5 through 12-year-old playground, drinking fountain, and a small sled hill. So, and then some of those other amenities continued. We have the 4 swing set, including one of the adult-child interactive swings as displayed on the screen, walking path. Since it's a neighborhood park, just a portable restroom shelter, and then benches and trash containers. Here's a conceptual design of what that will look like. And again, we're making the proposal right now, October 2025. If we get our purchase agreement in, we can get lined up for a February through June install with a planned ribbon cutting and tree planting event, hopefully mid-2026, following the completion of all those items. So we do have a recommendation from staff is to approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to sign the purchase agreement. Additionally, because our original project had only included a grant amount of up to $100,000, we're asking you to approve an ordinance to increase that grant amount to the amount that we're actually awarded, which is the $499,550. And then also approve the resolution authorizing the city manager to sign agreement with Great Northern Recreation's proposal for the actual purchase and installation of that equipment. So due to the multiple moving parts of this, the grant, the additional funding, and some other options, there's a lot of alternatives and impacts for council to consider. And I apologize, I think Brent was really going to town. I think we have 5 different alternatives here. So, but you could, of course, do not approve the grant, but build the park, which would use, would use a lesser amount of money. We could approve the grant but not increase the budget, so we just use that extra $100,000 we initially anticipated. We could approve the grant, increase the budget, but not approve the actual purchase or the current conceptual design as presented by Great Northern Recreation. Do not build the park. It's probably going to be an unpopular one, but we're going to throw it out there. And then authorize additional park development funds to expand the scope. So Brent's really hoping here that maybe you want to give us some more money out of the park development fund. So we're swinging all directions here this evening, council. So with that, again, our suggestion is to follow through or as presented, but I'm here to entertain any of those other alternatives or answer questions or get you some additional information if that would be helpful.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. Thank you for the 5 options. Of course, I would like to see it done and pay for the install of the playground equipment. That would be my druthers on this. I got one grandkid and hopefully a second one come February. So I know they would love to see the 2, or you had 2 things for our real younger kids and a little bit older kids. And our youngest grandkid is going on 2, so it's close to our house, so we could definitely use that. So love to see it be built. Love to see it happen. But let's go. What does the council think on this? Or anybody have any comments or questions for Director Rice? No. So
All right. Well, it'll come back next week on consent, and look forward to having you out for ribbon cutting sometime mid to late next year.
all right, I would love that. So thank you for the presentation. So let's go on to item. Or do we have anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment? Or not seeing anybody right now. So once, twice, 3 times. All right, so let's go on to 6F, which is Resolution Supplement to Professional Services Agreement for Consort North America Incorporated for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass Pedestrian Bicycle Access Project. And this is going to be from our Public Works Director, Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. That was a very long title, so I apologize. This project is the bridge project that will connect East and West Sylvester Corridor with pedestrian and bicycle facilities, basically completing that gap that exists on the crossing of 395. Right now, the existing bridge is too narrow to allow for pedestrians and bicycles to cross 395 in a safe way. And so this project, as proposed, will build a bridge that will be placed right adjacent to the existing bridge. It will also extend the pathway to connect to the pathways that were recently built on either side of the on the west side of the corridor, and then connecting to sidewalk that is existing and the bike lanes that are existing on the east side of that corridor. There will be lighting and other things. So as you may remember, this project was actually funded through 2 state grants. We had just under $4 million to design and construct this bridge. But before we could move forward with a full design of the bridge, it is required when crossing a state facility that we have an analysis of the best solution for that bridge. So we did that. We went ahead and entered a contract with Consort. They perform an analysis on alternatives of bridges. The 2 alternatives are shown there. There's just a few differences on what type of materials we're using and whether there's a pillar in the middle or not. Ultimately, the cost was very similar for both, but we opted for the alternative that had the lowest maintenance cost and also that was easiest to install with less disruption to traffic on 395. And these solutions were discussed with DOT, and that was the preferred option. So that is a $4.4 million bridge for construction. So with that, and this is what it would look like, it would have no intermediate pillar, is a metal single span bridge that is installed, and then of course the embankments on either side. This is very technical, I'm sorry, I should just move this forward. So what we are showing you is a supplement to our existing consulting services to allow for the continuation of the design now that we have selected an alternative, and continue through the bidding of that project. And this work would be performed by Consort. You're seeing the items that are included. It includes permitting, the final design, the support during bidding, some analysis on any traffic signal modification to accommodate that connection with the existing eastern portion of the corridor, and then of course project management and the support during bidding, as we mentioned. There's a lot of numbers in this slide, but what we're showing you is we have enough funding to perform this amendment and continue the design forward, and then we have our construction phase partially funded at this time. The cost for the bridge, either alternative evaluated, was higher than what we had estimated. I think there are some impacts from the time that we prepared our application to now. And some of the constraints of the site where it's maybe harder to build that bridge because there's existing infrastructure and existing buildings nearby. So the plan for this project is to continue the design, and while we are continuing the design, should you approve this amendment, we would continue to pursue grant funding. We hope for state funding to have the regulations be similar to the ones that are existing in this project. But if we need, we would also pursue federal funding as needed to be able to make this project happen. Again, we have just under $4 million of state funding right now, and we would need about 2.3, I believe, additional to be able to be fully funded for construction. Again, one more time, the cost of the design services is within the existing funding that we have received for the project. And with that, I am happy to answer questions you may have on this.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. I know since I drive by that and go over that bridge, usually, I guess almost every day, I've seen quite a lot of people walking on it, which again is very extremely narrow. So I do know this bridge would get used probably a lot more than the bike paths on the Sylvester. So I do believe this is a great project. And with that, I think we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Graham, who loves bridges. And so let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Director Sarah, for bringing this back. Yeah, one of the very first emails I ever received on council was from a high schooler who was walking across this bridge, and just a lot of tension about, being hit in the dark, in the rain. It is very narrow, kind of what you're talking about there. So I see the importance of this. I do have a couple follow-up questions, Director Sarah. I know you're waiting on some grant funds. When were you thinking this might be completed?
So we will be able to finish our design during 2026 and be able to bid the project, and should funding be received throughout, between now and the end of 2026, we would be able to be in construction in 2027. This project is a single construction season project, so likely by the end of 2027 it would be available for use.
Awesome, thank you. And I looked through your presentation there. Is it on the north or the south side of the overpass?
It is on the south side.
So the Blue Bridge side of it?
Yes.
Yes,
had to think about that. Yes.
Okay, no, perfect. So is this what's this going to do? I heard you talking about intersection improvements possibly to the east. I assume you're talking about 28th and Sylvester there. Is that just to connect the pedestrian intersection there? Or are we going to see the potential fix for the right turn lane there going on to 28th eastbound Sylvester?
Yes, certainly the fix would happen either with this project or before the project. And then any adjustments are truly to ensure that we have an adequate connection, especially for those bikes that need to come off of the bridge and get in a bike lane that is on the opposite side, or they're coming from in the east side on a bike lane and need to cross Sylvester in order to get on the bridge. So that movement is one that needs to be accommodated, and we need to confirm that it is adequate and safe for that movement to occur. And so timings will be potentially looked at in the signal programming, and I don't believe there are any obstacles that would have to be removed, but certainly that analysis will include that. If there is any push button that needs to be moved so that light would change for those bicycles.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, don't feel you ever need to apologize for being nerdy. That's, I think, what you get paid for, is to be an engineer and do all those things, and we appreciate it. Just one last thing, because this is the kind of feedback we hear from the public sometimes, and maybe someone else on staff might be better suited to answer. But I know we hear a lot of, pushback about everything that's going on in Broadmoor, or the gridlock we have in other areas of West Pasco traffic. And I know we're fighting hard to get that, and we're really close to getting that new overpass out there and everything. But what would we tell the public, or what should the public know about why this is getting the attention that it is for pedestrians, when the average citizen may look all throughout the city and say, hey, why aren't we doing this instead?
So there is a combination of factors. One of those is that this project was identified as a deficiency in the corridor in our safety analysis. We had crashes in the corridor, and so that triggered the improvements that were recently completed. And so this is effectively a gap in the corridor. So we have infrastructure that is serving well either side of the bridge, but we have now kind of landed in putting those vulnerable users to travel in an unsafe location. So we want to continue this project. Actually, at some point it was considered to be a single project. It was too big to be funded, so strategically we pursued funding for either side of the corridor first, and then came back and pursued funding for this bridge, which we were successful at securing funds. So there's that, and then this is consistent with city policy as far as having complete streets and ensuring that we are accommodating all users. There is a series of nearby residents that, based on the statistics and the demographics, are not able to utilize their own vehicles and rely on pedestrian and bicycle transportation for their day-to-day needs. And so this bridge is really serving those needs. We did have emails from the public, and there was support for this project. So that's how this project gained attention from funding agencies and at the state level in general. This project was part of our legislative priority a few years back, and then it received funding through two competitive programs.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And yeah, because it is really only one of two corridors, east-west at least, that are multimodal, that would allow pedestrian and bicycle, not counting the 182, which is the state highway and everything like that. I guess you could kind of throw in Argent and everything like that. But no, it's good for the sake of the public to, just understand it more. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, it looks like we have our city manager wants to make a comment.
Maybe to help assist in answering Mayor Pro Tem Grimm's question. Pasco's at an interesting crossroads right now as you continue to grow, but you also have aging infrastructure. And so a lot of this infrastructure is either beyond its life capacity or wasn't designed for the volume that you're experiencing now as Pasco continues to grow. And it'll be important, I think, as a city organization, and particularly you as a council, making decisions on behalf of the public as a whole, is balancing new growth with improving and maintaining the old infrastructure. And particularly in some of these older parts of Pasco, some of those were built out in the county, weren't in city limits, and then annexed in. And so they may have been built to an even lower design standard than what the city would require or necessitate. And so we're trying to balance all of these. And as we're taking opportunities to improve and renew this infrastructure, we're looking at current best practices, which includes multimodal pedestrian safety, bike safety, vehicular safety, because as towns get bigger, having those multimodal aspects in a safe way is important to the movement and flow of citizens throughout the community. So that would be my answer to your question.
All right, and along those same lines, so this would possibly, once you go over the Blue Bridge coming into Pasco, this be kind of like the first bridge that you would see arriving on the road there. So is this going to be like more of a prettier bridge, or is it just more like just functional bridge? How would you kind of describe the bridge in your own words?
I think beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful structure. I may not have this in the slides queued up. Let me see. Oh, you switched the side. It's okay. So it's going to be metal, and it's going to look like the metal that gets weathered, which is a beautiful look for a bridge, and also it reduces maintenance, which is also beautiful for those that have to do the maintenance on top of 395 with lots of traffic. It will likely hold the signs that are currently attached to the existing bridge. So those would have to be brought forward. But I think there is an opportunity for some placemaking in the bridge. And so we will look at opportunities as we are designing the project to have at least the place reserved for, welcome to Pasco sign or anything that would be of interest of the council.
Okay. Well, thank you. Love to see a nice sign that says welcome to Pasco. All right. So I'm not seeing any other comments or questions. So anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment or question on this topic? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. Well, that makes us jump to item number 7, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Do we have anybody on the council that wants to make a comment? Not see anyone. Harold Stewart, do you want to?
Yeah, a couple of matters real quick. I do want to do a brief presentation again with regards to health insurance benefits. But before I do that, I do just want to remind the council and the public that here in a couple of days, October 15th, our irrigation system will be closed and winterized for the season. So if you have your sprinklers set to continue running, they won't have water starting October 15th. And also a good time to probably have them blown out so they don't freeze over the winter time and create damage over that season. So there is information available on our city website and our social media if the public would like to see more information in detail about that. But just a public reminder with regards to that. So again, I wanted to follow up on some of the presentation and discussion from the last meeting with regards to our health insurance fund and where we're at. I'll go through some of these initial slides pretty briefly because these are things that you saw in the last presentation. But at the end, I do have some potential alternatives for consideration for council. Hopefully so that you can ask questions and be prepared to make a decision next week with regards to this because time is becoming of the essence with this decision. So just a reminder again here, background and overview. We do have a self-funded medical plan. There's a different variety of medical plans that you can provide. For all intents and purposes for an organization of this size, self-funded is the best option and alternative. It's usually more cost effective and it allows the organization to benefit most financially from that, particularly from good years, instead of letting some other entity benefit from that financial investment. Again, this is a pro and a con that there has been no premium increases since 2014. Having helped manage health insurance programs longer than this period, I would say that is highly uncommon to not have any increases over that period of time. Particularly that most organizations were seeing double-digit percentage increases in some years over that period. So historically, you've had fairly sustainable claims. You've had healthy reserves over the years. Over the last 5 years, there's been some overlapping factors that have kind of created the perfect storm, so to speak, that have created this situation. And I'll have a slide here in a minute to go over that a little bit more. In the meantime, given the circumstances that we're in now, we've considered several urgent mitigation measures and factors. And in order to get it in compliance with state law, that's why we're asking for the $6.5 million loan, internal loan, to refinance this program. And then we've structured this to go forward that it'll be more sustaining, hopefully not repeat this issue into the future. There will be a significant increase in premiums. Just a reminder that the city as the employer pays about 87% of premiums on behalf of employees, and then employees see that other 13%, and that varies across the organization depending on union contracts and some of those kinds of things. So we do have some employees that have no cost at all with health insurance premiums, as has been negotiated in union contracts. So it varies across the board. Here's a little bit of a timeline. I know there's some questions at the last meeting on how we got here. So 2014 was the last time that the organization saw an increase in premiums. We had some of the challenges of COVID-19, which really kind of minimized a lot of the claims. Not quite as much health insurance usage during that time frame. I think a lot of it had to do with quarantining and those kinds of things, and that helped on a lot of health issues throughout the community. 2022, 2023, you see more utilization as we come out of COVID, and then you also start seeing inflation pressures that we're seeing everywhere on everything, but this also includes the medical fields. In February 2024, apparently you guys had a cyber attack that created the inability to process some claims for a period of time. Then also in August of 2024, your third-party administrator declared bankruptcy. I would say that's also very uncommon. In my almost 20 years, I have never seen a third-party administrator go bankrupt. So that is a very uncommon event. 2020, October 2024, the city found a new third-party administrator. In January 2025, we had some stop-loss issues that were corrected. And then in 2025, going back to that cyber attack in February 2024, the backlog jam began to break free with regards to claims, which resulted in basically paying previous claims and current ongoing claims at the same time. And you have a reserve fund to help in times of emergency. And unfortunately, the combination of the cyber attack and the transition of the TPA created more pressure on your reserves than what was there and available, and it caused those reserves to go negative. And here's just another summary of the drivers that created the situation that we're currently in. Again, it's the COVID rebound, medical and pharmacy inflations. One piece here that's new that wasn't on the previous slide is you had significant workforce growth. I think you added almost 100 employees since 2014 to the organization that came in and added more lives and claims on your insurance policies. You had the TPA disruption and bankruptcy, running claims, distorting budgets, and those kinds of things, and stop-loss misalignment. The changes that staff has worked on, and I want to thank Griselda and Sarah and Richa for their work here over the last couple of weeks, as well as our new third-party administrator. They've done a great job in reviewing through and identifying the financial risks and situations in our approach to help minimize that. And I'm not going to go over these again because it's kind of repetitious here a little bit here on all the things that I just talked about. These are some of your regional benchmarks and how our insurance compares across the different employers in the region. And we do want to try and keep our health insurance competitive. I do want to say here too that one of the differences between private sector and public sector working, we can't pay the wages that most people can earn in the private sector. But we do try to balance that out with stable employment and quality benefits, which mainly transitions into health insurance and retirement. So one of the reasons that many people work in public service as opposed to the private sector is for the use of these benefits. So not providing these benefits will create significant morale issues, will transition into potential turnover and lack of retention of employees to other organizations that are providing these benefits in a much more affordable and sustainable way. So I think it is important that we get a handle on this, and I do believe that the plan that staff has worked together to present to council for consideration is the alternative that balances all of those out. I do want to talk about a few options though. One option is that option one is a state-funded pool. Well, it's a state pool of employers and local governments throughout the state that all come in and participate in here. That option would actually be more expensive than staying as a self-funded. And then also that that group, that organization, the AWC, would benefit from any financial windfalls that come in good health insurance years. Now, as a participant in that pool, the city would benefit somewhat from it, but not completely. And we're also limited to the health insurance plans and designs that AWC creates, and we don't have the ability to customize that to our needs for our employees, including making cost-saving measures, decisions that we would be able to do on our own if we continue to offer self-funded. Option 2 is the 10-year internal loan that was presented to council at the last council meeting. You can see there the difference between option 1 and option 2. It's about a $1.2 million difference. So about $1.2 million savings to the city by continuing to maintain our own self-insured versus going to the AWC option. Option 3, it would be whatever variation the council could potentially look at. Maybe it could be, instead of a 10-year payback, it could be a 5-year payback, which would require an even heftier increase in premiums over that 5-year period to pay that back, because the $6.5 million number doesn't change. So obviously the shorter time period to put that over, the bigger the payment over that shorter period of time. Anyway, so those are some of the options that council could consider. I would still recommend, as the city manager, that we do option 2, which is the self-funded over the 10-year period. It is a loan. It's not a buyout. This is recapitalizing the fund with about $2.5 million of that going to fill the negative balance that's there, and then having another $4 to $4.5 million there in reserve, which is required to maintain a self-funded fund and program as required by state law. Again, that money would be there for the future to help pay claims, those kinds of things. But that full $6.5 million will get paid back with interest, 4%, to the Economic Development Fund. There is the possibility we could look at not having all $6.5 million come out of the Economic Development Fund. But in looking at those and talking about those with staff, a lot of those have very significant reasons for why they need to be left alone right now. Whether there's future projects coming in, or they don't have significant balances in there, or there are some funds that have balances, but they're not liquidated cash, they're in investments. And those investments are making more money in interest right now in those investments than what you would get through this alternative. So again, city staff looking at all the alternatives, we still stand behind the recommendation that we provided last meeting of this, but these are alternatives the council can consider if that's what you would like to do. Here's some of the pros and cons related to those options and alternatives. I won't read through the slide for you, but we can make this available. We can attach it to the packet, and we can email it out to council here before the end of the meeting so that you have these available to you. At the end of the day, the 2.5 negative number has to be paid for regardless of what option alternative you look at. And if you're going to continue to offer a self-funded insurance program, you have to have reserves in the bank to be able to do that, which is the other $4 million. These are the pros and cons of option 2. And then again, depending on what other alternatives the council wants to look at in option 3, you can ask those questions, but know that we have limited ability to make changes with those union contracts. All those have to be negotiated, and we're trying to balance all of that too as we move forward. So key next steps will be council's decision on the interfund loan, review and approval. Then that will be on the agenda for next Monday night. We are looking at moving forward with annual enrollment. Those meetings start in November. And so having a lot of this decided beforehand helps us answer a lot of questions that staff has. And right now the main question that most staff has, that from what I'm hearing, is that security going to be there? And we've presented to staff the proposed increases in premiums. Right now, I think everyone is understanding of that. And I think staff would like the stability and the commitment from us as an employer of continuing to offer this benefit in the way that was proposed previously. And again, this will be something that we'll be continuing to working on through negotiations with union contracts this year and next year as we go through those contract renewal discussions. So with that, I would open up for questions. I don't know if staff has anything to add there, but I'd be happy to answer any questions the council may have at this time. I will say, this isn't one of the major issues I wanted to deal with in my first couple months as a city manager for the city of Pasco. But this is an important component for us as an employer to our employees. And so to some degree, I'm kind of glad that I was here with my experience to be able to help work through this with staff and hopefully with the council as well. I haven't been as focused on how it happened as to just fixing it going forward and making sure it doesn't happen again in the future. But looking at what I've seen so far, looking at the history and those kinds of things, it is a combination of different things that really took place over the last probably 12 to 18 months. You go back and look at the historical balances of this fund, and it was pretty stable for a while. There wasn't a lot of red flags. And but those things came together pretty quickly to create the situation that we're in, and it overtaxed the fund beyond what it had the capability of handling. So now the question is how do we right the ship and get it back set and stable? And I think that this proposal that we've put before you is the way forward.
All right, well, thank you for that. I know Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and myself, being business owners, a lot of times when things arise, you're not happy about where you're at, but again, I appreciate where you're coming with it. Now let's just fix it. So I know, I'm saying in business owner, you sometimes are presented with a problem. A lot of times it's not your fault, it's somebody else's, but how do we fix it? How do we move on? How do we have stability, but keep our employees that are, make the city run? So, I believe the council will pick the right decision, and again, I think we're all up to the task. So with that, let's start off with Councilman Harpster.
So the first question I have is related to the graph that Ms. Garcia sent a week ago or so. And I've looked at it more times than I care to admit. I think I understand. I just want to clarify. So the end of that as of last calendar year 24, we had, looks like almost 700,000 in that fund. That's correct? The way I'm reading that. And then projecting by the end of this year, it's going to be the negative 2.4. Okay.
Again, a lot of it has to do with the double payment of claims. So we had the backlog of claims from probably 24, all of 24 that weren't getting paid. And so we had to pay those 2024 claims at the beginning of 2025 in addition to our ongoing 2025 claims. And that exhausted out that account.
One of my questions is, I don't understand the loan repayment expense. If, the city from one of its funds is loaning another fund, I would think there wouldn't be an expense. Does that make sense? So can you help me understand why there is an expense? So it's all internal.
It is internal, but you're taking it from a fund with one specific purpose to another fund. Basically, if it was all within general fund, it would be okay. But the economic development fund is not a general fund. And so by state law, in order to avoid gifting laws and violations, because we're changing the purpose and the use of that, there is a interest payment that has to be made.
Okay.
So that's that 4% interest payment that has to be made in order to comply with state law.
Okay. And then you answered my second or third question already, which was why was taking from that fund the best option as opposed to a different fund. But with loaning funds from the economic development fund, is that going to delay any economic development projects any amount of time or hold anything up until that amount is repaid?
Great question, and that was a concern that I had that I visited with staff on because I didn't want to delay any economic development investment. And the response has been no, it will not delay any projects over this 10-year period. We will have sufficient funds still in the Economic Development Fund to keep our current projects moving forward and some money to continue to do other economic development projects. And the benefit is complying with state law and paying that 4% interest is you will actually have more money returned to the Economic Development Fund than what you're borrowing to benefit future economic development projects.
What's the current balance of the Economic Development Fund-ish?
Staff will find an answer for you.
You can email it to me
Keep
later,
going
that's
with the
fine.
questions and we'll find an answer for you here in the next few
thank you.
minutes.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you for that, Councilman Harpster. Let's go on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I made, most of my comments last week. I know, Mr. Stewart, you were on the road, but yet with us. And I appreciate you coming back today and not only for us, but just for the public, giving a more detailed presentation and kind of the background. And I also, like I said last week, just appreciate staff bringing it to our attention so that we can fix it. And also, thanks for your attitude of just being the new guy and coming in and not looking in your rearview mirror and saying, here's our situation, let's fix it and let's go forward. And I think that's the attitude of this council as a whole, just wanting to make stuff happen. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that comment. Was there anything else that you wanted to say, Harold Stewart?
I just wanted to give Jesse some time. We have some plans that we need to make for 4th of July next year. I know it's a little early. We haven't gotten past Halloween yet, but next year's 4th of July is a special one, and so we'll have some questions that we're not going to ask you to answer tonight, but we want you to be prepared at next Monday's meeting. So I'll turn some time over to Jesse. But once he's concluded, I don't have anything further for this.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, sorry, we're talking about sprinkler blowouts next week, but 4th of July is what's coming up on Parks and Rec schedule, so lots going on next year. So two things with 4th of July, and again, not looking for an answer this evening. We can revisit next meeting or the following meeting as well. First one, we received notice from our fireworks manufacturer that they are expecting about a 20% increase in prices next year. So for the show that we normally run, that's about $30,000, so that increase is about $6,000. So the first thing to think about will be if we want to amend the budget to increase that, or if we want to look at shortening that show or reducing the size of the fireworks shells. If previous Fire Chief Bob Gear was here, he'd probably do both. So at least you guys can maybe choose one or the other in that circumstance. So, and then secondly, next year is America's 250th anniversary, or the semi-quincentennial. Just look that up. That's a real word, I promise you, semi-quincentennial. And many federal, state, and local organizations are planning on enhancing their 4th of July celebration. So if that's something we wanted to consider as well, that's honestly probably going to be another budgetary consideration. But more importantly, a lot of those extra activities, whether it might be a drone show or we want to add a musical performance at the fireworks show or something, that we need to consider booking those sooner than later in order to do those things. So 2 areas for the 4th of July for you to consider. If you have any additional questions or need details, please let the city manager know, or we can discuss them next time. So appreciate the time this evening though. All right, well, thank you for that. So I'm not seeing any other.
On that.
Okay.
Just a question on that. Can the city work to secure sponsorships to cover the increased cost, or if we want to kind of expand the?
Yeah, in our sponsorship guide, 4th of July has always been one that we've included as a potential sponsorship. And it's not one that's been heavily supported as far as in the fireworks area, but we have had smaller sponsors like sponsor the Battle of the Bands and some other things. But that's just one of the events. I'm not sure why we haven't received a lot of sponsorship like we do for specific other events. But it's definitely something in the guide, definitely something we're marketing. All right, well, thank you for that. So that jumps us to number 8, executive session. And so, okay. Executive session to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase of lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1 subsection B, and discussion with legal counsel about legal risk or current or proposed actions per RCW 42.30.110 subsection 1 subsection I. Looks like we need 60 minutes for that, and I guess we're going to probably take a 6-minute break just so we can have the time correct. So we'll take a 6-minute break, and then we'll be back at 9:40. All right.
Shorter. Can we just do shorter just in case? We can add on time.
They're 17, 16 minutes. So. All right. So we will now take a break and then go into exec session.
Hey everyone. Good. I missed you last week. I'm sorry I wasn't here. I feel like I'm talking about the loop here. Yeah. It's been exciting.
I'll see somebody at noon. Yeah, I guess Lauren said. But I still need to bring it. Yeah. So I'm gonna get some Chips Ahoy cookies.
Okay.
And bring them in.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen it posted. I'm like, oh man, it's heavy. Yeah. But I have another. So I rent out a house to a church group that's like the house is just for transitional housing, and they can use a church in the area. They rent out. But the problem is that if I own it and I rent it to them, I don't get the property tax exempt benefit that you would get if you were church. So that's yeah. So that would be that'd be a big purchase. All sorts of stuff. How would make that happen? Yep. So I have a one bedroom detached ADU that's available, and then a one bedroom apartment, like it's almost a studio, a little bit bigger than a studio. Yep. You want somebody that's looking, or? Oh yeah. They're fully legal and it's a new thing, so yeah, it's sort of like a moving target. It's a lot of small bouncers. Yeah, we actually have an ADU, a group that gets together once a month. I can ask them. It's just one of those things where I think it's so new that people who are investing don't want it. It's like, it really, especially in my neighborhood, it's really valuable because we have the alleys behind all of our houses, so it's like shit, ADUs, I've got one between every single one of those properties. And so, and it increases, it opens up a lot of other challenges, whatnot, in terms of building generational wealth. It's a big deal. So a lot of the overwhelming majority of people in the neighborhood own it, right? But if they could pop an ADU back in there, it's a big deal. Yeah. So it's an important thing about housing policy.
In this game, you try to get the other person's color before they guess yours, and they have to give you hints to try to guess what's the word.
Yeah. Really?
Okay. And you pick a card, and you pick a color from that card, and then you keep it in your head. Like say if I pick a color from this card and it's F4, I'll keep my eye on F4.
Yeah, ChatGPT write him that email to you?
Oh, is this kind of like,
Yeah, you read his posts?
okay, oh, cool. Alright, let me, well, you're getting things set up, let me see if I can. Start
Mhm. Yeah, so Airbnb, so our ADU group is really into Airbnb stuff. And I personally don't have strong feelings either which way. I think that it's, it's an opportunity for small people to get into investing and blah, 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 but it also takes housing off the market. And the thing is that you have to remember when we're talking about Airbnbs, you're talking about short-term rentals. So Airbnb may have this threshold that they have, that a host has to meet, but it doesn't mean that somebody can't just open up a trap house and it be a drug house now. Because now it's a short-term rental. Now I can just rent to this dope fiend for a week, that dope fiend for a week. I've tried to explain that to one of the gals, who's in the ADU crew. She's an Airbnb host. She's like a third-party host, so she hosts for other property owners. And she doesn't get that at all. She does not understand that. Like, in my neighborhood, I have trap houses. So one way that you could shut a trap house down when we used to have the rental program was that the city could say, hey, this looks like it's a rental, I'm coming in to inspect it. Now, that's completely gone, thanks to those people up there. So they brought down the protections for at-risk communities. And Airbnb has that same thing, but if you're just talking about VRBO and Airbnb, then yeah, the threshold's up here. But you have to always remember your building code for the lowest common denominator, not the highest threshold. Who gives a shit? That doesn't matter because you can't write code for Airbnb. You write code for short-term rentals. And so do you. Yeah. No, that's circle trust. No, he's such a piece of shit crybaby. You know how I feel. Yeah. What? I'm the nicest person ever. How did you have a chip? No, he's attacked me personally for no reason. For no reason. He's lied about me for no reason. And the thing is that my record in the community is flawless. And obviously I got brought in on the DPA board right as it was falling down. I should listen to my wife on that one. But none of all that shit predated me, right? But he has nothing to stand on and talk negatively. But and then he's just rude and disrespectful and there's a few people that are going after him pretty hard. The one guy, and it's not me, I promise. They're not fake accounts. Oh, they're not me, I promise. I go straight to fake, yeah. The one who's like making fun of his dirty fingernails and stuff. I was like, oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah. And he's like, I'm blue collar. Yeah, I'm blue collar. It's like, no, you're an inspector. That's the definition of white collar, buddy. I love it when he shares city council meetings with Michelle always has to check on that. Because for whatever reason, when the Facebook video goes live or the thumbnail comes up, it's almost always with me up there talking. Pay attention anytime like I'm up there, like the thumbnail for some reason. Yeah, so he shares it, there's a big old picture. I can be catty.
Yeah.
So,
Carlos, I'm just leaving City Hall. I'll be there one second.
so you just pick somewhere from where? Yeah. Okay, so then you check this and I'll give you a hint. So I only need one of these, right? Yeah. From the other ones are point tracker. Oh, okay. So I just put this wherever? Yeah, I'll have to give you a hint first. Simple. I get it. Okay. I'll have to give you a hint. Okay. Okay. The color of I love. Oh. The an amethyst could be this color.
Can I ask a question?
What?
I mean, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it darker than the is it
It's
a darker
darker.
version?
Yeah, it's a dark. It's kind of darker. You got it. It was so close. You get a point.
Yay! All right, 1 point for me. Okay.
I gotta get a point down.
Yes. Okay. All right. Look, these are ugly colors. How do I? What?
It's really hard to describe some of these colors.
Yeah, it is.
Really creative with your
Yeah.
blues.
All right. Well, if you were in like a cartoon or something, this color would probably be used for a Caucasian person. Color Caucasian.
Who is that?
Is that like I'm Caucasian?
Oh.
You know, so
Is it
fair skin person.
Is it a black and white color?
No,
Cartoon?
no, it's not. It's a colored cartoon. Yeah.
Right there?
H 14. You were so very close. All righty.
I get a
You
point.
you get
I
a
get a
point.
point.
Yes, you did.
I'm happy about that one.
Yes, so we are tied. Good. Well, that was a really good clue. Oh, sorry. You don't want to get that one. Here. Sorry. I keep thinking I just want to ask all the questions. Okay. Now you learned a new word. Caucasian is an old word. Okay.
Okay, the color of a very ripe banana.
Ooh.
Very ripe.
Ooh. Good Lord. Haven't seen them.
They have black spots. I mean, like green banana. Like a green, like a really green banana.
A really green, oh,
Like the-
like
the
a,
same
oh, okay, so it's not ripe, it's just
Not ripe.
really fresh.
Yeah, fresh.
Oh, okay, so that is, oh my goodness. You know, on here it looks different than. Yeah. Is it right?
It was great. It was, you got the L,
Ah.
but it was right
Over
there.
here, okay, that's a good one. Ah, right. Okay. Oh, my turn now. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, what school do you go to?
My Angela.
Okay, this color is perfect for the fall and is often used in Halloween decorations because it is also a color of one of the main Halloween decorations. That were jack-o'-lanterns.
That's the orange. Orange there. Can't see a clear orange. Right there.
F5.
I got a point though. I got a point.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
F5. Yay. Not just because I gave you such great clues, Mr. yeah, some pools could be patterned, but I guess I'm from the old school. Most of the pools I see are the version of this color.
I was gonna know that.
Oh, it is A-T.
Ah, so close.
And I call that pool bottom.
Oh, yeah. Cool water.
All right.
But, yeah, it's your
I heard you were sick last week.
I am still.
Is it all in the top and the chest?
Yeah. Okay.
The colors there look a little bit different than what they do down here. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
That is, that would work.
Alrighty. Okay. Couple it I don't know how to describe this one.
These are lots of people play. This is interesting. I gotta get 5 points. 5 points is 5.
How would I describe this?
Is there a precious metal or a precious stone?
Oh yeah. This looks like the color of a ruby.
Oh, I love rubies.
How those like fake ones. Gotta get like really bright and stuff.
I say that.
It was C8.
Oh, that's more of a garnet. That is, because they're, and you know the only reason I know that is because my son's first stone is a garnet, and that's January. They're more of the orangey red, or rubies are more pinky red. But that's good.
Your turn.
All right.
I'm gonna describe this one.
Yeah. Let's see here. This color. Looks like it might be. This color is in the City of Pasco logo, at least from a distance it is.
It's blue, white, red, and yellow. And
That's kind of an orangey red, right?
the orangey red.
Okay.
And the light isn't in here, so it can only be 4 colors. The
Yeah.
darkish blue, the light blue, the orangey red, the orange,
Yeah, that's
and
an
the orangey yellow.
So this one, you'll be amazing if you get this one, because I've given you something that still has 4. Can you ask any other questions?
Yeah, you asked a question, but I don't have it.
Could you say, can you give me another example?
Yeah.
Okay. This also could be somebody's lipstick color.
Ooh, it has to be red. Has to be red. No,
There you
wears
go.
blue lipstick, and nobody wears yellow.
Well, some people I've seen wear blue lipstick. They're crazy.
I figured.
Yeah.
So it has to be red.
Yeah.
It's a dark red, but it's an orangey red. It has to be orangey red. It's on there. So,
Okay, it's C11. Right
I
there.
am
You
always
were
so close.
Yes.
It's my turn.
Oh, yes. All right.
I was picking like the ones the least furthest away from the letter, so it's easy to remember. Oh, no. How do I describe this?
You say that every time. I think
Like,
you,
there's no way to describe this, I swear. Like. Anything? Um,
changing the color now, aren't you? Because you can do that.
I need to, wait. Whoopsies.
Oopsies, what?
I accidentally said the number.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I don't know what I was doing. Or I didn't hear it. How do I describe this?
How do I describe this?
You know, the next time I see you podium, I say, how do I describe this?
Oh no. I have a hint. It's on the board.
No. You gotta help me a little more.
Amethyst.
Again?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, there's lots of, there's so many pretty colors of amethyst.
Purple. It's
You know, when I was a little girl, I wanted a purple bedroom and I wanted black hair.
black hair and purple letters.
Yes, I loved people that had black, shiny hair that, you know, had kind of a blue hue to it. Your mom has that
Yeah.
color of hair. It's so beautiful. I love that, you know, because I was a little blonde. And then I love purple, and I wanted a purple bedroom about that color, so that's where I'm gonna go. Up over here. Right here. And you know what color of purple I got for my bedroom? This color right here, or actually probably like this color.
That's a white, not a purple.
I know, and I didn't get the black hair either. Oh, and I was gonna be a horseback riding, golfing nurse. And I did horseback riding a minute ago.
We're so close.
Was
It
I?
was B22.
Oh, dang. Okay. My turn to you.
Okay. Another 5.
I say back at you, amethyst.
Oh. Well, I can't figure this out.
Oh, I know what I'd say. Barney. Barney.
Barney, okay. That's really good. I know the color Barney pretty well. Okay, because I used to always watch it as a kid. Well, as a little kid.
Yes, yes. I watched him as an adult, so. Because I had kids.
So, it's over here. Barney's. Okay, Barney.
So D. I got it. You got the right row. 29.
Oh.
Yes. Okay.
Barney.
Barney.
It's always Barney.
But we are still in exec session, and I guess we're going to require another 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 9:55. She's out, instructor. All right, well, it is 9:55. We are back from exec session. And with that, we are on number 9, which is adjournment. Thank you, everybody.
Barbaric euthanasia methods, and still sends our dogs and cats to WSU for research, where they linger and then they're killed. See Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr with counsel on 4/119 and Animal Control Rehire Angela Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my property with start dates, costs, and a notice to me via U.S. mail. Include all Pasco officials and Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Provide a start date and a permit number 404 for the Road 48 Central Pasco Community Park. Include fecal groundwater contamination reports caused by the floodplain sewer breaks. Include fines paid by spot zoning developers Hayden Homes and Pasco for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. See KNDU News on Earth Day 4/19/22 regarding our floodplain eagles. My comments and my requests are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, well, thank you for that. Do we have any other members of the audience that would like to make a public comment? Going once. All right, well, you're up next then.
Sorry. I didn't know you guys were here tonight. Good gravy. Thank goodness live, down the block. Anyhow, I'm Amber. Give me a second. As you know, I have been having water pressure issues for way too long, and now they have not only sent their attorneys after me multiple times, including 2 different law firms. My family has been paying the rent in advance for over a year in advance since the beginning. We do not cause problems. We have brought a lot of good things to the community, but this past week they are now coming after my family. So they are threatening to sue my family because I don't have a penny in my bank account, and if what I was stating was false, then they would want to sue me and get some kind of gag order. But the truth is, year after year, month after month, Becky, the first person that ever moved here, is gone. Another resident's gone. More people are wanting to leave. I have a full-time caregiver. I have had what the family thought was a stroke. I was unable to speak, and they're figuratively putting bullet after bullet after bullet into my sinking ship. So at what point do I let my family, who has used their generosity to place me into a home, and them be allowed to be sued? Do I stand here day after day begging, pleading with you for help, for water, for basic water? My health is deteriorated. I now am getting more hours for caregiving because my health has deteriorated. Don't have a penny in the bank. The family has sacrificed so much. But do I stand here and risk getting evicted and basically burning up my family's resources? Or do I walk away? At what point do I say enough is enough? Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Very sobering. But thank you. Anybody else in council chambers that like to make a public comment? All right, well, not seeing any more, so let's move on to item number 7, reports and committees for our council. And I know there's some things that the council has done. I just want to make a comment that the council, sometimes people think that we don't take time off from work, and I just wanted to thank the council members for taking time off work. There's some things that we like to do in our community. We can't really name what was going on, but they do take off the whole day, drive to other cities to see what good things that they're doing, and just wanted to give you a heads up that our council really does care about our community. They do try. All this is done at no cost. You don't get paid for it. So just giving you a heads up that we got some amazing council members here, and ones that can't be here tonight, but I'm very proud of the council members that I have on the dais with me, and we'd like to talk about what they're doing, but right now I think it's probably best that we don't. But just want to give everybody in the audience that these guys are working really hard, and they really do care, and I don't think we get enough, or they don't get enough kudos for all the hard work they put in to their jobs and the stuff that they want to make our community better. And with that, is there anybody did anything outside of that they'd like to share, or not see anything? So let's move on to number 8, which is hearings and council action on ordinance and resolutions related to thereto. So we're going to go from 8A, which is public hearing and ordinance number 4786, SG Land Management LLC and Desert Bloom LLC annexation, including a portion of Burns Road right-of-way. And we have Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight before you is an annexation proposal that was submitted to the city, and all the procedural requirements were met. And for those of you that don't know, an annexation is when a piece of property, usually bordering the city limits, is brought in formally to the city limits outside of the county area. So this is a large piece of land. I believe there's a map. I'll skip ahead a little bit. This is over on the west side of city limits. They're just south of Burns Road, and there are 2 parcels here that are proposed to be annexed in to the city as shown. And this area does fall within the city's pre-plan Broadmoor master plan area, which did extend into the unannexed areas of the city. And I did want to point out a procedural, just explain the procedure for the annexation, because it does follow 2 different paths. And for annexations coming into the city, these come to City Council for review and approval, and Council has previously reviewed this application and set the public hearing for tonight. There is also a process that this goes through the hearing examiner to establish the zoning on the property. So once it's in the city, then the city formally zones the property, and that process goes to the Pasco hearing examiner. And the hearing examiner holds a public hearing, gets input from the public on it, and then renders a recommendation that's provided to City Council. So that recommendation has been provided to city staff, and it's currently in the appeal period window. And there are a few residents that are seeking to appeal the zoning determination. If that happens, it'll follow the process outlined in code, which is bringing it forward to council. But I did want to note that in case we did get public comments, that the purpose of the public hearing tonight is specifically for this area of land being pulled into the city. So that's the purpose of this hearing. If there's issues with the zoning that's applied to this later, we'll bring it either to council for approval of the hearing examiner recommendation, or we'd follow the process as advised by legal. I believe it's a closed record hearing to consider an appeal. So tonight we are discussing this area as I described, and the applicant did meet the procedural requirements and submitted the notice of intent to the city on April 2nd. City Council accepted the notice of intent on June 2nd of this year, and the petition was certified to be sufficient on July 23rd by Franklin County. And then the public hearing for this meeting tonight was posted August 8th and published on August 10th. The fiscal impacts to the community are outlined in the staff report. And the surrounding context to the east, there are properties that still remain outside of the city boundaries, and to the south and to the west, there are properties there along the river that are outside of city limits, generally larger single-family tract development. To the north, there is existing single-family development in Franklin County, and then to the east, there are existing residential developments within Pasco city limits, and to the south is a vacant piece of property. So staff is recommending approval of this annexation request. We believe that all the procedures have been met for this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions, technical questions that you have prior to opening the public hearing, if you'd like.
All right, does any of the members of the council have any questions before we conduct our public hearing? I'm not seeing any, but I do appreciate you mentioning that this is just about the annexation, not about the density, which I have seen things online about this. But yeah, so I appreciate you making a clarification on that. So with that, I'm going to open up a public hearing, and do we have members of the audience that would like to talk about this? You, sir, in the green shirt.
Is it gray or green? Sorry.
Looks green to me, but maybe I'm going colorblind.
Right. I'm Andrew Libert. I am one of the applicants and part of Desert Bloom LLC for the annexation. Can I state my address?
No, we're good.
No? Okay. I live in Pasco, though. This property was included in the City Council's adopted comprehensive plan that was voted on in 2021. Part of the 2018 comprehensive plan update. So it's was within the UGA urban growth boundary that this city council approved, and so we're just asking for annexation so that we can help meet council's agenda to provide affordable housing. You can't do that without increasing the supply. It's a simple supply and demand economic aspect that you can't keep or help housing get affordable without increasing the supply. And so we're striving to do that. And like Haley said, we've gone through and met all the procedural things, and so we're in favor of having this property annexed.
All right. Well, thank you for that testimony. Do we have anybody else in the council chambers that would like to make a comment on this public hearing? Good. Second, third? Well, I'm not seeing anybody, so let's close the public hearing. And with that, I'd like to have Mayor Pro Tem Grimm do a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4786 relating to annexation and annexing certain real property to the city of Pasco and further authorize publication by summary only.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Looks like that passes unanimously. So thank you for that. Let's go on to item B, which is public hearing ordinance number 4787.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, I didn't actually hear you say, did you?
Oh, I said aye, yeah.
Did you? Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure for the record.
I was a little sad.
Exactly. Well, there's only four of you, so I need all four.
No, it was definitely aye on that, so sorry about that. I will say it louder next time. So public hearing ordinance number 4787, amendment to the Pasco Municipal Code, section 25.85.0.020 related to car washes. And this is also by Director Haley Matson.
Good evening. Tonight before you is a zoning text amendment in the Pasco Municipal Code related to a standard for car washes. And if council will kindly recall, we brought forward, the Community and Economic Development Department brought forward a code change related to drive-through standards throughout the city back in May. And then recently we noticed that there was a code that was not edited in a different section that was in conflict with the new drive-through design standards in code. So staff has revised the reference to car washes in, one moment, please. Thank you. In chapter 25, the C1 zoning district, there is a stipulation, item number 14, that states car washes are provided are allowed provided they're located more than 300 feet. And the new code adopted allows car washes to be closer to these designations. So we've gone through and edited this item to still allow for car washes and then direct the applicants to the standards listed in the new drive-through design standards. So this is fixed. The last time I brought this forward to council, I had mentioned that we needed to edit it further. It is now edited correctly, and we have the correct reference in here now, and we've triple checked it, so it should be good to go and will coincide with the code change from earlier this year.
All right,
Happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for your hard work on this issue. Yes, we always want to be in compliance, make sure that we're doing the best for our city and all the codes are correct. So with that, do we have any council members that would like to comment or have a question? I'm not seeing anybody, so let's open up a public hearing on this issue. Do you have anybody from the audience that would like to make a comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right, so we're gonna close the public hearing. And if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to adopt ordinance number 4787, amending Pasco Municipal Code subsection 258502014 related to car washes in C1 Retail Business District.
Second.
We got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilman Blaisdell. So with that, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Just make sure you heard that. All those opposed say nay, and it passes unanimously. We're going to move on to number 9, which is ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. Part A is resolution number 4644, setting time and date for a public hearing for ROW Vacation Rocky Hills Management LP. And we're going to have, this is Director Haley Matson again. You're popular tonight.
Thank you. Tonight before you is a resolution for a right-of-way vacation submittal that the city received. And a right-of-way vacation is when you have a segment of public-owned property, right-of-way or road that is no longer needed for that purpose. And so the adjacent property owners can petition the city to vacate that area, which means it would no longer be owned by the city and it would be owned by the applicant. And in this case, there is a fragment of an old road that was established back in 1968. It was established as a track in the subdivision in that area. And then there was a deed that was provided in the 1990s that established this as a right-of-way for purposes of extending, I believe, Road 104. And that piece of segment is determined to no longer be needed by the city for road purposes or anything associated with the thoroughfare. So the applicant's requesting to vacate it, and the applicant has met the procedural submittal requirements for this. And when we bring this back to council, assuming a date is set, staff will go through the criteria that is used to approve these vacations. So the purpose of tonight through this resolution is to set a public hearing date, and that is what staff is requesting, that hearing be set for 7 p.m. on Monday, October 20th. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Does any council members have any questions for Director Haley? Doesn't look that way. So with that, if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
I move to approve resolution number 4644, setting 7 p.m. Monday, October 20th, 2025 as the date and time for a public hearing to consider vacation of a portion of Road 104 right-of-way as established by special warranty deed under Auditor's File number 505754.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Looks like that passes unanimously. So let's go on to B, which is resolution number 4645, approving 2025 through 2027 Pasco Police Commanding Officers Association Collective Bargaining Agreement. And I guess it's Sarah Manson, Director.
Does this work now? Oh, okay. All right, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight with Captain Bill Paramore and Captain Brian Vaught. I thought you were coming up here.
You guys look so sharp without
I
your
asked.
uniforms.
He tried to leave me hanging right there.
I asked and he told me he was going to be up here. They both played critical roles in negotiating the successful collective bargaining agreement for the Pasco Police Commanding Officers Association. As outlined in your agenda report in your packet, this agreement covers our lieutenants and captains and is effective from 2025 through 2027. We began negotiations in fall of 2024 with Captain Paramore, who helped set the foundation and then stepped away to go to the FBI Academy. Captain Vaught took over and led the team through the final stages of bargaining. The association ratified the tentative agreement on 2 weeks ago, right? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. The contract was bargained in good faith and reflects a fair, responsible outcome that supports both operational stability and leadership retention. It directly aligns with the city's goals of community safety and financial sustainability. With that, I respectfully recommend council approve of resolution number 4645, and I'd like to hand it over to Captain Paramore and Vaught.
If you can bite our names, it's Baltimore, if you would like to do so. So just on behalf of the Commanding Officer Association with the Police Department, I'd like to thank council for giving us this opportunity to come before you. Specifically, Director Mattson and her staff. We entered this interest-based bargaining in the fall, as she said, and I want to thank her for her team's professionalism and collaboration as we went through that process. It's a reflection, this agreement is a reflection of our shared commitment to both the employees who we serve and the community as well. And we just want to thank Sarah and her team again for the strong partnership.
Well, thank you for that. I know it's always nice to hear such kind words to city staff, so thank you for saying that. It means a lot to us on the council to hear good things about our staff. So with that, anybody have a question or comment? We have Councilman Leo Perales.
I'll make a quick comment. I know many of us haven't talked that much, but a lot of these things are kind of self-explanatory. So for the people out there, I don't think we're really that quiet of a council, but every once in a while. No, I just want to say thank you for all your guys' hard work. I think, looking at these numbers, it really doesn't, it's not a lot for sacrifices that you guys make. And so I just want to say thank you on behalf of myself and the council. Keep up the good work, and looking forward to see more good work out of you guys. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I can't say enough how pleased I am to have such a great police force. So thank you for your hard work. Well, with that, I would like to have Mayor Pro Tem Grimm give a motion.
I move to approve resolution number 4645, approving the 2025 to 2027 collective bargaining agreement with the Pasco Police Commanding Officers Association.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Again, pass unanimously. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
So with that, we are going to roll into number 10, which is unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything. So let's roll into number 11, new business. Do we have anything? Nope. So let's roll into number 12. Miscellaneous discussion. Is anybody on the council? We'll start off with Councilman Leo Perales.
I will be quick. As you know, it's football season. So our high school football sports start on Thursday. Chiawana versus Sageview at Edgar Brown, 7 p.m. And then Pasco Bulldogs are taking on Southridge over at Lampton Stadium, also at 7 p.m. So hopefully I'll see some of you guys there.
All right. Sounds like fun. Everybody, I know I love football, so I'll try to make it. We'll see. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just want to make a note. I know sometimes, we have people here and there that are gone, but I couldn't help one of our director's gone last week, and she came back with a different last name this week. And I just wanted to say congratulations. It means, you know, we have two Matsons now, but there is a subtle difference. There's Matson and Matzin. And so just so you know, I know that and I see it, but I just want to take a minute and wish you congratulations. More great things happening in Pasco, and so glad to have you as part of our team. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And let's go with Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Okay, I just wanted to mention, Pasco High dance team coach Becca has visited our chambers, gosh, I think 3 or 4 times in the last couple of years, but she retired from Pasco High dance, and I believe she could be possibly going on to better ventures. I don't know if it'll be in the Tri-Cities or elsewhere, but that is a huge loss to Pasco High. So I just wanted to, I guess, spread the word. If you see Coach Becca, tell her thank you for her service, because she made huge marks for Pasco, not only in our state, but also throughout the country. Those kids are very talented, and it was under her leadership. So thank you, Coach Becca, if you're listening.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Do we have anything that city staff would like to bring forward, or we're all good over there? Okay. Well, with that, that's going to roll us into number 13, which is executive session. And I have on here A, which is discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection I. And it looks like we're going to need 7 minutes. So right now it's 7:45.
I'm going to need about 10 more than that.
So 17 total?
Let's do 20.
20 minutes. So that would bring us to 8:05. And with that, we'll be in exec session. Thank you. All right. It is, the clocks aren't matched in there, but it's 8:28. But we did come back at 8:27. And with that, we are done with the exec session. And so I close this meeting. Have a good evening, everybody. Well, good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting and regular workshop. The council thanks you for being part of our city government at special meetings. The council takes formal actions on specific items, and during the workshops only discusses issues with more formal action taken. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meetings video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Ask Pasco app. And I forgot to say the date, and it is September 8th of 2025. And with that, can we get a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Blaisdell?
Present.
Harpster?
Present.
Perales?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Here.
And Mayor Milne?
I am present.
Thank you.
Well, with that, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, with that, we are moving right along. We are now on 4, so we are going to move into exec session, and it looks like we're going to need, I thought I saw somewhere 20 minutes. Is that what we're still looking at? All right, so we should be back at 7:22. See you then.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I just realized that you didn't say the RCW that we're supposed to go in under. Oh.
Well, my bad on that.
That's
yes. I don't know what I was thinking on that. It's to evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for appointment to executive office per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection H.
And who will be in attendance?
Got city manager, Mr. Ferguson.
Sure, I'll go.
All right. Anybody else? All right. It doesn't see on here. All right, we are back from exec session, right on time. Imagine that. Anyway, we are going to move on to number 5, which is the council position number 4 vacancy. We have number 5A, which is selection of finalists for interviews for City Council District 4 vacancy. I think we're still waiting on Harold Stewart. Well, Mr. Harold Stewart, while you were gone, we rolled into you. So if you'd like to say anything before we have our discussion or whatever. So we're on 5A. Did you want to say anything or?
Am I on now? Okay. Just a real quick update. So it's been a whirlwind of a few weeks coming on board, which is not unexpected, and I've kind of enjoyed it. Great staff, great community members. Just started today getting out to do department tours and a couple of community functions here over the last couple weeks. So right now I'm in a phase where I'm just trying to learn and observe and understand how and why Pasco does what it does. However, that being said, there is a change that I'm anticipating making with regards to how updates and communications are provided to the council and to the public. So I've directed department heads that beginning the first meeting in October, the council and the public will now see a memo from my office called the city manager memo.
This is relating to the selection of finalists for interviews.
I'm sorry. I thought we were talking.
I think you're jumping ahead here.
I thought we were talking general agenda.
Oh, no. It says, on 5, it says council position number 4 vacancy, selection of finalists for interviews for City Council District 4 vacancy. And I didn't know if you wanted to have any words before we got a motion.
I don't. I appreciate all that have applied and been interested in serving the city of Pasco and the community. At this point, the council has discussed a lot of the qualifications and those kinds of things. So at this point, it would be fitting for there to be a motion of who the council would like to invite to interview. I believe the plan is to interview them at the next week's regular council meeting in a special meeting, and then have them appointed immediately so they can take the seat on the dais with the council during the regular meeting. I also have the questions that council would like to ask, so I will work with staff and have those ready for your meeting next week as well. Apologize for the tangent.
All right, well, I appreciate that. I appreciate your words. So do we have anybody that would like to give a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve the following candidates: Joe Cotta, Patrick Jones, Abel Campos, and Tanya Bowers for council position number 4 to be interviewed by City Council on Monday, September 15th, 2025, starting at 6 p.m.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Do we need a roll call, or do we want to just do a...
Unless you want.
Let's just do a roll call, just to make sure we're doing it legit.
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember no, darn it. Councilmember Harpster?
Yes.
Councilmember Prowlis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes.
And Mayor Milne?
That would be a yes for me as well.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
All right, so with that, we are finished with the special session, and we are going to move on to our regular City Council workshop meeting. So we've already done 2 and 3, and so we're going to move on to 4, which is verbal reports from council members. So let's, I think Councilman Harpster was first, so let's.
Thank you. Been a couple weeks, but I did attend the Employee Appreciation Barbecue that was held here 2 or 3 weeks ago, and always enjoy that, getting a chance to talk with folks who work here at the city. And shortly after that, a few days later, attended a Trideck board meeting and continued discussion over the Hanford Area Economic Investment Fund, HAFEC for short, and then continued discussion regarding what we feel is complete and total overreach by Department of Fish and Wildlife to request mitigation for shrub step, especially in areas inside UGAs that are designated for development. And Rep. Connors is working on that at the state level. We started with some questions from her that were sent to Fish and Wildlife. Their responses were very vague. And so she's going to go to work on that next session next year and see what progress they can make to that end. Also discussed ecology permitting practices at the Hanford site that continue to drive up costs and continue to lengthen the duration of the cleanup, which of course is already well over schedule and well over budget. More discussion on that. And then tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., Tridec is hosting Donuts and Development at the Bechtel Boardroom at Visit Tri-Cities. Discussion tomorrow, they started this series, I think spring this year. The discussion tomorrow will be on the Tri-Cities housing market, and that will be featuring April Connors, Matt Heyer from Tri-Cities Association of Realtors, and Jeff Losey from the Home Builders Association. And then finally today attended promotion ceremony for Benton County Prosecutor's Office, which was attended by several elected officials, all of them from the other side of the river. But they did promote 3 attorneys to the roles of Chief Deputy Criminal, Assistant Chief Deputy Criminal, and Assistant Chief Deputy Civil. And that's all I got. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for that informative report. I appreciate it. We're just going to move down the way here, so let's go with Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. I want to just say that several of us attended the Pasco Chamber of Commerce luncheon today, and we had the presentation by Pasco PD Drone Department or Sergeant Parks. Although I did know that we have that apparatus and that system available to us for their service to help keep our city safer, I did not know the extension of the detail it goes into and making sure that we are a safe community. We as a community don't know all the background work that goes in making sure that some of these individuals that like to commit crimes are apprehended. So I just wanted to shout out and thank you, Sergeant Parks, and thank you, Pasco PD Chief, for that department, for that extra effort to keeping us safe. So thank you.
Yeah, that was a great presentation. I much appreciated that. I was hoping they would let us play with the drones, but as elected officials, they wouldn't let us do that. But it was a really good presentation, especially seeing the thermal imaging where the guy's hiding in the bushes, and then all of a sudden you see him and you see Pasco PD surround the guy. So it was pretty cool. It's amazing what they could do with modern technology. So let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I was just going to speak about the same event, and I guess just bring up the fact that I was recognized today and given a plaque for my advocacy on behalf of the business community and being a board member of the Pasco Chamber for the last few years, but I turned off, and so it's basically, thanks, here you go, next. And so, no, it's just really great organization there, fighting for the business community and on behalf of the business community. It was really a great honor to serve them the last few years, but yeah, that was kind of my swan song there today, so thank you.
Well, thank you, and again, thank you for your service. We much appreciate it. So let's go on to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Well, Pasco Chamber was very busy this last week. I also went to the Sunshine Ball today, but as well as the Crop Fest at Osprey Point that was put on by Pasco Chamber. It was live music. The crawfish was good. A little on the spicy side, but it was very, very well put together. So kudos to Colin and his team for 2 great events in the last 3 days. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for attending Crawfest. Let's go back to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. I forgot to mention one other event happening this weekend. Thank you for reminding me, Melissa. There was the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, in coordination with City of Pasco, had a cultural event called Raíces del Corazón, where there was folkloric dancing and partners coming in from, if I'm not mistaken, Walla Walla, Sunnyside, throughout the Tri-Cities. It was held at Peanuts Park. It was, again, a cultural event that brought out families and just gathered to listen to music, to see dancing, to, buy food from the local vendors. So it was a great event. No incidents happened. And so just wanted to report that it was a great community event, and thanks for the efforts in regards to Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and City of Pasco for coordinating that.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. Not seeing any other lights, so let's move on to 5, which is items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion, up to 2 minutes per person, with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak, up to 4 minutes each side. So we're going to go on to 5A, which is Community and Economic Development Department Work Plan, and that is going to be Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I am very pleased to present the Community and Economic Development Work Plan to the group tonight. And tonight's format is going to be a presentation, and I'll stop at certain points and ask if you have questions, since there's a lot of data to go through. So I'll just get started here, and there's a copy of the work plan in your packets. And the work plan was assembled based on feedback from City Council, from the City Manager's Office, from staff and applicants and state regulations. So I've been collecting this the last few months, and I've put it all in one place with some anticipated deadlines for the work plan. And this is for the Community and Economic Development Department. So this department oversees development in the City of Pasco and long-range development, where we're going in the next 20 years. We are working on the comprehensive plan, and then we assist applicants through the process with permitting and helping them develop properties. And there's also a CDBG component and code enforcement under our department. And I'm happy for any input on these mission and vision statements. The department did not have this previously, and this is the first draft of it. So if council has input, happy to hear it either now or if you'd like to shoot us emails after this with ideas. I think it can be shortened a bit, but we have a vision statement for the department and then a mission statement as well for the department. And what we're after is delivering transparent customer service to the community, that is the public, the residents, and our applicants in the department, and make the experience as good as we can. I started in the private industry before coming into government, and I was the person tasked with putting together permit applications. This was several years ago, and I had some bad experiences with the planners at different entities I was submitting these permits to, and I just thought one day, why not make it better and more efficient and easy for applicants? So I have struggled on the other side, and I'm sensitive to it and know how, time is money for these customers, and these customers do not have a choice. They come to the City of Pasco to get permits. They can't go to Kennewick and get permits. They have to go to the city that they're building in. So we especially want to make that experience great. We do have a great group of people here, and what I've observed since being here is that our systems and processes are out of date and haven't been updated in several years, and that's evident with the applicants are soon going to be offered the ability to pay for permits online and over the phone. So we'll come up with the times with our permit system and fix that. So I'll go into more detail there, but this is the mission for the department here for our customers, and the vision statement here for this department in Pasco. And then I have some preliminary goals. I like to look ahead and shoot for metrics that we can measure along the way to show improvement. So the first goal is to reduce permit processing times by 20% by the end of 2026. And I believe with some of the improvements to the system, we can do this and cut down our time. Right now, it's hard to measure exactly where we're at with some staffing shortages. So we'll start tracking the timelines now. And the goal is to get this posted online and then show customers before they submit a permit what our target timelines are, but what our actual timelines are, so that they can see. And ideally, you want both of those to match over time, but to be transparent, we'll show what we're hitting now and what our targets are, and then over time, hopefully get those to mesh together so that people can have a real sense of what our timelines are, and then support growth in a responsible way. Growth can be challenging for the community, specifically for existing residents who have lived here for several years, and just the mix of the old and the new population. So we're not ignorant to the fact that growth can be challenging for the community, but growth is important. It does bring more amenities. It's also a key point I'd like to address is that growth is required at the state level. So even if Pasco or the decision makers decided, maybe we should take a breather and relax for a few years and stop growing until we can fix things around the city that we need to get to. Well, that is actually not an option for cities planning under the Growth Management Act. It is mandated by the state that cities grow and densify so that you have large groups of people near facilities, near transportation centers, near commercial, so that you have compact, efficient development. So that's how it is in Washington State, and all cities are required to go, and Pasco is not unique to this requirement. We do have allocated growth numbers from the state, and we are required to accommodate that growth. So going into the policy improvements, the work plan here is divided into two sections. So the first part of the work plan covers the policy and legislative items, and I have listed these generally in order of priority for now. And to start, the work plan is listed here. My plan was to run this by City Council, get input, and then we are holding a developers forum in October at the Home Builders Association facility. We are going to go there for a lunch and share our plan with the development community and applicants and get their input and just show them, a lot of things that have been requested by applicants are built into the plan, and we'll prioritize as we can get to it. So the first item in here, legislative changes from 2023 to 2025, and legislative changes in this sense refers to the state House bills, Senate bills that have gone through that cities are required to address. And the state has really picked up speed in the land use arena over the last few years. So the last time the city went through its comprehensive plan update, it was more straightforward. It was, here's your growth figures, please plan to accommodate these new houses and this new population coming into town. And that was a fairly straightforward process. Since that time, the state has been working toward providing more housing options throughout the state. So a lot of these legislative changes that are listed here have to do with middle housing, being more flexible with middle housing options, accessory dwelling units, lot splitting is also in there. So more creative ways to allow for people to own their homes in ways that previously weren't available to customers. And climate change initiatives, that's a big one that's coming through, and we'll have more to share with the group on this when we go through the comprehensive plan update. And then, mostly housing options, and then reducing parking in any way available for middle housing or accessory dwelling units. So the first list has 16 items that need to be looked into by staff that haven't been looked into prior to 2025. So some of these may be overdue, and we do have a list, which is a good starting place. So when we have the resources, we'll be able to go through and hopefully do a couple of these, similar topics at the same time and bring forward these code changes. And I did want to point out that this list, so for pre-2025, there's 16 items. And then for 2025, this recent session, there are 30 items, and this is a big list. I just wanted to let you know it's a lot bigger than what we're used to seeing. So there's 30 items to go through, and we'll have a staff look through these and then build these in. This will be done at a staff level. We may look at outside resources if needed, but our plan is to recruit a senior planner to help with most of this work. And this isn't covered by the consultant that was hired For the comprehensive plan update, we used the state grant funds for a consultant to help with the comprehensive plan. So the consultant will be helping with the comprehensive plan, the overarching policies, community outreach. And then this work listed under legislative changes will be municipal code changes that will be brought to council and planning commission as we work through these. So this is a staff item to be working on. And the list is mighty, but I think that since there's similar patterns, we should be able to address all of these by the deadlines and then focus first on any that are overdue. And if there is an overdue item, we would honor the state regulations in that case for the applicant. So tracking these fairly closely. I'm going to pause there since this is a big list. If anybody has any questions about the state legislative changes.
I'm not seeing any lights, but I did have a question. Like, when I read through these the other day, when it talks about, like, say, for instance, 6 residential driveway parking, House Bill 1061 allows residential parking owners to park vehicles across their driveways if permitted by local ordinance and resolutions. I mean, if it's your own driveway, can't you park wherever you want? Or, I mean, I don't understand how this is going to help Pasco, or, I mean, what was the whole point of that? I mean, that just seems kind of...
Yeah, I have not looked into this one in great detail yet, or this whole list, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I'm familiar with the themes, so that one is interesting how it's worded, so I'd be curious to look into it. So that is the first task, is to go through all of these, figure out what is being asked, and then draft a code and bring it forward. So
Okay.
not actually sure what that one means, but it is definitely interesting how it's worded.
Yeah, there's a couple other ones that were, you know, I don't know, they just seemed odd to me, but again, I don't want to get into the weeds on this. I guess we got a lot going on, so
Yep.
I guess if I have other issues, like, again, the child care zoning, I mean, I don't know, some of it just seemed, I don't know, really ticky-tacky, but I'm not seeing any light, so I guess, oh, I guess we do have one with Councilman Perales.
Yeah, I mentioned this before, and it has to do more with PFCOG, but we don't have a building code board of appeals that's current right now. It's aside from this, I mean, you're talking more about planning, but you do oversee the building department. So I think we should be driving that. At one point, I believe the city of Pasco was administering, or a big part of that appeals board. So if someone has a problem with their building and they have an issue with the building official, they could go towards that board to find a resolution. We don't have that. It's not currently happening. So on a list that I created a long time ago, a lot of this stuff, almost everything is on this work plan, except that piece.
Sure. And I can add that to the work plan. I'm not sure how Pasco does it currently. Like, most cities either have a board of appeals for building code matters, and it's like an elected 3 people, one with architectural background and whatnot. A lot of cities have shifted from that in recent years and have gone to the hearing examiner to handle building code appeals and land use appeals. And we actually made that switch in the city I was working at before I came here, and it seemed to work better just because building code appeals are so far and few between. By the time you get one, it's like your group that you put together 10 years ago is disbanded, or people have moved away. So having it under the hearing examiner authority worked really well for Marysville and other cities that I talked to. So I can add that to the list, see what our current process is now for appeals, that it's not, getting appealed to the same person, or, there's got to be some sort of a separation, but I'll look into that.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be appropriate. I mean, if that's the route we want to go. I know that essentially this entity had to go out and find like a fire engineer, or fire engineering, architect, and all different types of disciplines, and they were a part of the board. And so they would hear stuff. I mean, we haven't had one since 2018, I think, something like that. So I know it's part of the National Building Code. We should have one, but yet we don't. So, and everything else that I see on there, you're really big on customer improvement, customer service. Like, that's good. That was something I had on my list, which was about 15 bullet points. A lot of it was just kind of comments, but increasing the building permit timeframes. You have the trip generation letters on there, going over the traffic impact analysis. We're doing the SEPA review, thresholds, parking impact fee credits, city's concurrency review process. I think you kind of hit everything, and you even had all those state legislation with all the changes we've had. So I guess the point of that is to make sure that our policies are in line with all of those that are currently changed everything, but then we'll have another legislative session that will change more. So when it says TBD, I guess, can you shed a line on that? I mean,
Yes,
because I see these a lot.
For council, so that's under council goals here for legislative changes. This could fall, since there's 50 items here, I mean, I guess I could just list all council goals here. I think that those would hit most of them. I had that there as a placeholder. Once we start looking into these, I think we'll divide them into groups and put them on the work plan. And this work plan is meant to be live too, so updated, I would say at least monthly, bi-monthly, so we'll always have an updated plan as we peel it off. But I just put that there as a placeholder because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to insinuate that the state regulations matched exactly with council goals, so I just put to be determined as we go through it, and I can know that on the work plan.
My follow-up would be, you say you don't want to use an outside consultant agency. This being so robust, why do you want to just, you go ahead and use the staff currently? You guys are busy doing other things for the city, so how do we know that this is going to get done in a timely manner, I guess, without additional help?
Yes, and I think my first preference would be no help. That's just how I've always been trained at, the cities I've worked at prior. I think that's not reality here, so that just might be a little bit of me coming out in that statement. So if we do need help, we will certainly get it to finish this on time as long as we're in budget and have the funds for it. I know that myself and Craig can do these code changes. It's just hard to get to during the normal working hours, so that's not sustainable. But if we do hit a point where we feel like we do need outside help, that is something we'll approach with the city manager's office and talk through our options.
Another question, I guess, in there you're talking about training and what have you, and perhaps staying on top of the ever-changing landscape of some of these policies and stuff. I guess what I'm asking is there a plank in there you can put in there of just more like common sense stuff? Meaning, like, for instance, a developer in South Pasco wants to do a subdivision. No one around them has sidewalks and curb and gutter, but yet he wants to do an infill development, and we're going to make him put in sidewalks, curb and gutter, and then they're on an island. You go past that subdivision, and it's back to what it was like in a county.
Sure.
I mean, maybe in my lifetime we may never ever see that street on both sides have sidewalks, curb and gutter. Like, what's the point of doing that right now?
Yep.
Why don't we just leave some areas the way they are? So I guess what I'm trying to say is, are we going to look through the whole code and just make it be a little more flexible, and then put that on the people that work under you? It just add a little bit more common sense, because to me some of that stuff doesn't even make any sense, and some of the stuff we actually do have in our PMCs, but we don't really implement it. It's really at the discretion of the person at the counter or the people above them. They have to go and ask, well, let me go ask this person, because I think if you're gonna, when you go to that lunch next month, that's what they're gonna tell you. I know that because I talk to them all the time. Hey, what's your issues? What are you dealing with? And there's just a laundry list of different stuff that I think we need to be more flexible about. So I just don't see a plank in there that says common sense planning, working with developers. I mean, we need them, right? You just said we can't stop growing or the state's going to come in. I have my reservations and comments about that, but I think if we want to continue growing and continue building, then we need to be working with these people, whether it's letting them do grinder pumps, whether it's letting them do septic tank in some areas where they're far away from city services, like working with developers so they can build. That's what I want to see from this plan, I guess. Because again, I had my comments a year ago, and we started working on all sorts of stuff, developer review fees. I mean, the TIF stuff, like, a lot of the stuff was put on us as we got onto the council to help finish, to help see some change. And so I like this, but at the same time, like you just said, you were in the private sector, you like to see these things get done, but now you're on this side. So I'm not saying I'm pessimistic, but at the same time, I would like to see things actually get done in a more timely manner, as opposed to, well, I guess we'll get there when we get there. We're going to do it ourselves, and we all know that we have a staff shortage.
Yep.
So I don't like seeing TBD, to be determined. It's like, okay, and it's never going to get done. Like you just said, some of the stuff hasn't been done in years, hasn't been updating in years.
Yep.
So, there needs to be like a plan in the private sector, right? I work in the private sector. Right? My boss gets on me if I don't get something done within a week. Are we doing the same thing here? Like you said, we have a dime holding up $1 half the time around here. when it comes to the development stuff. So I'm not trying to rain on the parade here. I think it just needs to be said. But I love the plan. I like what I'm seeing here. I just, we need more defined dates. That's what I would like to see and what we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I did just want to respond, the TBD was just really under the council goal section. I believe everything has dates on here, so all of the legislative items are required to be done by the end of 2026, whether we do it or we have outside help. And then just on your comment about training, I think that I know that our staff has common sense. They're all fully capable. They're working with codes that just haven't been updated, so I wouldn't really necessarily say that we're not using common sense. We're just using codes that are extremely hard to use in some cases. I was working on the SEPA threshold changes a few days ago and noticed there was a code reference from like 1938 or something in the code. So there's just, it's not as easy. I have heard that from applicants too. Why can't staff just use common sense? And I appreciate that, but at the same time, it's not them, it's the codes. So the code does say you have to put in these sidewalks in these remote areas. That is an item that's on the work plan, by the way, to look into more to see where we can use common sense, but the code has to be a common sense approach for staff to be able to use it correctly, or else, they are coming to the director for interpretations each time, and ideally, you have the code so clear that you don't need that. Right now, we need that with most of the codes we're using outside of the new TIF program adopted, so I would say it's not so much as a staff issue. I think that they do want to help and be flexible. The code just says you can't do this, so we need to change the code and look at it and talk through that. But I hear what you mean about that, and especially remote situations, and then, helping applicants facilitate development. You'd mentioned grinder pumps. It's just, when we look at the city and how it should function long-term and properly, these short-term solutions and infrastructure to help facilitate one development and have them, do their development and, move on to the next one, then the city's left with maybe these grinder pumps. They fail, and the homeowner, they're going to call us first and say, there's an issue, I have a single grinder pump, what do I do? And then it just comes back on the city. So if we do those things, there's consequences long-term. So it's definitely something we all look at to try and facilitate development, but we definitely don't want to do it at the detriment of the community where it's going to cost everyone more later. But I hear you, and I hear the sentiment, and it's a lot similar to applicants that I've talked to as well. And I'm sure that they'll say the same thing at the developer forum, which was the point, and I'm planning on bringing multiple staff to that so that we can just have a good conversation and hear input on the plan. So appreciate your input.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and it's quite an explanation. Getting back to what I was talking about earlier, when I was reading the list, there was number 15, which talks about diaper changing stations in public restrooms, and then number 17, electronic security alarms, the operation of electronic security systems in jurisdictions without existing regulations. Are these just somehow they weren't supposed to be in here, or are these actually things that it didn't seem like these things were such weird things in the whole list? I thought, well, baby station, crap, if you put baby stations in every public restroom, we have a hard time keeping certain public restrooms open as it is in case people set fires to things. Are you guys just trying to waste our money? Or maybe it's true, if they're setting fire to things, they're going to rip that off the wall too. But to me, it didn't really seem like it went with the rest of the list. So my question is, do they just throw in these odd things, or was that actually supposed to be in the list?
This was lumped in with the land use changes adopted at the state level. So that was looked at as a land use issue because it's a building code requirement, I would assume. So when we're reviewing building plans, we need to ensure the restroom has, lit, emergency lighting, and now diaper stations in the restroom. So that's it seems a little out of place, but it does fall under the land use category. So this includes the bigger building code changes. There's an update every few years for the IBC, but anything that is slid in at the state level that sort of supersedes the international building codes, that's where it would fall on this list. So that's a state mandate. Everything on that first big chunk is state regulations.
Okay, well, I don't understand what the state does anyways all the time, so I'm good with it. We have Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment. First, thank you for bringing the list again, bringing it back. And, in regards to code enforcement or the issues in regards to not having a code enforcement board. And there was a date mentioned, 2018, and if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Richa, I think you can correct me here, or Mr. Ferguson, was it 2018, 2019 when we brought on the hearing examiner for this purpose to then delegate some of these, I wouldn't say nuisance, but to delegate some of this extra work to the hearing examiner to alleviate and make sure that we are staying on the right side and not causing any litigation to what we're deciding and doing. So a hearing examiner does pick up on a lot of that extra work. So it was around 2018, 2019. And again, some of the comments that I hear is in regards to restrooms and the uses and additions to these restrooms is, again, because there's a state mandate or there's a state regulation that we must follow in regards to accommodations to the public. So yeah, it's going to cost us money. It's going to cost us money to keep it up, to maintain it, but there's a regulation that is kind of pushing us that way to do things that way. So correct, it was 2018, 2019.
So yeah, this is the hearing examiner system that the city implemented to go away from mainly the planning commission for specific quasi judicial matters. That was the main role there. So, but the particular issue that a lot of folks are talking about, and we can come back with a more in-depth briefing, but essentially the issue that Mr. Prowse was bringing up with regard to building code interpretation. So that is currently in our code as well as the two other cities' code to be delegated to the BF-COG. They're supposed to put that board together with some folks, and so they're the ones who have to take that lead. We would need to take that out of the code. The concern with that, it's still an open question what the other two cities want to do as well. It's been something that hasn't been a hot topic because, quite frankly, as Ms. Mattson pointed out, it doesn't get used very often. And then conversely, it also doesn't do what a lot of people think it's going to do, which is it doesn't interpret city code, it interprets the building code. And that is, those are two different things. And so people there has been a group of people who wanted to reconstitute that board to interpretate, or for this separate board to interpret your municipal code, which is not what it would do. It would interpret the building code, which is a much different thing. So anyway, we can get into what the unique aspect of that particular topic is and look at it, but it hasn't been something that BF-COG and or the other two cities have really been in a hurry to go after, and so it hasn't really gotten a lot of traction. But happy to work on it.
Thank you very much. So all in all, Ms. Now Mattson.
Yeah, if it officially changed my name, but I'm working on it.
So I just want to say thank you for updating this list. I know it's a work in progress. It's a live document, and it's constantly being looked at and checked into. So again, thank you and your team.
Thank you. So I'll just keep going through, okay. And I'll pick up the pace a little bit here. TIA scoping procedures, we will be bringing you a workshop item related to this, an update in October, and we have Brian Cartwright has done a great job streamlining the process for that, so you'll be hopefully happy to hear the details and what we've done with the scoping procedures. I've heard good feedback from applicants so far, and it's work in progress, but we'll be updating you soon on that. And then there's code changes, the SEPA categorical exemptions, that should be coming back to council here in the next month or two. There is, we have aligned with Kennewick's policies and mirrored what Kennewick has. The difference between Pasco and Kennewick is we have lots more areas that are identified as high probability for cultural resources. And so Kennewick has listed that as still requiring a SEPA, and Pasco will be too doing that. So there will be SEPAs required for cultural review. I am working on a phase 2 of that where we can hopefully take SEPA out altogether for those reviews and do that administratively. That will likely require an MOU with the tribes and will be a lengthy process to go through. So first phase will be matching what Kennewick has, and then we'll just keep chipping away at the SEPA regulations. So that's moving along. And we'll be coming back to the group soon. I have 2 comprehensive plan amendments related to school impact fees and the RS20 zone that are on the list that'll be coming to council by the end of the year. And then, of course, the 2014 46 update for the comp plan is due at the end of next year. That will take priority over the code changes that is required to be completed. That is being assisted by a consultant. So we have help with that, but it will include lots of collaboration between the department directors here in Pasco and the community. And we do have some fun outreach ideas that we'll be bringing to the group and asking for input on too. Critical areas ordinance update, that's required by the end of the year. And then we have some local streamlining permit requirements to address. Accessory dwelling units I've touched on, and then parking regulations, noise regulations is on the list to look at closer. And then some other code changes, and many of these items, like I said, were either requested by council or applicants or identified by staff. So I've listed there who requested the item, I believe, in this version. Yes, requested by. So you can see who requested the changes. Anything else? Frontage improvement requirements. I believe we touched on most things in your comments. So before I move on to process improvements, are there any questions on the legislative work plan or changes? Okay.
I got one.
All right,
I got one.
Councilman Perales.
How are we documenting legacy conversations? So let's say, like Road 40, a lot of stuff happened there over years and years, and no one doesn't remember what. How is that documented here at the city?
I'm not sure how it has previously been documented in the past, so I don't actually have a good answer. Best practice would be to hold a meeting and then send a follow-up email to everyone in the meeting and say, here's what we discussed, because that does happen too. You have a meeting and you're all going one direction, and then a few people either leave the city or the applicants lose interest in said topic, and then you're just kind of scratching your head, left wondering what happened. But I would say email is the best way to keep track of that. That would be the best way in my mind how to document it, but I'm not sure how we're currently doing that.
So we don't have like a database where we have a potential project down the line, especially when it's like a city one, where we're having correspondence with a applicant or adjacent landholder, and we don't like document those conversations. Like, did it just be email?
Yeah, I have hundreds of conversations a week, so for me to document everything I've discussed with applicants, like if it's a big deal and it has to do with like vesting, like the best way to get something in writing is to actually apply for the permit, and that's where we start respecting the vesting rules and those guidelines. If you're not submitting a formal permit for a development application, everything before that is discussion, and there's case law on that. If you submit a pre-app, you're not vested until you submit, and that's protecting both sides from misinformation or he said, she said kind of thing. So I would say if it's an issue, we can look into documenting it, but I do, some of us have meetings 8 to 5 all day, every day, so I don't think tracking every meeting is the best use of time, but if it's a bigger discussion, I think it is good to put together a memo, like I would do that.
Right.
They just summarize what everyone discussed and what we stated. But the danger to that is codes, as you can see with this list from the state, these 30 items, codes can change rapidly. So, if an applicant doesn't submit for a few years and come back, the situation could have drastically changed, especially with the roads. So I have mixed feelings about it, and then someone comes in with this memo from a previous director and it's like, okay, this actually isn't binding. It's just a heads up on something, because you can't really guarantee, you want to follow your word, what you give to people as much as possible. If something changes though, that's the downside to that. But I would say a memo after a meeting. Save it to the file.
Thank you.
Okay, so the process improvements, and this is very fun for me to work on these kinds of things, and happy to go through the list here briefly because I could talk about this for the longest time. I'm still working on credit card payments. We're looking at payments citywide and the options for the department, and the best option for community and economic development is likely going to be integrating the payment system into Trackit. So there's some hangups that we've experienced, but we are still very focused on moving forward with the online payment option, so the applicants have the ability to pay from the comfort of their home or from their cell phone, and that is being worked on and is very close to the top of my list to get done. So that's moving forward. We've just hit some unforeseen issues with contracts, and we'll move forward on that. And then developer forum, I touched on that. That's in October, and I'm hoping to establish a more routine check-in with the HBA if they are up for it. I did meet with the HBA in the last city I was at quarterly, just over Zoom. So people, if they had issues, they'd just log into that meeting and share them. And so we were able to communicate with them. So we'll start with the first developer forum and then go from there. We have a development map online that hasn't been updated in a few years, but my idea is to get it linked on the front page of the community development site so that anybody in the city can, or anybody anywhere, can log on to our website and see where the current projects are around town, and there'll be details on number of units, square footage, and then eventually I'd love to link it to the project documents so people can just click on the map and go straight to the publicly available submittal materials so that they can cruise through it and then ask staff if they have questions. I've seen that done before and it's very helpful, and working on that. So the first phase of the map, which will just show the project location and details, will be in the next month or two. And then when we figure out what we're doing with our file system and how we can make some of the files public, we'll link it to the map. So that'll happen, I would say, next year sometime, but we'll have the first version out here in the next few months on our page so you can see what is being developed around town all in one location. And then we'd like to establish a customer service survey that's linked on all of staff's emails. So when they're interacting with customers, we can see our progress with customer service over time. Right now I'm expecting, not 100% customer service feedback, not necessarily based on the staff, it's just our systems in place are a bit clunky. So I would imagine we'd get better feedback over time as we can fix the systems in the department, and that's just one way to measure our customer service numbers and share back with as a measurement. And then I have a fee study on here where we would be looking at fees to cover the cost of staff. I just have it on here as a place item for when we're ready to discuss that. But a fee study, I've just noticed the fees we're charging are very low and not covering a fraction of the staff cost at this point for development. And a fee study can be used to cover full cost or a portion of the cost depending on the policy direction there on that. And then creating process sheets for all steps in the permit process. And this is extremely helpful for staff turnover or training and consistency. And if you have a step-by-step procedure that's created for all steps, then everyone's working off the same system and not doing it slightly different. So it's just a way to provide consistency throughout the department. And we have started this process, and this will likely take 2 or 3 years to get completely finalized as we go through and build the process sheets. We're not just writing down the steps, we're writing down the steps and then analyzing it. Like, do we really need to send everything to Haley for final review before the permit's issued? Or, this person, what are some logical steps that we can cut out? Or why are 2 people looking at the exact same thing? So you can start seeing themes when you write down the process, and then you can go through and start cutting out steps, which is the fun part, and then it starts becoming more efficient. And then you can put the process sheets on a quarterly review time frame, so you're not changing them too much and fatiguing staff with too much change after you establish these. Then you look at them quarterly and update as needed, and it goes through a committee so that myself or just any one staff member can't walk up to the process sheet and rewrite it and do something different. It just needs to go through a little mini process internally to change it. So I've done that in the past. It's worked really great. That's on the list. And then just updating our permit system to become current with the times and allow for applicants to log in online, apply for their permits online, pay for their permits online, receive their permits online. So we still would love to see customers come in and say hello to us in person, but when we did a similar fix in a similar size city that I worked at before, the customers just stopped coming in altogether, and it sort of freaked us out, but they were really happy with the change and they were able to apply it online, and it went really well. So still would love to see people in person, but also allow for an option online to be ideally as easy as shopping on Amazon or, fun things that you like to do online. We want permits to be fun, or at least, just easy to do and follow. And we do have a staff person hired to help with this and fix the system, and we're moving forward on that. I have a kickoff meeting with the company that owns Trackit this week, and we're going to make a plan to start moving into the portal and make the forms easy online. So instead of filling out a PDF and submitting it to us via email. There's no PDFs. You just go online and fill out an interactive form. So the information is going in one time, and then it goes into the system, so it reduces error for staff and for applicants throughout the process. And then permit turnaround information, I've cited that already earlier in the presentation. We want to post our actual review times and target timelines online, and those get adjusted frequently if we are short-staffed. Let's say maybe the timelines go like up by 2 weeks, but at least people know when they come in, like, hey, here's our current timelines. So that will be online. Working on that currently. And let's see here. Temporary occupancy and final occupancy procedures, like to look into that. It's usually a bit of a panic at the end when a business is looking to move in by a certain date and maybe hasn't finished all of their items. It's usually the paperwork or the as-built or backup documentation that seems to sneak up on applicants the most, and they're eager to move into the building, and we're eager to get the rest of our items that we need, because once you issue occupancy, you really don't have a way to get it, unless you do compliance or code enforcement. So I'd like to work on that process to make it smoother for staff and applicants. Website updates, training program. This was mainly just for staff, like if they would like more training on certain items. Okay.
I want to interrupt real quick, real quick. Taking it back to the Track It, making sure that individuals make use of Track It. So what happens then if there's not enough information in there, or they just put wrong information? Is there a potential for the Track It to not go through?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's designed to, so before a permit application is routed to the reviewers, it needs to be deemed complete. So the system, you can build it to force good submittals, and just say you can't hit submit until you have at least 10 items uploaded under site plan, archaeological report, and all these items. They could just upload a piece of paper with a big smiley face on it and, get through that step, but then the permit techs will review the documents, and if it's not deemed complete, we would give them a notice. We're required to within 28 days, but we do that much sooner, and say it's not complete, please resubmit. So it doesn't really move until it's complete. And the system, once we update it, can automatically notify people over time. Right now it's done by hand, but it should be something where we can just send an automatic notice, and then the system can also update people through the process. That's one of the biggest feedback I've received since I've been here, is people submit their permits and they're not sure where it is in the process until they get a bill or until it's done. So the system can update them. It's been routed to planning, it's been routed here, and give them timelines so you can follow it more in a live sense. Then just a couple more items and I'll be done talking and let you ask questions. We have other initiatives on here to organize the business license process and make that more streamlined. It's working good now. We've switched to the state system, but we're trying to figure out a way to process these quicker, and currently working on process sheets for that. And then I have one-stop permit center signage. That's a pretty minor detail, but I did want to emphasize that we do have a one-stop permit center now down on the first floor. That happened before I got here, but we have most of our staff, and it's worked great so far for customers. And we've added a sign at the bottom of the stairs, so people don't need to go upstairs anymore. They just need to go to one spot in the permit center. So those are the items on the list. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. I plan to fine-tune this a little bit, maybe tighten up the vision and mission statement to be a little more concise, and my plan is to roll this out to the development community and get their input. And I've told the development community, since we do get a lot of requests, that when they do ask for a code change, I will be putting it on the list and then working with my managers basically to prioritize it, because there's so many things to do at once. But we will at least add it on here and identify if it's the applicant request. That way everything's in one spot, and whether or not we act on it, that's a different thing. But I'd like to keep this list, pretty comprehensive of what our department's doing.
All right, well, thank you for that great CED work plan presentation. Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Mattson. I appreciate you setting goals. It keeps challenging your team and gives transparency to the public and the development community. Your goals of streamlining and process changes are many of the same goals that I had when I ran for office. You are a complete breath of fresh air. I want you to know that. And I'm excited to continue to see your work as it benefits ratepayers and those who do business with the city. I do have a couple of questions, or at least comments, regarding just kind of the philosophy behind all this, though. You mentioned, I think quite well, not everyone is crazy about growth, especially if they're long-term residents. And growth causes ratepayers higher rates and sometimes fees. You use that word, the state requiring us to add density. And I think there's a lot of public, at least that I interact with, who think density is a pretty dirty word over here. And I was just wondering, for the sake of the public, if you would flesh that out a little further for several reasons. Because I know, some people hear density and the first thing that goes to their mind are these 15-minute cities, which is very concerning for those with families who are alarmed about the loss of open spaces that can be injurious to a child's development. And also, not to mention that if the rat race ever happens, you'll have lots of people in small places. So I'm wondering, just to restate that a little bit, just for the sake of the public, if you would, just flesh that out a little bit more, because I think there's a lot of concerns that we hear about growth and density.
Thank you. And we will be sharing that message, as long as everyone's okay with that message, with the community during the comp plan outreach, and just explain that it is a requirement, because we do hear that a lot. And I don't want to speak for council, but I do. When we do present about growth, we always add in, this is a state mandate, because people say, well, can't you just slow down if you wanted to? And we can't. So if it's just not, it's out of our hands, and the state is not slowing down on these statewide mandates related to zoning for cities, so I don't see it slowing down anytime soon. But yes.
Can I ask just a little follow-up on that? Are we unique in that way, or is this other states? Do you know, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, are we at like one end of the spectrum where we have, like extreme growth?
We are all the way, we are on one side of the spectrum, and probably the most progressive state with land use regulations that I've seen. I would say close second would be California, maybe third is Oregon.
Okay,
But
and I really
Washington's very
appreciate
progressive, like the middle housing stipulation, that middle housing is required on all residential lots in the state. Basically, that's a very forward progressive requirement, and I believe there are other states looking at Washington to sort of mirror that are also in housing crisis. The state has said, we have a housing shortage of 300,000 units, so their solution to it was mandating that all cities allow middle housing everywhere. So yeah, Washington is definitely ahead of the pack, the leader of these initiatives that I've seen.
Thank you so much for expressing that, because really one of my guiding principles of government is, that of subsidiarity, which is government at the most local level possible. I think we are going to make the best decisions for Pasco, and I think it's really beneficial for the public to know, the kind of the only way of fixing this is for our voter turnout to be higher than 30% in statewide elections, and really just change Olympia is kind of what I'm hearing from you.
Yeah, based on your question, the growth, the mandates here are at the state, and it's definitely unique compared to other states. So,
Okay.
yes.
And I think it's worth, just mentioning again for the sake of the public, and I know it was in your notes there or whatever, but just some of the wins that we've already had that you brought up as far as some of the deregulation of permits and fees of common home improvement projects like re-roofing, re-siding, fences shorter than 7 feet, and the retaining walls shorter than 4 feet, I believe. And that's just a huge win for the city of Pasco. And I know Deputy City Manager Sigdell kind of started a lot of this in the interim, but I really appreciate you taking it and running with it. And again, I'm excited to see where you go with all this. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you for the presentation. Similar to Mr. Grimm's comments, appreciate in the 4 or 5, 6 months you've been here, you've come up with this work plan, which tells me, and I hope the rest of us, that you understand the work that needs to be done. And one thing I definitely appreciate is the switch to track it and developer forums and things like that. One part I wanted to mention that, again, Mr. Grimm brought up was, in the work plan was divided into 2 parts. In part 1, I like that you put, requested by those applicant or council or whatever. there's 37 total changes or requests or mandates from the state compared to 4 from council. And so those lead to, as you mentioned, wait times. And so what I hope folks listening or watching understand is there may be extended waiting periods for permits to be processed, and a lot of that would be our state and all their magnificent wisdom creating 37 different regulations or laws or things that we need to implement. Not to mention then staff's own initiatives, council's initiatives. And so that's just, I think sometimes the sentiment is they're just so slow because, for whatever reason, but to some extent there's a good reason because the department's so busy with other things. And then one thing that I would maybe recommend adding to the work plan, not to totally shoot hole my last argument, but in 2023, that council passed residential design standards update, which allowed a lot of the housing that we're now seeing going in north of Burns Road and smaller lots, more opportunities for more folks to be able to purchase a home. Some of those updates, though, that have been in place for two and a half years now, have presented some issues. One example that I know of is in 21-20-010, there's a sentence that states that streets, alleys, and bikeways shall be designed to provide continuous, efficient, economical travel ways, including pedestrian and bicycle travel, and create a safe and pleasant environment. So continuous and safe. And in some instances, that's been interpreted to mean that every single road in Pasco from its existing terminus will be continued in a straight manner to the urban growth boundary. And the council at the time, staff at the time, wanted a grid system. I think what some folks would rather see is that language has been interpreted to basically prohibit T intersections. And so what I think some developers have done in the past all over the city and would still like to do is allow those T intersections, and once you're in a plat, then have the continuous streets. And I had so many examples I looked at in our city right now that they're not even worth mentioning because they're everywhere, but essentially you come off a collector road like Sandifer, make a right or left turn into a neighborhood, and then from there you make a left or right, and then in that neighborhood you've got your grid system. And that in some instances could be safer. In other instances maybe it is safer for the continuous roads. But some kind of a hey, let's go back and look at this update that took place 2.5 years ago and see how it's working. Are there any other updates we need to make? Do we need to peel back portions of the code that maybe were implemented? Just sort of a how is it going? Check-in. And then 2 more comments. I think this plan could be helpful to have on the department's website. May prohibit people from calling and complaining about something if they see, oh, it's on the work plan, they're working on it. I'm sure people will still call and complain, but could be helpful. And then lastly, we keep talking about the state, and go figure, I love growth. But at the prosecutor's promotion ceremony today, one thing that all the attorneys kept bringing up was we can't control what the state does, but we can control how we work together in response. And so I think it's important that we recognize that, realize that, and just remember that, not to say Olympia is our collective enemy, but we are all not each other's enemy. Staff, council, developers, we can all work together to continue to make this a great place to live and develop. So thanks.
All right, thank you with that. I'm not seeing any other council questions or comments, so do we have a public comment? Anybody from the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Well, thank you, Director Mattson, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, let's move on to number 5B, which is the adjustment of utility tax rate for city-owned utilities. And we are going to go with our Deputy City Manager, Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mayor, and evening, Council. Today, what you have in front of you is a discussion on utility tax rates for city-owned utilities. Overall, for within state of Washington, next slide. Oh, thank you. Within state of Washington, a maximum tax rate for utility services like electric, gas, steam, telephone services, and water, sewer, solid waste can be at 6%. unless additional amount is voted in by taxpayers or the residents of the city. And I apologize, I made a mistake. Only for electric, gas, steam, and telephone services, it can be up to 6%. And anything additional to that needs to be voted in by people. There are other utilities beside those categories, like water, sewer, and solid waste, that have no limit, and they can be councilmanic in nature. So, for example, the city provides utilities like water and sewer, reuse facility, irrigation, and all of those can be taxed at any rate that the council finds feasible. At this time, all of our, I'm going to go right here, all of our tax rates, the utility tax rates for the utilities are 8.5%, and you'll see that some of the utilities that I mentioned who are capped to 6%, you'll see 8.5% here, like telephone and electric, and that is because the city of Pasco residents at one point voted in to increase that tax by 2.5%, making it an 8.5% tax rate. The city of Pasco, as I mentioned, has the water and sewer, irrigation, and stormwater. Additionally, we contract with basin disposal for our solid waste. Today, we're here to talk about the utility tax overall in context of need for more revenues, as we are looking at a budget deficit for our general fund, and also inflation and all of the impacts that we've experienced in the last 5 years, and how we provide services while we're facing some of those challenges. And with that, what we have in front of you is a grid of how much of a 1% increase in utility tax would result for some of the city-owned utilities. So you're looking at about $600,000 per year if you increase the utility tax for just the city-owned utilities by 1%. At 1.5, you're looking at $900,000, and at 3%, you're looking at 1.8. Overall impact of these increases to the utility rates is not one-on-one, as in 1% increase in utility tax rate does not mean that it will increase the rate by about 1%. The ratio for some of our major utilities like water and sewer is about an increase of 0.25% on the utility rates. So this time, what we're asking council is if you'd like for us to come back to you with any increases to the utility tax and a discussion from council, so we can understand what your policy choices are and at what rate you would like for us to come back with, if the answer is yes.
All right, do we have any, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell, for the presentation. I guess just if not today, maybe if you do come back at some point, I think the citizens, and I know everybody's kind of feeling the pinch of inflation and some of those other pressures you were talking about, but could you be a little bit more specific as far as what the need is? I think that would be, perhaps easier for the public to digest rather than just saying that the general fund, could use the money. Is there, because I think we all, it's kind of like when we give to a fundraiser, we like to know what it's specifically going for. And I think just having that as part of the discussion would help the public a lot.
Absolutely. You're looking at about $5.5–6 million per year annually for this biennium. Deficit, so essentially expenses over revenues in operational cost. And general fund is a fund that usually is used for what people view local government, the services that local government provides, like police and fire, permitting, even though permitting has its own revenues,
Parks and Recreation, City Manager's Office, things like that. So that's what it funds, and you're looking at about $5.5–6 million in deficit. And part of that, we have fairly healthy savings, for the lack of better words, and but at this point, as you're using your savings for your operational expenses, you have to be extremely careful about when that is going to run out, when your savings is going to run out. So we're trying to mitigate using up all of our savings and ensuring that we have a sustainable budget and sustainable services that we can provide to the community.
Thank you. Two more questions. One, do these funds have to be used, are they utility specific, or can we put more cops on the road with them, for instance?
There is no restrictions to these funds. It can be used for any general fund purposes, which would be police, fire, anything that council chooses to use it for.
Okay, last question. I noticed somewhere on here it said, I think it was up here at the very top, it said, oh yeah, alternatives. Council could choose not to increase the utility tax rate and direct staff to find other revenue sources or reduce expenses to reduce the current general fund deficit. What would those be? What are those other options?
There's plenty of options. I don't think any of them are easy. So one is increasing property taxes, so that would require levy lid lift, which would need to be voted in by people. Increasing fees for, like Director Mattson just mentioned. Once we do a full fee review, if you choose that 100% of the permitting activity needs to be supported by the permit ratepayers, then that lessens the burden just a little bit, not a huge amount. You can increase utility tax, you can decrease services overall. So some of the things that our fire department looks at is service time or call times. There's a specific word for it. Response time, thank you. There's a certain service level that you are promising to the community that would need to be reduced. And what that means is essentially maybe instead of 7-minute response time, you're looking at 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes. There's many ways of reducing expenses by reducing services. And in terms of revenues, there's just as many, but not as palatable as well.
Okay, and I guess I guess it's also worth mentioning, I think we have several unfilled positions of public safety already, don't we, on police and fire that just are really kind of that way mostly because of budget constraints. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have about 8 positions in public safety and another 19 positions from general fund overall that are vacant for this biennium. And so that, to be frank, is another service level reduction in a sense, because those people would be able to serve the community if those positions were filled.
Thank you. And I know, yes, that eyes have also been on overtime and other things like that. So anyways, thank you, Ms. Sigdell. Mr. Mayor, that's all the questions for now.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, did you have a druthers on this? Did you just, council's asking for, or the staff's looking for feedback? What is your opinion on this, since you went first?
Boy. I would actually, I'm not known to be a man of few words, but I would like to digest this a little more myself first, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, granted on that. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. Yeah, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'd be in favor of the 1.5% increase for all the reasons that were stated previously and in the staff report. This, would bring in nearly, if we go to 1.5%, bring in nearly $1 million in additional revenue, and going with the 1.5 versus 3, as mentioned, the staff report doesn't overburden ratepayers. And then the fact that there's a legitimate need. It's not like we'd be doing this to, do cosmetic updates in this room. I mean, it would just be closing the gap, a little bit, not all the way, but getting us there a little bit more. knowing that we've been having and will continue to have lengthy discussions over increasing revenue and also decreasing expenses. That's another key part that we need to keep talking about. I'd be in favor of that. If we were looking at not decreasing any expenses, this would be harder to swallow, but since we're looking for options on both sides, it's a little easier to for me to tell my constituents, yeah, it's going up 1.5%, and here's things we're cutting from the budget to help on that side as well. So I get that tax increases are never fun and they're not popular, but the reality is I think it's very necessary in this situation. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for your opinion. I do appreciate it, Councilman Harpster. Let's go to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I would just like to know what exactly, I know you said this money would go towards general fund stuff, but I've gotten a lot of phone calls in the last few days, and almost every phone call I got from residents in my district they were telling me, don't vote for this. Don't vote for the Transportation Benefit District as well. We want to see this money go towards something of value. You always talk about value added services, projects. What exactly is this money going to go? I mean, they want to know the specifics. And I'm like, those are very, very good questions. And I would just like to know, what are we looking at to do with this additional revenue? I mean, obviously, this wouldn't, a year from now, if we were to implement this, then we would see roughly that amount, right? So it'd be like next year we get this money. So, just more specifics and what we're cutting and really looking at some of those other options that you talked about. Have we looked at everything? Whether we've talked about the Mid-Columbia Library annexation, a levy lid lift, Transportation Benefit District. What are all the things? And it makes sense because when you get to the next general fund monthly report, it looks like we're going to look to get an additional $1.5 million because we're that much in the red and we're foreseeing that. So it makes sense, but I just have a hard time. I want to be able to look at people in the eye and tell them this money went towards this that I know. So as of right now, I would be a no for this. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump on over to Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. I'd like to add that, I agree with Councilman Harpster's points. We have been discussing this, and if we're supposed to give some sort of guidance to our staff, from discussions we've had, meetings that we've all attended, based on what we've been informed and the need for the city, I think a 1.5 rate increase is our best route. And one question that I do recall asking a couple of weeks ago was that if council in the future wanted to change their mind, you could change it, reduce it back to, maybe remove it. We've heard about alternatives, and I'm pretty sure staff has been looking into those alternatives already. And we're at the point that the alternatives are possibly not working out or not enough. And so we are at the point that an increase is needed. I would rather see a 1.5 increase on utilities than an increase on my property taxes. That is my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I do appreciate it. Yes, since nobody else is, I'll chime in as well. I don't think anybody likes tax increases. Nobody likes inflation either. I mean, this is all definitely difficult choices, but that's why we are voted in, is to make difficult choices. I don't want to see obviously $6 million, or even, you look at the next report where we're talking about $1 million now, or an additional $1 million down. And it needs to come from somewhere. And again, if you were in an accident or had a heart attack, you don't want the fire department taking 7 minutes. You want them, or 9 minutes. You want them in 7, 6, or hopefully a lot less than that. So when your life is on the line, you're thinking, okay, I'd rather the city pay a little bit more on utility taxes if it's going to mean saving the life of my brother, husband, daughter, wife. Again, I do not like taxes. I really actually hate taxes because it seems like that's all I ever do is pay taxes. But on the other hand, I'm willing to throw this out there. I'm willing to make sacrifice. I do believe the city staff has our best interest at heart. I don't think you guys come with us just to line people's pockets. You are actually wanting us to break even and not pull into our reserves. You don't know what's going to happen down the line. So at this particular moment, I am for a utility tax increase of 1.5%. I would vote on that if it was put up for a vote. So I don't think it's staff enough. Looks like we have 3, and then we have 1 no and 2 of them that were, I think, going to think about it. So I don't know if that gives you enough direction, or if you're asking for anything more.
It does, thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, let me. Oh, Harold, and then I will then go to public comment.
Yeah, just a couple of points here, kind of coming in a little bit as an outsider. So maybe a little bit of different perspective here. Maybe if you can go back a slide that shows the rates for, that one. So the last 2 columns there, cable television and telephone. As you can imagine, as our technology changes, those are becoming less and less in demand. We're actually seeing decreases in revenues on that. So, for example, how many people listening to me right now still have a landline in their home? I would say it's in the minority, where it used to be common in every home, right? And so there used to be a revenue stream that came from that. The premise being that a lot of times their infrastructure goes through public right-of-way. It's land owned by the citizens, the public, so they need to, quote-unquote, pay their rent for access to that right-of-way for their infrastructure. But we're seeing that, particularly on the telephone side, as everyone converts to cell phones, those revenues are disappearing. When it comes to cable television, how many people have cut their cable bills to go to streaming services, Disney Plus, YouTube, Netflix, those kinds of things? By federal law, as I understand it, we are not allowed to tax internet service. So that's a revenue stream that local governments have relied on for decades that is drying up and going away. So while it's easy, if you advance to your slide after this on the revenue projections, well, it's easy to look at this as a revenue increase. What we're really trying to do is, one, increase revenues because the status quo is becoming more and more expensive year by year, right? Trust me, I've been shopping for houses for the last few months. The house prices today are not the same as what I was paying 10, 15, or even 5 years ago. It has increased significantly. We as a city organization see that as well, whether it's through construction projects, buying equipment, vehicles. The price on all of that is going up. And so we have to have revenues that either match that, or we have to begin cutting expenses, which means we begin to cannibalize ourselves of decreasing staff, personnel, vehicles. Not saying that there isn't room to do that, but having done this in several communities over almost 2 decades, I continue to hear we want to pay less taxes and those kinds of things, but anytime I propose any cuts anywhere, there's a strong defense to come out and say, no, we need that and we need to keep paying that. And in some cases, we need to pay more for that because you're not doing enough in that area of service that meets our expectations. And so we just need to balance. We need to balance those needs in our community, and that's what makes this difficult, right? Going forward, is that our cost of operation continues to go up, and if we're going to hold the line on taxes and fees, that means we have to begin cutting services, which comes with a decrease in expectation of local government service. Which, if that's where the community wants us to go, we can do that. But you can't hold us to continue to offer a certain level of services to the community because we just can't afford to do it, right? And anyway, I just did want to make a point here too that not all of this is just a revenue grab and an increase, because we're trying to counterbalance the decrease in revenues in other areas that as technology and the habits of our citizenry change, these old models don't work anymore.
Couldn't agree with you more. All right. So with that, let's open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to talk on this issue? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. So with that, we are done with 5B, and I think it would be best, I don't know if there's any other questions. So with that, I think it would be best to take a 5-minute recess. I think the council probably could use that. So right now it's 9:02, so let's come back at 9:07. Thanks. All right, it is 9:07. Are we ready to resume this meeting? All right, okay, well, let's resume. So we're going to jump to 5C, the General Fund Monthly Report for July 2025, and we got Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So tonight we have the budget to actual for general fund through the end of July. Because we have a 2-year budget, essentially July represents about 29% of the biennium. So 29% is essentially like the target for the actuals. And overall expenses are around 26% of budget, which is below the target, which really demonstrates the mindful management of expenses, which I know we were just discussing that of overall expenses are being managed, and that message and goal of only as needed type of expenses. For example, supplies are at 11% of the total biennium, so there is really that mindful approach that is being taken by staff. On the revenue side, we are seeing a shortfall of on the revenues. So overall, if the revenues keep on that same pace where we're at now, even though we already budgeted for usage of the reserves, it seems like if we stay on this pace, as of now, the projection is that we would use an additional 1.5 million of reserves. So just for this time frame, expenses were more than revenues by 3.8 million, which means that that's the amount of reserve funds that we use for this time frame. And just to kind of build off of the previous conversation of the utility tax, just to kind of put that into perspective, so the estimated amount of 900,000, if with that increase, the overtime for just public safety through the end of July was 920,000. So that, it's not a one-for-one of if we increase that tax, it would cover this, but that's just to put it in perspective. That's what this about the same amount of overtime for this time frame. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right. Does we have any questions? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Garcia, Interim Director Garcia, for the presentation there. I just have a lot of thoughts, actually, just even going back to our previous discussion. And, man, we in part of it, we are in a tough spot here in Pasco. We have, I believe it's about 30 or 40% more land than Kennewick. We have about 30 or 40% more population than the city of Richland. And yet, our property tax levy rate, for example, and not that I'm opposed to raising it, has been held down for so long. Every year, those municipalities start with about a $10 million. It costs the same to do all of our public utility work over here. If we don't pay our officers and our firemen and women a competitive rate, I mean, they just go across the river. And so these are really, really hard decisions we have to make, not only for the retention of employees, but just for the vitality of our city and for the future of our city. And so these, whether it be a rate increase or a tax increase or a fee, I mean, I know there are a lot of people living on fixed incomes where it's easy just to think, well, man, it's just $10 and we all have to tighten our belt. And I know there are people making hard decisions about medication or meals or other things like that. And so, and I know none of us are being flippant about that. I know we all take it seriously. And on the other hand, we shouldn't be just raising rates just so we can match our neighbors across the creek. By no means should we be doing that, but I agree, as staff has said so many times, that Pasco's prided themselves on doing more with less, but, we can only do that for so long before we just, really have to look around. I noticed that, just looking through all this data, that overtime was, I think I saw 28%, year to date, but here we are, for public safety, we're in September, going to be October really soon. So here we are, almost 3/4 of the way through the year, and yet thank you, both of you chiefs in the audience, for just holding that down and helping, these hard decisions to be made a lot easier. And so, I think we really have some difficult decisions in days ahead as a council.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. I'm not seeing any other lights come on, so do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, 3 times. Well, okay, Interim Director Garcia, I guess you're off the hook. Thank you for that report. Let's jump to 5D, which is resolution change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo, and we are going to go with Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are presenting to you a change order. It's change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant improvements phase 2A. This phase of improvements focuses on the solids treatment train for the facility, which deals with sludge and dewatering and thickening of those solids that then can be hauled off-site. The project is mostly complete. We've accomplished a lot of the bigger items in it, and portions of that facility are being turned over to operations team to be able to operate them and do the startup of those different components. As we've been doing this work, we have found a compilation of small items that need to be addressed, which all add up into what is this change order that has been presented to you. And you are seeing in the screen that our anticipated completion for the project is in the first quarter of 2026, and that is because there is integration of the different components and work within the system so that each system talks to each other, and that process is a bit of a long process, although it's not a huge dollar amount left to be spent. With that, just an overview of what the project looked like. This is a big project in our wastewater treatment facility. That's where the sewer discharges are treated before that cleaner water gets put back into the water. And again, the solids, which is what this project focuses on, we've removed all the liquid component, or as much as we can, off of it, and the solids are then hauled off-site. So the project was awarded to bid for just under $14 million. We had 3 change orders that added up to about $350,000, and the current change order proposed is for just over $314,000. Those components, they're here. These components are a combination of site improvements that were identified as work was being done, some mechanical needs that were, again, identified as we uncover issues with how pumps are functioning or how a system is talking to each other, or replacement of an outdated equipment to identify how dense that sludge is becoming. So there is a list of items in your packet that shows what all those components were and how much each of those could cost. Some of the work associated with this had to do with identifying where the problems were as we were doing work, and then some extended areas of work where we had to then come and resurface, for example, areas that had been kind of crumbled through the construction of the work. So this is, again, a series of items, $314,000. We do not have any other change orders in sight, although I know better than saying that there will be no change orders as a firm statement. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Well, thank you for that update and the report. It's always good to see that there's still $4.5 million difference from what the engineer thought it was going to cost, so that's always good news. Does anybody on the council like to make a comment on this? All right, not see anything. Does anybody in the public like to make a comment or once, twice, 3 times? All right, well, let's keep moving along here. So let's jump to 5E, Resolution Professional Services Agreement amending number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design service for the process water reuse facility, irrigation system farm upgrades project. And again, it's Maria Sarah, Director Maria Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members again. In this case, we are bringing to you a proposed amendment to a professional services agreement with our design engineer, RH2 Engineering. This is for the project that will expand our land treatment system. As you know, our PWRF utility serves industrial processors. The way the system works is there is conveyance systems that come from each of our service areas into a treatment area. It's a plant where treatment occurs to a certain level, but final treatment and disposal actually happens as we land apply that pre-treated wastewater into farm fields that have engineered crop rotation. So that means the crops uptake nitrogen and other constituents. And as you've heard a lot from me, that facility has been expanded. So now this last phase of expansion involves that last component of treatment, which is the land itself. So allowing to incorporate 2 new locations for land application is critical to have compliance with Department of Ecology limits in our permit and be compliant with our engineering report, which shows how much land we need to not contaminate groundwater as we are land applying that pre-treated wastewater. So you're seeing in the screen 2 new parcels that we have already acquired as part of the phase 2 project, and we are proposing an extension of our irrigation system to be able to get to those and land apply that wastewater. Okay, so this project has gone through a couple of iterations in the design needs. We had various engineering reports that have happened throughout the design process of the treatment plant itself. And so our design engineer has been working with us to try to fit the project within the budget. So the budget has also had some changes along the way where we had bonded for the project for a certain amount, and then we were counting on some ecology low interest loans to come forward. That low interest loan from ecology has not been received, and so we had to tailor our scope to fit closer within our existing budget and look for other funding revenues to be able to make the project whole, as we absolutely need this land operational by the beginning of 2026. So this is a big overview of what we're doing. So the amendment itself with RH2 is to allow them to finalize those plans. We're shooting for a open bid advertisement date in October. So this is coming because work needs to happen this winter. And then the vast majority of this amendment really addresses their support throughout construction. So again, we are having the same company help us through the finishing the design, support us during the bidding, and then provide technical support during construction, which will happen within the next 6 to 8 months. And this amendment is for $306,744. Overall, we believe this project will be in the order of $13 million. So when you look at industry standard for cost of design and construction support, this is a very low estimate, which is a good sign. We are counting on their knowledge and expertise in this area. So with that, we recommend approval of this amendment, but I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
All right, does any of the council have any questions for Director Maria Sarah? Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one small question. That parcel up at the very top where we are adding there, it looks like it's kind of got a windshield wiper on it now. Is that going to be a full circle? Is that going to be converted to a full pivot? Are you going to move the center of that over, or just had another windshield wiper on the other side?
So actually, and I should have made this clearer in my slide, City of Pasco does not own the parcel adjacent to it.
Oh, to the right.
To the right.
That little windshield wiper there?
Right.
Okay.
So at this point,
So that's a no.
we're only installing infrastructure to place the pivot in the eastern end
Okay.
in the center, right? But it will
Gotcha,
be
just like the adjacent property.
mimicking- yes.
Okay, no, perfect. I didn't realize that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, let's roll on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. One question I had was, so how's the design being funded?
The design is funded with bond revenue currently. So that is local funds through a bond revenue through the utility.
Okay, but the project itself, the $13 million will be funded by,
There is a component that is bond revenue, and then the remainder was planned to be funded through a low-interest loan, but that opportunity has not come through. So we are working between other departments of finance and public works to identify a funding source, potentially an interloan fund, or pursue some other allocation before we award bids. So that would be something that would come in front of you.
okay. What fund is this one? Is it the sewer fund?
It's PWRF.
PWRF, its own fund? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so we'll roll on to the public comment section. Anybody in the chambers like to comment on this? Once, twice, 3 times, all right. Well, that gets us through that, so let's jump on to section 6 and miscellaneous council discussion. Do we have anything you want to talk about? Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. Since the Director of Fun isn't here, it's Fiery Foods this weekend, right? Yeah, hoping to see everybody in downtown Pasco for all the festivities on Saturday. I believe starting at 11 a.m., right? Oh, thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Let me get my notes. A lot of fun going to be had, as Jesse always brings. I know there's a wing eating contest, lots of spicy food. I hope you all enjoy that. And we will have a lot of cultural performances, music. It's going to be a great time. So 11 to 7 down in Peanuts Park.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Not seeing the lights. Did our new city manager, do you want to make a comment? You were talking about some other stuff that you had.
Yeah, I kind of let a cat out of the bag earlier, so let me follow up and finish that out. Apologize for that. Anyway, as I was saying, I've directed the department heads we're going to make a change on trying to improve communication and transparency to the council and the public on updates of projects and things that the different departments are working on. So starting October, the first meeting, regular council meeting in October, every regular council meeting will have a city manager memo to the council that'll be available to the council and the public in the council packet. That will outline an update from me on some key highlights and priorities that have happened over the last couple of weeks. And each department head will provide an update in one of those memos once a month. So those memos will be split 50-50 between the departments, half of them reporting at the first council meeting, the second half reporting at the second council meeting, consistently month to month. So let's say fire department is on the first regular council meeting, the first regular council meeting memo, you always have an update from the fire department on that memo. That's an effort to try and keep you up to date on projects and things we're working on, key items and issues that we're facing. So you have that as an ongoing basis. That will replace what we call the hot sheet, so to speak. But we do want to give you regular updates of what's going on, but try to do that in a way that balances our staff workload as well. And two is I just wanted to make it open and available to the public as well, that it's in the packet and any of the public can go read that memo and get an update of what's going on. If there's things that are not outlined in the memo that you would like to see, please let me know, and I will make sure that staff works on that to get that in there. It'll be a balance between regular projects versus just some generalized information of work that the staff is doing on a regular basis and working on. We'll also be working on probably changing the format of the agenda item memos so that we have more consistency from all the departments on how these agenda items help achieve council goals, maybe even provide some financial background and things, so that way, questions like we heard this evening, like how's that getting paid for, is that under budget, is that over budget, those kinds of things are clearly outlined within that memo going forward as well. So that'll be a quick change that we'll be making, and staff is excited to work on that. Finally, I do just want to give an update. We do have two key positions that are open and vacant, or will be coming vacant. One is the city attorney's contract expires the end of this year. So I've been meeting with our HR department and administrative staff to work on that. We will be looking at putting out an RFP for a potential city attorney contract to help meet the temporary needs. Well, at the same time, we'll be putting out, we'll be doing a professional recruitment for that position going forward that we'll be working on here over the next few weeks to get that started. And in addition, the finance director, we will likely be doing a recruitment for that process as well. And that'll be a key piece going forward too. So I just wanted you to know that we're working on those. Those aren't falling by the wayside. Those are a high priority of key fills going forward, and we'll be working on that. Given that both of these, traditionally in my past, I do like to have at least the mayor and maybe one council member sit on an interview panel for these key director level positions. So if you are interested in that, and I like to kind of balance it around so we're not using the same council members all the time for these, to kind of spread that love and share it. So if you're interested in that, then let me know, and I'll talk through. No, we don't want to have a quorum of the council on there, but I would welcome your input on those as well. And I usually also invite some community partners that are also impacted by these departments and their services to participate as well. So it's usually a mix of elected officials, staff, and some community partners that I usually put together on these panels for these director level positions to make sure that we're getting people in place that will do a good job for the city of Pasco. So anyway, there's some updates.
All right, I appreciate that. Not seeing anything else. So moves us on to 7, which is exec session, and nothing is listed.
I'm sorry, I know I'm going to make myself extremely popular, but I need 10 minutes tonight to discuss potential litigation under 4230 110 1I.
Okay.
So is that okay, Mr. Prowlis? You seem to not be agreeable to that.
This is one time, just tonight.
All right. So that
just to be clear, legally, the city council can call an executive session at any time under the statute. That's what I'm asking you to do tonight.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with having an exec session. So right now it is 9:30. So let's 10 minutes. That would make it 9:40 when we're done. All right. Well, it is now 9:50, and great audience that is in the chambers here. They can all now decide to go home. So it's 9:50, and we are done with the exec session, and so we're moving to 8, which is adjournment. Thank you for joining.
Thank you all.
Well, good evening, and welcome to the City of Pasco's Council Special Meeting, followed by our regular meeting. Today is September 15th, 2025. The Council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At meetings, the City Council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets for both meetings are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. These meetings are also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available at the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Pasco
Ask Pasco app. With that, let's get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas,
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell,
Present.
Councilmember Harpster,
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm,
Here.
Mayor Milne.
I am present.
Thank you.
With that, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so that brings us to 4, which is interviews for our vacant council position number 4. So, do you want me to read the script? All right. So tonight, the council will interview 4 finalists for council position number 4, serving council district number 4. After the interviews are concluded, council will adjourn to executive session to deliberate the attributes of the candidates. Upon return to the meeting, council has the option to appoint a candidate to council position number 4 to serve to December 31st, 2025, when the term for position number 4 ends. While the candidates may stay in the council chambers during the interview process, as this is an open public meeting, council asks that all candidates remain outside the council chambers until it is their turn to be interviewed, so that the interview questions are new to each candidate. After their interview is finished, the candidate may return to the council chambers. At this time, will all council candidates please step outside the council chambers while the council finalize the interview questions. All right, we're moving forward. I'd like to do number 1 and 1A. So start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Which one would you like?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go right down the line and take number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Let's keep moving to our right here.
And we're doing 1 each, right?
Yes.
I will do question number 3. We'll just go down the line.
Okay.
I'll do number 6.
Okay. And
I'll do number 5.
okay. Okay, well, and then, number 7 we're not doing. Want to do number 7? So, I guess we'll have Grimm do 2 and 7. Okay, I think we're good. Grimm's doing 2 and 7.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for taking time out of your day to come down here.
Thank you.
Well, just, I guess, for the record, let's state your name and...
Joe Cotta, District 4.
All right. Sounds great. So, we'll get right into the questions. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
The primary duty?
Yeah, city councilman.
I think probably it has to do with listening to the constituents. You need to be a good listener. You need to figure out what's on their minds. You know, they're going to really have their hand on the heartbeat of the city, especially if they're heavily involved one way or the other. Usually the people that are involved are the ones that are talking to you, and there's some offense one way or the other. And we want to make sure that we're running the city right. We need to make sure that the people involved are approving of us in some way and that we do our business.
Okay. And then 1A is, What are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Well, typically their interests are going to be my interests, but there's, maybe two constituents want a couple different things. And so, I'm going to listen to them. I'm going to explain where we stand, why we stand, where I stand, where the council stands, and how we got there, and help them understand the practice that we applied to come to that decision.
All right. Well, thank you. That's the end of my questions. And then Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
This happens almost every Sunday, I'm not sure. Testing, 1, 2. It's still crackling. Is it better? It's yes, no. Okay, we're back.
All right. Well, let's pass it on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm for the next set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cotta, for applying for the position. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I was encouraged to see the position you hold of trying to reduce death, traffic deaths by half. I don't know if you can talk about an issue that's more important than life or death. And so I think that's probably a pretty significant issue. When you're talking about lives, you want to, so I guess in a general category, you could just say safety. And so there's a lot of things involved in safety, less crime, less drugs, supporting law enforcement. I know there's some priorities to ensure that we have district attorneys available and public defenders, and supporting public safety. If we don't have safety, people aren't going to want to come here. They're not going to want to build their businesses here. They're not going to want to live here. And so safety is obviously a big one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's move down to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for participating, taking interest in being more involved in the community. So my question to you is, what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we're not doing correctly or we need to do better?
Well, I think we're all struggling as a culture in a lot of cities with homelessness and behavioral health. And I'll be encouraged to, if I'm appointed, to help with the solutions to those problems. In my experience with the Turn for Christ and substance abuse recovery, it's just something that's important to me, dear to my heart. I know a lot of guys who have gone through those programs, who have been homeless, who have suffered from behavioral health issues, and helping those guys get better. And so I think that's something that, it's in a general sense, but, we can always be better there. We need more resources for those guys.
All right, so we're going to jump to, what's that? Well, let's jump to question number 4, and Councilwoman Blaisdell.
How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Well, you listen. They need to be heard, and there's probably a proper channel and a process that you want to take them go through a grievance process, and whoever that contact person is for that situation, you're going to want to help them. You want to have kind of a kind handoff, introduce them to the person they need to talk to or something in those regards if it's appropriate. And then there's a confidentiality that you want to maintain, and that's probably about it. It's just passing them off kindly. Because I guess in the negative sense, you don't want to start doing an investigation on your own. There's a proper channel for those things.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's jump to question number 5, and we're going to go with Councilman Leo Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
Probably my background in agriculture. I'm also a pastor. Think about 20% of the city's land use is situated in agriculture, and so I can bring some things to the table there. I managed a 1,000-acre vineyard, and so I have general management experience in the sense that you're managing assets and employees and capital budgets and operating budgets. And I have a union negotiation experience. I have my chemical applicator's license, my commercial applicator's license. I know about chemicals, I know about safety and those kinds of things, process and procedure. As a pastor, I'm going to be experienced with the needs of the community. I'm going to be experienced with managing a nonprofit and those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thanks for being here this evening and for applying for the position.
Thank you.
After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
If I'm really dug in on the position, and all of you guys are on the other side of that, you handle that professionally. You got to support the ruling of the council, and so there needs to be some support there. If I want to dissent, there's a professional way to do that. There's a process for that. There's a timing involved in that. Personally, I would like to strive to have good working relationships with all of you, and you don't do that by behaving immaturely when things don't go your way. So the relationships are important to me. Working with all of you is important to me. And then, on the other side of that, if somebody dissents from my position and I have the majority, the person who dissents still has a different perspective on things, and it's good to pay careful attention to those things, especially when the issue comes up again. It's like, well, you were against this before, what do you think now? What do you think we could have done differently here? Those kinds of things. And so there are times when it's important to dissent and bring the issue up again, but it needs to be done in a professional way.
All right, well, thank you for that. So the final question for your interview is by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, it looks like our projections over the next 10 to 15 years, we're expecting 40, 50,000 more people. And so it looks like 121,000, in 2046. Anyway, 2046, and 19,000 more housing units, 16,000 more jobs we anticipate. And so really, we're looking at a situation where we just need to be prepared to have the infrastructure for the city to grow that way. And where we're going to do that, I talked about safety already. A lot of the reasons I think people are interested in moving into Pasco, or the reason a lot of people live here, is regarding the transportation resources. We have an airport. The railway is obviously huge. The port. And agriculture is a big reason that people live here. They're supporting agriculture in some way. So as far as things I would do to change it, I like the city. We're doing things with the projects, the Martin Luther King Community Center, the downtown project, the development on Broadmoor, the neighborhood parks, all those kinds of things are really great. And I think a lot of that stuff is going to be coming into fruition during this next term. It's just a wonderful thing to be a part of. I just like leadership. I like working with the team. And I think it'd just be a neat opportunity to do that with you guys.
All right. Well, you are done, so thank you.
Thank you.
And if we could get the next candidate.
I'm going to leave this here.
So, yeah, you could stay if you'd like, or
More welcome to do what you'd like.
Thank you.
So this is not working well, so you'll have to use.
Okay, just like
I think
karaoke.
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2. Oh.
Well, we could hear you, so you state your name and we can proceed.
Good evening, Pat Jones.
All right. Well, thank you, Pat Jones, for taking time out of your day to be here. Do appreciate it. So we're going to jump right into the questions. And so based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
There are two answers I'd like to offer to that. First of all, it would be what the law of the cities say that you must perform, the duties that you have to perform, whatever those might be as far as governing and managing the cities, managing the taxpayer dollars, being fiscal in how we do that, making sure that policies are followed, making sure that government is done by listening to the people, making sure that infrastructure is kept in place, and all of those parts that the law says that we must do. I have a set of bulleted items that I have followed as an elected city official for over 14 years myself that I'd like to share with you that specifically answer that question that I have followed for years. I believe firmly in a balanced pattern of growth, a vibrant, livable community, a safe, healthy, inclusive, skilled community, efficient transportation, infrastructure systems that are safe and ongoing, economic stability and growth, outstanding recreational and cultural opportunities, and responsive, accessible, and effective government. So philosophically, those are my beliefs. From a day-to-day standpoint, I believe we have to meet all of the things that I mentioned first and be responsible to the citizens who put us there.
All right. Well, thank you for that answer. Part A of that is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
It's important to know what the needs and the wants are of the people in the area that we represent. We are elected by an area, and it's important to know what the needs and wants are of those folks. Are those needs recreation? Are those needs streets? Are those needs public safety? And to know what they are and bring those to the full council so everyone knows what's going on. There are times when it will be my job to bring those forward and push those from a stronger level. There will be times when I will need to work with the other council members and understand where those fit into the full picture of the city. It's impossible to say at which point those will be pushed more forward or I will back off and work together to meet the needs of the full city versus my area that I represent. Each and every decision, each and every plan, each and every budgeted item is a discussion that needs to take place. And so it would be short-sighted to say, this is time I will do this, and this time I will do this. Each one needs a fair look and a fair discussion, and then I would make my determination based on my background, experience, and training, and determine how I would push or back off at that point.
All right. Well, thank you for those answers. We're going to be moving to question number 2, which is Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
Right now, I would say infrastructure-wise, making sure that we have a plan for water in the future. I understand that our water system might be at a certain age where we have to start looking at either building a new water tower or investing in the one that we have. We can't grow, we can't support what's going on in our city if we can't guarantee water every time someone turns on their tap or does the flush. So it's our job to make sure that that's there. That's one of the first things I would want to look into as a new council member. I would also want to make sure that we are meeting the needs from a public safety standpoint. We want to make sure that our citizens are safe. We can't be a good growing city if citizens don't feel safe here. So that would be from a public safety, police, and fire standpoint. The next thing that I think needs a lot of attention is retail.
It appears to me, as a fairly new member to the community, my wife and I have lived here 2 years now, that a lot of retail exists in Kennewick and Richland, but there's not a lot of solid retail in Pasco in a comparison of the three. That's looking at it from a new person standpoint. So those would be my main focuses coming on board.
All right, and thanks for coming in, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you for that. We're going to move on to question number 3, which is Councilwoman Blanche Bras.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for participating and wanting to be involved in your community at this level. What have you observed in areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to do better or we are not doing at all?
Can I get the question rephrased, ma'am? Are you asking me what do I think right now needs to be done better in the city of Pasco? Is that the question?
Correct. What is it that we're doing or not doing for the city of Pasco? Or if you feel that there's something that we could do better?
Okay, thank you. I understand. Again, from a new person standpoint, lived here 2 years. One of the things I think we need to do more of is take a look at our speeding that's going on throughout the community. It seems like we have a tremendous amount of traffic going on, and it seems like a lot of those people like to drive really fast. And I think we need to take a closer look at that, and I'm sure that's being done. I'm sure that's not a aha moment for anybody, but that is certainly something that I see as a new person living here for 2 years. I believe that's something that certainly needs to be looked at to be done better. I would also say that providing opportunities for the fine arts in our community. We have tremendous recreational opportunities for athletics, but we have little to none in the fine arts, and I think that's something that we need to look at as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's move on to question number 5, which is done by Councilman Leo Perales. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. My bad. Question number 4. Yes, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision for the city council?
The first thing I would do is listen to what they have to say until they were done talking. I want to make sure that they had a chance to clear their mind and clear their heart of what they have to say. Then I would encourage them to follow the proper procedure that we have. I'm sure there's a complaint policy that the city of Pasco has, and I would ask them to follow that. It's not my job as a city council member to reprimand, to jump into policy or the day-to-day operations of how our departments do their job. We have managers and other things in place to do those things, so I would ask that person to get a hold of the person's manager or however the structure is in that department and ask them to share their concern and follow the process that's in place. I am not elected to be a micromanager of a department, nor would I ever act in that way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll jump to number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I have 14 years of elected experience as a city council member from South Dakota. I served 11 years on the city council in Leeds, South Dakota, and then just recently before we moved here, 3 years on the city council in Rapid City, South Dakota. Rapid City and Pasco are amazingly similar, both 80,000 people, both have very similar growth situations, both have ethnicity issues and things that go on within their community, both have growth issues, and so it's rather amazing to move here to this wonderful community and have them be so similar. So we have addressed a lot of the same things. Also, just my years of training, like I said, 14 years there, 17 years as a school administrator. I have a great amount of training in how to run meetings, how to do proper procedure, how to do the simple things of making motions, how to vote, parliamentary procedure, all of the ways of how we do business. A lot of times for new council members, that can be a large learning curve, which inhibits their ability to be effective. I bring a turnkey operation to the council and will be an effective member almost right off the bat. I've sat on many dioceses, I know how to do the job, and will be able to be effective almost immediately. I have a bachelor's degree in music education. I have a master's degree in education and administration and a doctorate degree in education and administration. I know how administration works, and I am ready to bring those skills and talents to the city of Pasco.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump to question number 6, which is done by Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here this evening. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I've always taken a stand that once the debate is done and once the vote is done, it's done. If I've put my best into it, and I believe that my fellow council members have put their best into it, and we've taken the vote, then we have to be grown up enough, we have to be adult enough, and we have to be professional enough to move forward. I don't believe in parking lot meetings. I don't believe in talking behind people's back. I believe that we have to be able to move forward. I've seen many organizations that when something like that happens, Councilman Harpster, the people who are on the losing side of it, all they do is complain for the next day, week, month, or year, and it hurts the organization. It poisons the organization. And I've been on the losing side of votes before. Many of us have if we've been in this business. And we just have to realize that that one is done, and it's time to move forward to the next one and not waste our energy on one that is done.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So your final question is going to be done by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again, Mr. Jones. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
I believe to make Pasco a better place the next 10 to 15 years, we need to make sure that we have infrastructure for our water distribution and supply to be securely in place. We need to make sure that we've addressed retail, to have more and better retail in place, to have ongoing sales tax base to take care of the needs of the city, because those things go on well after we are gone. We need to make sure that the public safety needs have been met, properly funded, that there's enough fire and police officers in place, and that there's enough structures in place, police and fire departments, to meet those needs. And that there's enough recreational facilities, both athletic and fine arts, to meet the needs of our vast, diverse communities. If we address those things and do them well, we will have taken this wonderful community and made it even better for the people that come behind us.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your time. So you're more than welcome to sit in the chambers and listen to the other candidates or whatever you like to do.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, good evening. If you want to state your name and, I know who you are, but state your name.
Yeah, my name is Abel Campos.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump right into the questions. So based on your research, this is question number 1. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
Well, I think the city council obviously is the legislative body of the city. So they have some important aspects to that. So they go ahead and they make policies and laws. And so part of it's the making sure that they have everything that would make the city very successful. And so they do that. They also oversee obviously the staffing and the budget. They also are representative of the city, and so each member is designated to a district, and so they represent that district, and so it's just making sure that they hear from them and then bring that to the council on that. I also know that they also designate different citizens in the city to serve on other commissions and boards to help with that.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to 1A. What are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Yeah, I think that's a good balance to have. I think on one side, the council member needs to obviously represent their district well and hear them out and be willing to listen to any constituents about their concerns for their city. But at the same time, they got to come together as a team for the city council and make the decision that's better for the city itself. So I think it's a very important balance. Definitely a juggling act that needs to be happening, making sure that they're doing both, listening to the constituents, but also working with everyone else and making sure that the city moves forward in a positive way.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 2, which is going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Campos, for being here this evening and participating, just throwing your name in the hat for it, too. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I think there's just so much going on. I mean, just knowing the fact that, by 2038, we're going to continue to grow 40 to 50,000 people. That in itself, managing that and making sure we're putting everything in place to continue to grow our city is very important. But I think obviously making sure that we continue to develop our businesses and our economic plans in place, making sure that we have housing. I know that serving on the Planning Commission, that was a big deal that we had to kind of look at, hearing all this, housing and making sure that we provide for that. But I think it's a big task, and I think that that's something that we need to really look forward to, is making sure that we have not only the right housing and the economic plan, but also just making sure even if everything from traffic and everything else, making sure all those ordinances are in those places that we're ready for the population that is to come.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we are going to move on to question number 3, which is done by Councilman Blanche Bras.
Councilman? Councilwoman?
Councilwoman.
I don't know what I heard.
Oh, no, my voice is a little dry. I'll take some
My
water.
ears are failing me. Thank you for participating and wanting to continue working for the city of Pasco. I know you're in the Planning Commission, but this would be a very, very different role. My question to you, what have you observed? What have you seen as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What can we do better?
I think that it's just all part of gathering and making sure that we are gathering kind of those stakeholders for getting businesses that want to be here, making sure that we're putting all those right ordinances in place and making the system better to go ahead and draw businesses into the community. Also, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the people that are living on our streets and the homeless and the unhoused. Making sure that we establish some type of programs that we want to make sure to help either direct or help them as well. I think those are all very important issues that I think we must address, and knowing that more people are only going to come, I think those are the things that we have to absolutely address and make sure that we have that plan.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Yeah, I think that's, depending on what exactly they're saying, but I think it goes back to that previous question of being able to listen to our constituents, making sure that we're providing that ear. However, at the same time, making sure that we also represent our staff and making sure that we depending again on what's going on, making sure that we somewhat defend our staff if it's something that's not as big of a deal, making sure that we do that, but also bringing it back to the city council. Again, depending on how big the severity of the issue is, communication, making sure that we are bringing that to the table, talking to the mayor and so forth. But I think also talking to the citizen itself, directing them to the right place as well. Whether it's an email or a conversation or directing them to somebody director that needs to do that. So I think just making sure that I'm the liaison of not only listening, but also helping them and direct them to the right place.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 5, with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I think that one of the things that I know that I guess kind of pride myself in is just making sure that I have that emotional intelligence to carry on big, serious discussions and situations, but be able to stay calm and collective and patient. I think is one of the things that I kind of really just think that's one of my biggest strengths. I think the other part is just I'm a team player. I love to do teamwork and to work together and get our hands, dirty and trying to figure out a solution. I'm big on that. Let's figure out a solution. Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about problems, but let's work together and let's figure out a solution to that with that. And so I think those are the two biggest skill sets that I think that I have that I could bring to the city. Did I answer that full question? I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Hupster.
Thanks for being here this evening, for applying for the position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
You support it. You absolutely are on the council, and you trust basically the other council members to make a decision. And so as long as I know that as long as I did my part to represent the voice and my district, and as long as I know that I did that and we discussed it well as a council, then I support the decision of the council, and we make sure that we move forward with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump to the final question of tonight for you, which is number 7, and this is going to be again by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Campos, what is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it better, to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, I think at 10 or 15 years, we'll be at the 120,000 mark as a city, or maybe even more. And so just making sure that we have a productive community where people feel like they are being connected, and doing that by making sure that we have some economic policies that people can find jobs, find a house, and also have gatherings for families to just make sure that support. I think those are going to be the 3 main things that we want. We want people, and I think we already have it, but we definitely want to continue it, is that people love Pasco, we're Pasco, and let's continue to do that. And so I think the 3 things that we need to focus on is making sure that businesses are provided opportunities so jobs can continue to come in, housing affordability, making sure to do that, and also people are proud of Pasco by just having events and different stuff in the community to be a part of that.
All right. Well, it looks like you're done then. So thank you for applying, and if you'd like to sit in the audience, do whatever you think is best.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, we know you're the 4th person to present, but please say your name just for the record.
I would be happy to. Hello, my name is Tanya Bowers.
All right. Well, thank you again for taking time out of your evening. Thank you for applying for this position. So we're going to dig right in. So question number 1 is, based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
A city council member has to be accountable to their particular district. They have to balance the interests of their particular stakeholders with those of the larger city. The city council member also has to make sure they are judicious about the decisions that they have to vote on. Most of the decisions that they make, of course, have to be things that they have listened to multiple parties within their particular district. And then I'm a big believer that listening to multiple viewpoints helps people come up with the best decisions overall. So as a city council member, that is one of the things that we have to make sure that we are accountable. We also have to make sure that we know what the processes are that we must adhere to so that we do not have conflicts of interest that get in the way with decisions that we are responsible for casting votes on.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So I have a part A on my question. So what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
I think I just spoke to that.
Kinda did, yeah.
I think it's a very careful balance that one must make. Of course, your actual constituents are the ones who, in the end, will be making the decision about how fairly, how well you represented them. So, of course, I would consider them first. Most people who know me through my professional and my volunteer positions know that I am very open to building relationships with all sorts of people, listening to multiple viewpoints, ensuring that my particular biases don't get in the way of giving them the opportunity to share their particular positions.
Okay. Well, thank you for that answer. So we're going to jump to question number 2, and that's going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bowers, for being here this evening and throwing your name in the hat. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I actually think that the various goals that you all have created for 24-25, I think those are spot on. My particular interest would be the financial stability and economic sustainability, as well as the character or identity of Pasco as a whole. We are growing. Since I arrived here in 2014, we have been told that our population is expanding. We have to ensure that the things which attracted people to Pasco in the first place, those particular characteristics are preserved as best as we can. So we need to make sure that we do smart planning, but at the same time give respect to the things that made Pasco the best secret in Eastern Washington.
All right. Well, thank you. We're going to have question number 3 is going to be done by Councilwoman Blanche Barras.
Thank you. I was still reading over my notes. Thank you for participating. Thank you for throwing your hat back in the game here. My question to you: what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to improve in?
I definitely think that our downtown is in much better shape than it was when I first got here. Of course, we are really, really grateful to all the business owners who contributed to making our Main Street, our historic downtown, the vibrant place that it is today. We know that there were some management challenges previously, so I believe that with the city of Pasco being responsible for downtown once again, things are back on track. So I would say that is one of the improvements that have been made here. I also think the development that's taking place in Broadmoor. We finally have Road 100, the exits, working so they aren't the traffic congestion nightmares that they were initially. So I know that as we move further into developing that area, we are going to make sure that that becomes something that is beneficial to the rest of the city.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Contacting me, I'm assuming because they were not happy. Okay. I would want to make sure that if this were the level of conflict of interest being violated or ethically that council member doing something that was untoward or against our responsibilities, our role as city council, that individual had brought that concern of theirs to the correct authorities, whether it was something that required something to be reported to the police commission or to the city manager or to the city council at large. I would hope that that individual felt safe enough being able to speak up for themselves. If they didn't, I would ensure that there were other avenues for them to be able to share specifically what it was that had happened. And as information were obtained in the form of an inquiry or an investigation, that took place within the appropriate channels.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. So let's jump to question number 5, which is going to be done by Councilman Leo Perales.
What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I believe my skill set and my track record. I am someone who has volunteered here in Pasco in multiple ways. Additionally, my work experience is something which proves that I know how to navigate government on the city, county, state, and federal levels. One of the first things I did when I came here, I volunteered with the Office of Community and Economic Development. I wrote 2 successful grant applications, one for a survey and 2 for 2 properties in East Pasco, which are now on the National Register of Historic Places. So I believe those are some of the things, in addition to the time I served as commissioner of the Planning Commission, chair rather, of the Planning Commission, which overlapped with us going into the pandemic. We got through it. We got through stronger. And I believe that those things, in addition to information I helped obtain for the MLK Community Center, which is also one of the legislative priorities that you all have named, to recognize those who contributed to the development of East Pasco. That just shows that I'm always available and have utilized my skill set, whether that was something on a volunteer basis or something that I have been paid to do. You all are aware that my work experience, I started out in the planning space, and then after seeing how politics worked, I decided to go into the diversity, equity, inclusion space to try and get to some of the attitudes that impacted decisions around equity. So if you will, between my undergraduate degree in urban studies with programs completed at Columbia Business School, Columbia's School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation, and my graduate degree in psychology, I would say that I have demonstrated I can be on a council in Los Angeles. I also served on a neighborhood council, was first appointed and then elected. And neighborhood councils were something that the city created to ensure that enough communities had a voice in what ended up happening in terms of city operations. So between those things, time that I have spent working with other agencies such as the Regional Plan Association, which covers the tri-state area on the East Coast, Community Redevelopment Agency, which focuses on blighted areas throughout Los Angeles. I am someone who has been a part of a lot of the negotiations and operations of things that are very similar to what the City Council, as well as our colleagues, your colleagues, who you are responsible for overseeing with the city manager and city staff.
All right. So with that, we're going to jump to question number 6 by Councilman Peter Hoekstra.
Thank you for being here this evening, for applying for this position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I would most likely ensure that we heard from all viewpoints, and it sounds like in the particular scenario you are describing, we would want to make sure we heard the minority viewpoints as well, even if it seems like the majority position is one that the council is heading towards. As I mentioned before, I have seen, and it has been proven, that the more viewpoints we take into consideration, the stronger, the better that final solution or outcome will be. So I would make sure that it were voiced. I am also a team player, and the relationships that I have or would have with the other members of the city council would also be important to make sure that those were preserved as well.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to have our final question, which is going to be done by our Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
So as I was looking at the goals that you all came up with for 2024, 2025, I was on board with them. I think one of the things that we need to make sure is that we don't overcommit ourselves in looking at our budget. We don't want to further eat into our reserve. We can only do as much as we have funds allocated for, so I want to make sure that we stay within budget. As I mentioned earlier, I think Pasco has so much to offer, and I really think that our city identity is something that we can leverage to attract more business, more opportunities here to the city. I also want us to make sure that we are creating enough opportunities so that people who grow up here in our city have the ability to work the jobs that are going to be created in 15 years. I'm so grateful that we have the 2 new high schools that have just opened up. I also would like us really to think a little bit more about sustainability. We have a lot of industry that's coming in. Thank you so much to the Port of Pasco for this. We want to make sure we have the water and the energy to keep that industry going. And I see us being a city where we can be sure that we have engagement from all members of our community.
Okay, well, thank you for that. If you'd like to sit down, and I guess we'll jump to number 5. I did want to say thank you to all the candidates that showed up. There were some phenomenal answers. Was going to be extremely hard to pick just one. We'd made others we pick all 4. So anyway, so thank you again. I thought it was excellent by everybody. So with that, we're going to jump to number 5, which is our exec session to evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for appointment to elective office per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection H. I'd like to know what the council thinks, how long we're going to need. You think 10 minutes? Let's
start for 10.
Let's start for 10. Hard decision, but let's start for 10, but it'll probably be longer. So anyway, we will be back at 7:07.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I need to join you for just a few minutes in the beginning.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure. I'll be in attendance.
Okay. All right. If we can have it quiet. Thank you. We are back from exec session. Very lively exec session, and before we have a nomination and a motion, I would like to say that we do really appreciate everybody coming out. This is by far probably one of the most difficult decisions I've ever been part of as far as a councilman. It was, everybody would do an excellent job, and with that, we actually have some new information from our attorney, Eric Ferguson, so let's have him kind of tell the nuances of what actually is going on, and
Sure.
then go from
Yeah,
there.
you bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, this is a very unique situation with this particular council seat because it is a short and full term. So it's not clear yet to what degree or what length the term of the person who assumes this particular position would serve because of the election that will take place, the general election that will take place on November 4th. So with that being said, the thing that just needs to be made clear is that since all the candidates, and the reason why I'm just clarifying is because originally the mayor stated that people would need to be able to serve until December 31st. And so there's no guarantee that it would be up until December 31st. It could be only till November 25th. So I just want to make sure that all the candidates are aware of that and knowing that that they're still comfortable proceeding and going forward. So with that being said, would each of the candidates confirm that works for them? Mr. Cota? Mr. Taylor, yes, great. And where's our other, Mr. Abel? Yep. And then our finally? Yes. Okay, sounds great. Okay, sounds like we're good to go. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, thank you. So with that, I would like to get a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to appoint Joe Cotta to council position number 4, effective from September 15th, 2025 through potentially December 31st, 2025.
Second. All right, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Harpster. So let's do a roll call on this.
All right. Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Prowlis.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
So that passes 5-1.
All right, so with that, if we could have newly appointed Councilman Cotta come up here, and then we'll also take, we need a 5-minute recess? Oh, let's, well, I guess I need, what's that? Okay, well, I guess let me come down there and I'll read you that with the office. Again, this is my first time on this, so.
We'll redo these.
Thank you. All right, so repeat after me. I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
And all local ordinances, and that I faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Councilmember District 4, position number 4, for the city of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
And all local ordinances, and that I will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Councilmember District number 4, position number 4, for the city of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
I need that back. We're gonna have.
All right, and with that, let's take an 8-minute recess, so we can be back here at 7:30. That would give anybody who want to take pictures or anything else. So, yeah, take a seat. All right, thank you. All right, it is 7:30, and we are back. So we are going to move on to our regular city council regular meeting. And with that, I'm going to roll on to number 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Is anybody...
We lost one already.
They looks like he's late to his first meeting already. And Harpster, is that the spot you wanted to be in? Or do you want to be on the end?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. All right, so now that Mr. Cotta is seated, we're going to go 4A, which is approval of meeting minutes for September 2nd and September 8th. B is bill and communications, approving claims in the total amount of $6,714,030.52, with a write-off totaling $280. We got C, ordinance number 4788, amending PMC section 5.05.170, exemptions related to business license. D is resolution number 4646, change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo. E is resolution number 4647, professional services agreement amendment number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design services for the process water reuse facility irrigation systems farm upgrades project. And with that, can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta?
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster?
Yes.
Councilmember Perales?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes.
And Mayor Milne?
That would be a yes from me as well.
Thank you. It passes unanimous.
Thank you. We're going to move on to 5, which is proclamation and acknowledgements. And the first one is 5A, which is, I know, a little controversial, which is a proclamation honoring the life of Charlie Kirk. And now usually as a council we don't really do this. I was contacted by other members of the council. I was thinking of more of a moment of silence, but we got basically one of the council members thought it'd be a great idea to have a proclamation, and I did agree with him. And I guess my choice on that, just because I have got emails about this, is that I love the fact that Charlie Kirk was for free speech. That where he would go, he would have a discussion, and the best part about it was that he would have a discussion and violence wasn't considered an option. To me, it says something about the man that you're going into areas that most people wouldn't go into, whether for political beliefs or religious beliefs, and having open conversations. So to me, he was an inspiration. I watched a lot of his videos, usually every other day, and again, to me, it was a profound loss when somebody's talking nonviolent interactions, just have a discussion, and with that, the man is basically killed for having a discussion. So it's my decision to do this. Again, I appreciate the support that I've got from council, but it's not an easy one, and I know there's people that are against this because of some of the stuff he has believed in, but for me, it's an honor to do this proclamation. So with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. So whereas Charlie Kirk was the founder of Turning Point USA, a national nonprofit organization committed to educating young people about the principles of limited government, free markets, personal responsibilities, and whereas Charlie Kirk boldly proclaimed his faith in Jesus Christ, consistently grounding his public service and civic engagement in biblical values and deep conviction that faith must live out in both private and public life. And whereas Charlie Kirk worked tirelessly to equip a new generation of Americans to think critically, engage civically, and uphold ideals of freedom, family, and faith. And whereas Charlie Kirk believed in the power of civic trust, community involvement, and moral leadership to strengthen democracy. And whereas Charlie Kirk's life was tragically cut short when he was assassinated while engaging in dialogue with college students. An act that shocked the nation and underscored the growing need for civil discourse, mutual respect, and the protection of those who speak boldly in matters of conscience and truth. And whereas, despite his untimely death, Charlie's enduring legacy lives on through the lives of those he inspired to serve in their communities, engage those around them, and stand firm in their convictions. And whereas the City of Pasco joins communities across the country in mourning this profound loss, and I recognize the impact of Charlie's voice, leadership, and unwavering devotion to truth. And therefore I, David Milne, Mayor of City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2025 as a day of honor to the life of Charlie Kirk, and urge all residents to reflect on Charlie's legacy of faith, freedom, and service, and to recommit ourselves to these founding values. Thank you. So with that, we're going to move on to 5B, which is a proclamation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Would it be all right for me to comment?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, the same as you mentioned, I hope what people take away from this and from his life is the courage to have conversations with people that we disagree with. And at the end of those conversations, you may still disagree, but you've at least had a conversation, respected that other person as a human being, another person. And as I look out in the crowd here, I've met many of these people out here, and many of us disagree on many things, but we've had conversations about it, and there's a lot that we do agree on that we found, and there's items we found that we're just going to disagree on, and that's fine. And when I was running for city council, I reached out to all the council members at that time just to hear their thoughts on council and priorities and whatnot. And those who maybe think differently politically than me, Ms. Barajas to my left here was the only one who got together with me to discuss priorities. And we found in that conversation, there's a lot we disagree on. But we sit here every week and find that there is a lot that we do agree on. And I respect Ms. Barajas for her willingness to serve on council and to keep showing up. And I hope she does the same for me. And again, we get together pretty frequently and have discussions that aren't fun to have. They're sometimes difficult discussions, but we work towards finding common ground. And what's cool to see is, Fiery Foods Festival this past weekend. She ran into my family and gave my wife a hug, said hi to my boys. They were excited to see her. That's the result of having conversations instead of saying, we disagree, so we're not going to talk. And again, the irony of the open dialogue is everybody's going to have the opportunity this evening to share their opinions on this, perhaps. And again, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, I know we're not going to agree, but I just really hope that that people would see what happened and that would embolden them to not be silenced, but to seek out people that they have disagreements with. And again, you may not win somebody to your side, but it's still so important, in my opinion, to have that conversation anyways. Thanks.
Thank you for those words. I could say, being on the council, I agree with you wholeheartedly. There's just times where you disagree with other members, but it's for the best of Pasco that we get along. We try to work things out, and you try to hear different voices and different opinions. So again, the whole Charlie Kirk thing, it was a profound loss to me that his life was taken so young with a family and all the stuff that he was trying to let people be aware of, and again, to try to make America a better place. So with that, we're going to move on. So with that, we're going to move on to 5B, which is a proclamation declaring National Hispanic Heritage Month. And we are actually going to kick it off with Councilwoman
I don't get it. The
Rojas.
rules say that you start with public comment and then you do public business.
No, public comment, please sit down. Public comment is coming up. It's coming up on the agenda.
Beginning of the meeting, not
No, it's coming up. We are running the meeting here. If you could sit down, please. You will give you a chance for 3 minutes to talk.
that. It's just you're violating your own rules.
No, it's on our agenda. We have an agenda. We have an agenda, not run by you. With that, Councilwoman Bras, can you please do your proclamation?
I'm not sure if you have the proclamation in English. Someone should read it in English first.
Let's go with Councilman Leo Perales for the English version.
Thank you much. This is a proclamation on National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2025. Whereas America's cultural diversity has helped strengthen and define our country for hundreds of years, and whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the millions of Hispanic Americans whose love of family, hard work, and community have helped unite us as a people and sustain us as a nation, and whereas we remember also those proud Hispanic American patriots who fought and died for our country in every war and conflict since our founding, and whereas as entrepreneurs and public servants, scholars, and artists, Hispanic Americans have provided wisdom, energy, and leadership in both small and large communities across the country, and whereas while many Hispanic Americans today are thriving, others are still struggling to overcome obstacles, including language and cultural barriers, and whereas we renew our commitment to ensuring that all Hispanic Americans have access to the opportunities needed to pursue and realize their dreams, and whereas the 2025 theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future, encourages us to recognize the spirit of innovation, resilience, and unity that defined the Hispanic experience, and honors the visionary leaders within the Hispanic community whose trailblazing efforts have paved the way for more inclusive and prosperous society. And now, therefore, Mayor Pasco, David Milne, and the rest of the council do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you. And now will Councilwoman Rojas read that in Spanish.
Thank you. I do have a couple comments before that. I will be reading the proclamation in Spanish. It's very important for our viewers, our Spanish viewers, every Mexican American in the city of Pasco, in recognition that there's 56% of the population in Pasco are Latino or Hispanic natives. We are a proud group. Tomorrow, September 16th, is Mexican Independence Day, making Mexico's liberation from Spain in 1810. Not sure if anybody knew that, but I'm just throwing out that little tidbit. So to my fellow Mexican Americans, to Chicanos, however you want to identify yourselves, Feliz Día de la Independencia Mexicana. And I will proceed to read the proclamation. We were just talking about proclamations, and I want to recognize that we just read a proclamation, right? In regards to the life of an individual that was unfortunately a victim of a crime. However, we should also recognize Senator Melissa Hortman and her husband for being killed. Irina Sarutska from Ukraine for also being killed. The students at Evergreen High School and the students at the Annunciation Catholic School, in those shootings, there was not many killings, but there were killings of young people, children, unnecessary killings, just like Mr. Kirk's. However, I feel that local government should aim to keep our streets safe, to focus on local matters. May they all rest in peace. And with that, I will follow through with the proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month in Spanish. For all of you listening, todos los que están escuchando, el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, 15 de septiembre a 15 de octubre del 2025. Considerando que la diversidad cultural de América ha ayudado a fortalecer y a definir nuestro país por cientos de años. Considerando durante el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, reconocemos a los millones de hispanoamericanos cuyo amor por la familia, el trabajo duro y la comunidad han ayudado a unirnos como pueblo y sostenernos como una nación. Y considerando que también recordamos a aquellos orgullosos patriotas hispanoamericanos quienes lucharon y murieron por nuestro país en cada guerra y conflicto desde nuestra fundación. Y considerando que como empresarios y funcionarios públicos, estudiantes y artistas, los hispanoamericanos han proporcionado sabiduría, energía y liderazgo en comunidades pequeñas y grandes a lo largo del país. Considerando que, aunque muchos hispanoamericanos han prosperado hoy en día, otros aún están luchando para vencer obstáculos, incluyendo el idioma y las barreras culturales. Considerando que renovamos nuestro compromiso para asegurarnos que todos los hispanoamericanos tengan acceso a las oportunidades necesarias para perseguir y realizar sus sueños. Y considerando el tema del 2025, herencia colectiva, honrando el país, inspirando el futuro, nos alienta a reconocer el espíritu de la innovación, resiliencia y unidad que definen la experiencia hispana. Y honra a los líderes visionarios dentro de la comunidad hispana, cuyos esfuerzos pioneros han abierto el camino hacia la sociedad más inclusiva y próspera. Feliz Día de la Independencia a todos los mexicoamericanos.
All right, and thank you, Councilwoman Ross. I'm sorry, hold a second. I just want to say thank you for pointing that out. I did have it in my notes to recognize the other ones. I did miss it. I am sorry, but thank you for saying that. And so let's go to Councilman Grimm.
Thank you. Oh, you're fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. No, and just to add on to what my fellow council member was saying, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but just reading from the internet here, we can't quite claim it as Pasco, but we're the lion's share of the population in Franklin County. But Franklin County became the first majority Hispanic county in the entire Pacific Northwest around 2006. And I think that is something we should be very proud of. Can't quite claim it as a city, but obviously we're like, 85% of the whole county. So I think that is something to be proud of. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's go to Councilman
Make a quick comment. So I just want to address what happened earlier. It's the bodies, we have our schedules and stuff. They're available on the internet at our website. But if you look at our Pasco Municipal Code, I'm just going to address the individual who came up here. We have it on our website here. You can see right here. It lays out our agenda, our order of business. And so we weren't skipping over anything. It says right here, meeting instructions for remote access, goes call to order, roll call, pledge of allegiance, consent agenda, proclamations, acknowledgements, and after that is public comment. So I just want to make sure that I don't want anyone making comments or posts that we're not following our own rules and stuff, but that clears it laid out right there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. So now we're going to move on to public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the City Council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require considerations by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And with that, we have a list of people that are have signed up to speak. So let's start off with, first we'll go off with Michelle Andrews. And again, we're going to go 3 minutes. Make sure the timer is on. Yes.
Michelle? Okay. Hello. Michelle Andrews, Pasco, Washington. Congratulations, Mr. Cotta. I hope you do well. I do want to address that all of us have strong emotions, and emotions are real. They're not always reality. If you miss someone and you said, hey, I missed you, I didn't hear from you, why didn't you write? That person doesn't know if you're saying that in a sad manner or in an angry manner. I do want to give people the room to grieve a beautiful life. It was not worth taking his life. It wasn't worth taking the Ukrainian girl's life. I used to be an admissions counselor for a college and a teacher. Students are very impressionable, and every single adult needs to lead those emotions in a positive direction as much as possible. And I call on my city because I came here 17 years ago and I felt like I moved back to Boise, Idaho. I had not felt at home in such a long time. I love this city and I love this county. Please love one another. It pays off. And even if you disagree and didn't want us to say an amen or not, I love you. I care about your feelings.
Hey, Michelle, can you?
Thank you.
We can't hear you, so okay.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So moving forward, if everybody could approach the dais as far as face us so we could actually hear you better, would be appreciated. So let's, up next, we got Steve Wilson.
Thanks for having me up here today.
Can
you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name's Steve Wilson from Pasco. Congratulations, new guy. Pasco was created as a city manager form of government. This was after World War I. That actually started in the United States in Ohio around 1913. This was set up to stop the political machines from setting up governments for one political party as an abuse of a spoils system from the war and related industries. And it requires an impartial city manager. We have one, right, Mr. Stewart? Thank you. It has proven to be an effective system of local government by restricting partisan government and offering more equitable and fair representation. Now, let me explain to you what partisan influence has done to my area here, my city, my county. Right now, we have a county commissioner system that's overloaded with right-wing extremists. They have done as much to run out their peers and professionals from that, from their department. They disgraced an honorable sheriff. They can't manage HAPO. That's been around since it was 80s, came in the 80s as Tritech. It was to be proud of. People would come from the region, all around the region, to come to our ag facility who lives here and will build an ag facility without air conditioning and then put themselves in a situation where they can't afford it, and then work with people from out of state and owe them money, and yet have the grapes to turn around and belittle a sheriff for a lunch bill, or to tell him that he's got hidden cameras looking in secret areas of the courthouse.
If you get face us, I appreciate
Sorry
it.
about that. I get a little fired up about that. What I recommend is we do not interact with them regarding Hapo Center. Let them dig their hole. My dad and I talked yesterday. He said, my big brother called me. They're in their 70s, freaking out about this news about the liberals are going to get all shot or something. They're freaking out. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that. So I looked into it. I see this guy's an influencer. I'm not connected. I can only assume, since your municipality that deals with our local people, that he's from Pasco. That must be the case. Or he has influence in Pasco. Or he's helped anything with the municipality of Pasco. That would make sense. So I'm assuming that's the case. I'm going to look into this and see if it is the case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We're going to jump down to Eileen Crawford.
Thank you for your time. Eileen Crawford, City of Pasco. Congratulations, Joe. I'm here to talk to you about an article I read in the Tricycle Herald regarding $50 additional car tab fees. Is that going to go on motorcycles, RVs, etc.? Need I remind you, Pasco is a very low per capita incomes city. We don't have that kind of money. All right? Have you looked at other options? I found it interesting that one of the council members was supporting a 0.01% sales tax. Well, at least that would capture everybody that shops in Pasco. If I don't want to pay your fee, I'm going to transfer my tags out of Pasco. All right? Are you going to charge everybody that drives across the city limits and uses our streets, which are in bad need of attention, I'll admit, a fee for driving on them? Because you're charging us for their privilege. Have you looked at, because of EVs, better gas mileage, have you looked at putting this extra fee on EVs or hybrids only? What about the charging stations? Let's charge them too. The city is not responsible to support businesses that compete with private business or things that don't involve our health and safety. So let's re-inspect those, all right? I wonder, and I'm asking, the Grand Ole 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo, Fiery Food Festival, movies in the park during the summer. Is the city supporting those with our taxpayer dollars while you're going to tax us for more and more? Maybe what you ought to do is start taxing, if you pass this, start taxing U-Hauls while we move out. Because that's what's going to happen. Okay? This is not Olympia. You were all elected by the people to represent the people first, and the city of Pasco second. So start representing us and our pocketbooks. No more tax and spend, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Mrs. Crawford. Normally we don't interact. I mean, if you could please sit down. But I did want to say that every member here does not like taxes. We also don't like roads with potholes in them either. And you need roads. I mean, again, that's a big thing. And I can tell you that there basically is no secret meetings. We haven't even voted on this. We still have a couple more months. We're willing to hear from people. We want to hear from our constituents. So I'm saying, with that in mind, again, even though I had leaning one way, I'm still open. I think every councilman is open to seeing what is best for Pasco
hearing people's ideas, moving forward on this, but let's come up with a way, if we can, to have better roads, but at the same time, not bankrupt the city budget. All we want is to keep things moving without being bankrupt, without, again, we want fiscal responsibility. So with that, I will jump to Tim Eidman, and you got 3 minutes.
On? Is this on?
Yep.
All right. Tim Eidman, born and raised in Yakima. Ferguson and the Democrats raised taxes $40 billion this last legislative session. And this mayor and this city council thinks that's not enough. You got to go on top of that. The voters in Franklin County, 72% of them, said, we don't want taxes or fees above $30. Jay Inslee said voters were confused by that. The mayor and the city council agree with them, because here you are doing exactly the same thing that he did, not respecting the will of the people. When you say you're going to have a meeting starting at 7, and I tell 60,000 people to tune in to watch, and you don't start listening to people until 7:50, you're not even following your own rules. When I did this in front of the Seattle City Council, they were just as bad. But that's Seattle. You're acting exactly like the Seattle mayor, exactly like the Seattle City Council, where you put it off as long as you could. You had already made your decision, and all they were doing is just biding time, hoping that people would get tired and walk out. On August 25th, you guys had a secret meeting that nobody knew about, that it took the Tri-City Herald a week and a half to eventually write a story about. And here it is 21 days later, and this is the first chance where regular citizens can actually comment on it. But at that meeting, you all weren't debating whether or not to do it. You all decided you're going to do it. We only want to know, are you going to raise sales taxes? Are you going to raise car tab taxes? You weren't debating whether or not to do it. You just said we're doing it, but which one should we do? And you all expressed which ones you wanted. You skipped the whole part about when you normally make decisions, you're supposed to actually listen to citizens, make an announcement, let the Tri-City Herald do a story before the meeting about it. You didn't do that here. It was so maddening to hear you skipping past the whole citizen comment portion. But let's talk about how that's a joke too. Because you already know the voters don't want this. You already know they can't afford it, but you're doing it anyway. Now, you say that you're only going to make final decisions later. That's not what happened on August 25th. And it infuriated me because I was watching you skip past everything. Supposedly a conservative city council, supposedly a conservative mayor, acting exactly the way Seattle does. Now, $40 billion in one legislative session from Democrats. We come to expect that. But when we have supposed conservatives saying $40 billion isn't enough, let's go above that. Let's go higher than that. Let me close with this. 25 years ago, when we passed this one just a couple of years ago, 72% of them voted for it. This was the sign in 1999, 26 years ago. The slogan was, because politicians will never limit taxes. True today, 26 years later, as it was back then, you will never limit taxes. It is infuriating that you're doing this, and you're doing it before you've even listened to the people. It infuriates me. I hate it, and I'm really pissed off about it. Thank you.
All right. So the next one is, we have a, usually we don't do it, but in this case we'll have Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a point of clarification that in that meeting,
from what I understand, you don't comment. You don't actually go back and forth. The whole idea of public comment is we get to talk, and then you guys listen.
We are on the council. You need to sit down or you'll be removed.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make a point of a clarification. On YouTube, at the 1:55, 30-second mark, the public is indeed asked to provide input, and it is. And then Councilwoman Barajas asks a follow-up question, and then our deputy city manager actually even goes through the process and explains the process, how there has to be public hearings and all of this, and then you again go back and ask a second and a third time for public comment. So to come up and say that public comment wasn't taken that night is factually untrue, or that public comment hasn't happened at these meetings since then is factually untrue, and it's outrageous to even suggest that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to Anna Roos Kennedy.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Anna Ruiz Kennedy, and I'm here as the Chair of Franklin County Democrats. I want to begin. We just witnessed a congratulations for your appointment. We just witnessed your swearing-in ceremony, and we also just witnessed not following your own process. You have a proclamation process. It says here that you have to have a request submitted 30 days prior, and you didn't follow that. So just reminding you to follow your own process. You are breaking. You're making everybody break your own laws, and then you set precedent. That's very dangerous, okay? But now you did it, and I would like to encourage you. I did this publicly right away after we've heard the tragic passing of Mr. Kirk, or assassination of him. And I said that we condemn all forms of violence, including the assassination of Mr. Kirk and the targeting of all political leaders for their beliefs. This kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. I respectfully ask that this resolution be expanded to also honor the memory of other political leaders who have been assassinated. Leaders across the political spectrum, from Martin Luther King Jr., President John F. Kennedy, to more recent figures like Representative Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and others. These tragedies are not just political losses, they are human losses. They affect families, communities, and the very fabric of our democracy. By recognizing all victims of political violence, we send a powerful message that our community values every voice, stands united against hate, and believes in civil discourse over division. Let this resolution be a bridge not just in mourning, but in hope and shared purpose. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere." Thank you for your time and for your commitment to community, unity, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Jennifer Henley.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I've never actually spoke before to any council, so I appreciate the opportunity. I am here tonight, though, to share my concerns with the decision to make the special proclamation about the death of Mr. Kirk. I first want to say that, number one, anyone celebrating the death of anyone is deplorable. I don't care who they are and if they agree or disagree with me in any way. Second, everyone has a right to mourn someone that they are upset about the death of, but this group is not a person. You guys represent the entire city of Pasco, and some of those people, as you said, receiving emails, disagree with the decision. By making a specific proclamation about a podcaster, when only today, and due to the outrage of your community, did you recognize federal government officials who were assassinated actually 3 months and 1 day ago. My understanding, there was no proclamation prior to the outrage that began over tonight's proclamation. The racially fueled comments made by Mr. Kirk, as well as the abhorrent programs he supported, and his comments about women, create a divisive environment and do not make me feel supported by the officials in a city that I've lived in for almost 20 years. I hope in the future the council will be more cautious and more inclusive with these proclamations. And lastly, as public comment was not made available prior to the proclamation, and the fact that in the proclamation mutual respect was cited and should be gleaned from Mr. Kirk, I do feel it's important, and I do apologize ahead of time to anyone this might offend, but I do want to actually share some of his words. This is from a July 13th, 2023 Charlie Kirk show. Black women do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. I do not see how that shows mutual respect and does not create divisiveness. I hope in the future, again, that more thought will be put into these proclamations, like the one that was made tonight, and that all those who live in Pasco feel supported. Thank you.
Thank you for your words. So we're going to move on to Andre Luther. Oh, Andrea, sorry. I can't hear you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Luther. I'm from Pasco. I wanted to share my concerns about the proclamation honoring Charlie Kirk. First, every life lost is tragic, and every death deserves to be mourned. We can absolutely extend compassion to Mr. Kirk's family and his supporters without elevating him with an official city proclamation. Mr. Milne, you claimed he was a great debater and a voice for free speech. I would like to invite you to come volunteer your time with the Pasco School Debate Clubs so that you can learn what a great debater actually looks like. He's not. Pasco is one of the most diverse cities in Washington, and our proclamations in Pasco should unite our residents. Honoring a national political figure whose works and statements have been openly partisan risks dividing our community. If the city would not issue a similar proclamation for a leader with very different political views, such as Minnesota Rep. Melissa Hortman, which it had not until tonight when it was amended, who have been victims of political violence, it is inconsistent and inequitable to issue one here. I urge the council to focus future proclamations on shared values and local contributions rather than on national political figures whose legacies are rooted in divisive advocacy. We can mourn a death without exalting someone like this. And I do have a whole list of statements that he has made if anyone would like one.
All right. Why don't you give it to the clerk? All right. Thank you for those words. We're going to go on to. Oh, no. What's this?
Turillo?
Is it Tarisha? Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will move on to Steve Simmons.
My name is Steve Simmons, Pasco resident. I just wanted to speak to the proposed tax increases. So Pasco families are already stretched thin. If you didn't notice, we just saw a gas tax go up because of a failed carbon tax that hasn't delivered yet. And now the city wants to raise taxes again. The truth is that Pasco hasn't done well in long-term planning and instead has asked us for more. The city should be accountable with the money it already collects. And as President Reagan reminded us, the problem is not that people are taxed too little. The problem is that government spends too much. So we need smarter spending and not higher taxes. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve Simmons. It looks like we have some. Is there anybody else? All right, Mrs. Maloney. I think it's already on.
It's on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll speak loud. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. How much are we, the taxpayers, paying for the Pasco Aquatic Center? See Aquatic Director and former Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and or his LLC for his wow factor wave machine that can cost anywhere from $22 million to $280 million, with each wave costing as much as $12.75 per second. Who can afford that? Include a total for Mr. Watkins' salary of nearly $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Include passport entries, anticipated expenses, and complication costs. Pasco taxpayer-funded CIP budget is well over $500 million. How much is going for a low-barrier homeless shelter for our people? and for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats. Currently, it's at 0. See the spokesman review on 9/9/25. Quote, from 1975, the Spokane City Council was taking more heat over its policy to sell stray dogs to Washington State University Veterinary School, end quote. Tri-City Animal Services, TCACS, or Animal Control, has had a contract with WSU to send our dogs and cats for research since April 16th of 2003. Tri-City Animal Services has no spay-neuter services and still denies due process protections, still performs botched, cruel, and barbaric euthanasia methods, and now issues fines with the usage pay system, which puts a bounty on our dogs and cats. Which neighborhoods do they attack there? And still, for over 22 years, continues to send our dogs and cats to WSU for research where they linger and then are killed. Tri-City Animal Services is catch and kill or send them to WSU. Horrendous. This authorized by Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and approved by council. See Pasco City Council meeting 4/1/19. Provide the video. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my property with start dates, costs, and the U.S. mail notice to me. Include all Pasco officials and Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Include a permit number 404 for the floodplain sewer system and for the Road 48 Community Park. Include fecal groundwater reports caused by the broken floodplain sewer system. Also include fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. See KNDU News on Earth Day 4/19/22, alerting the city regarding our floodplain eagles before
We get you to
Hayden Homes
wrap it
and
up.
Pasco killed them. My comments are for the record, my requests are for the record, and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, thank you for that. Is there anybody else in the audience that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, and then we have some callers that have been patiently waiting to speak. So I think we're going to go with the first one, Lori Lane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Laurie Lane, and I'm from Buckley, Washington. I, too, am concerned when I hear about tax increases, because this is just a terrible time for that. That's why the 1% tax cap, property tax cap, was passed in the first place, so that we could have, as voters, be able to afford to stay in our homes. To me, I have a question. How can anybody trust somebody when they trust you guys when you secretly pass taxes without the voters' consent? I would think that would tend to do quite the opposite. Honestly, what I believe needs to happen here is that there needs to be a tax diet. And you just need to learn to stay within your, live on a budget, true budget, and just say no. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those words. Just so you know, we haven't passed anything, so we're still discussing it. But let's go on to Mila Mapson. Mapson, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might want to speak up a little bit more, but we could hear you.
Okay, I'll try to talk loud. Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Malia Mapston, and I am a resident of Pasco, Washington. I'm here this evening with a concern of a proposed gas station, convenience store, and car wash development on parcel number 11550285 and parcel number 11550286. This land is on the corner of Sandifer Parkway and Road 90, right next to Broadmoor Terrace, which is where I live. The proposal for this gas station is less than 100 yards from my front door. So I was notified this weekend by just walking by a sign that was posted. It was about the size of a paper by the mailbox that said that this gas station is, there was a proposal for this gas station, and that the community had until the 22nd of this month to write any comments or speak regarding the opposition of it. I have a few points. So I think I'm concerned because of the increased traffic, that this will worsen congestion, make crossings dangerous, especially for our children and for our families walking, biking. The safety of our children and our family from the gas station noise, the light pollution, the fuel leaks, chemical runoffs that could threaten our soil and our groundwater. A huge concern of mine is possible loitering and homeless around our children, and our property value. Decrease in our property value, which I believe is improper taking of property value. We have 4 other gas stations within 1 mile of my home. This will be the 5th added, and so I'm wondering why. What is the reasoning for the need for our community? I think the responsibility of the city government is to make decisions with the established community for safety, for safety and cultural development in mind. And I don't believe that this 5th gas station across the street from my home supports that responsibility. I leave you with 2 questions. First, what would you do if you got notification that a gas station was going across the street from your home? And the reason of why this would be important for our community to have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We much appreciate it. Do we have anybody else online all right, so with that, we're going to move on to number 7, which is reports from committees and or offices. So do we have any, let's start off with Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Well, I'm going to change the atmosphere in here because this weekend we had a really good Fiery Food Festival. We had a really good turnout. There was some amazing food, amazing entertainment. It seemed like everyone in Pasco was there. We had the pepper challenge. We had the wing challenge. Brian, I think, won the wing challenge. And Sergeant Park participated in the wing challenge. He had some tacos before the wing challenge, so he didn't get through all 20 of his wings. But it was a really, really fun event. I stayed pretty much all day. The weather was good. And then today, I also went to the recovery graduation. September is recovery month, and today they had a gentleman that I believe has been clean for over a year, and he graduated from recovery graduation, and it was a really neat experience to listen to his story. There was other community elected officials there. Commissioner Bauman was there. Detective Lee was there, and she presented him with a challenge coin. And it's just really a good feeling to watch someone change their life after basically being addicted to drugs after a long road. So it was really, I guess, it's a good feeling to see someone turn their life around. So I appreciated that today.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Blaisdell. We're going to jump to Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I did attend Tridex Donuts and Development. I spoke about last week, and discussion was around housing in the area, and increased supply, but also the increased days on market and the challenges that's presenting not only for brokers in the area, but for builders and buyers and sellers as well. And again, that was with Rep. Connors and HBA and Tri-City Association of Realtors. Met with Kara, I think her last name is pronounced Kabler, something like that, with the Franklin Conservation District. She presented to us about a month ago. It was at a meeting that I missed. And I had a good discussion with her. Next week, I'll bring back a couple items during miscellaneous discussion to talk about, including my favorite topic of shrub step mitigation. And we discussed that and how the city can partner with them on a couple different issues that they're dealing with. And then, as Ms. Blaisdell mentioned, did attend Fiery Foods Festival. And I don't know if it's just because your memory as a kid gets a little twisted when you get older, but as a kid going to Fiery Foods Festival, I felt like it was just this enormous, huge thing, and got a little small during COVID and all that, but it feels like year over year it keeps growing and growing. And this year felt like the first year that it was like really back post-COVID. And so thanks to Mr. Rice and his team, and really a lot of staff that had spent a lot of their weekend time there. I know that Ms. Igdell and Mr. Stewart were both there, and so appreciate you guys doing that. And my family and I had a great time, so that was it. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the new Vintage Church elected official ribbon cutting. I had to be there a little early because of another obligation to go watch a kid play a soccer game, but I was able to get there half an hour early. Congratulate Pastor Matt, pray with him, and I appreciate him making time before his big event to do that. I also attended the Ben Franklin Transit meeting last Thursday where they announced their Employees of the Year and also their Department of the Year. And I don't know if you guys watch their videos online, but Brittany and some others on that team in the marketing department are doing a fantastic job of just really reflecting the values of Ben Franklin Transit and promoting the image of BFT and just having a lot of fun doing it too. So that was great. And then also they gave a report on the Benton Franklin Fair and Rodeo ridership, and ridership was way up. I remember being at that meeting last year, and if my memory serves me correct, like from our 22nd Avenue station, ridership was down 6%, but this year I think it was in the teens or almost 20%. Ridership was up just from our one station here in Pasco, so that was encouraging. And then like others, I was down at Fiery Foods Festival. I'm the one with the big family, so got to bless one of our local vendors by walking up and asking for 21 tacos, to which they were like, "Are you serious?" And I kind of turned around and pointed to my group that I love very much. And so yeah, had a great time down there and supporting our vendors and just being a part of the community. So thank you.
Thank you for that report, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go back to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing. I also filled in for the mayor at the Kohler Estates Phase 2 ribbon cutting. It is in the middle of the, I want to say country, but technically it's not the country anymore, but it's so quiet and peaceful out there. So there is some, I believe there's about 20 lots available for purchase. So it's definitely worth driving out there to look at the lots available if you're thinking about buying a house.
Well, thank you for filling in for me. I do appreciate it. I had a busy week as well, but to summarize for the amount of time we have, I did attend the Park and Recs Advisory Board meeting, and we had a long discussion on the Aquatic Center. Got an update by former Mayor Matt Watkins, and I will say that there is no wave pool. I've gone over the plans a couple times, very Pacific. So maybe at one time it was a discussion, but there is no $22 million wave pool with $100,000 per wave. And I did attend the Fiery Foods along with the rest of the council, and it was really cool to see everybody there. And I did want to join in with, I saw our Councilman Leo Perales eating the hot peppers. I thought of my time up there, but I was glad that somebody from the council was able to dig in, and sad that he didn't win first prize, but looked like quite the competition, a lot of folks. And so again, it was good to have a good time and talk to constituents. So with that, I think we're going to move on. And let me get back to my spot here. If I can. All right.
So we're going to move on to 8, which is hearing and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. I'm not seeing anything, so we're going to move on to number 9, ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. We got number A, which is resolution number 4649, setting a public hearing to consider Fat Beam franchise extension, and this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item proposes to set the public hearing for the renewal of this fiber optic franchise for Fat Beam for October 6th at 7 p.m. during a regular council meeting. This is a renewal. Again, this is governed by Municipal Code Title 1540, and it does qualify under general components of that title. And with that, a requirement for this renewal is to have the public hearing. No action is anticipated on that night. It's just the public hearing. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, does any of the council have questions for Director Maria Serra? Go with Councilwoman Barajas.
Quick question. This is, as I'm reading this, down at the discussion portion, it says, before considering franchise renewal. So we are considering, the hearing is to consider continuation of a contract to a franchise for $1,000.
Yes, the franchise is for that private utility to utilize the right-of-way, and it's a non-exclusive franchise. That means that they have equipment, in this case it's underground, fiber optic underground, install and maintain within our right-of-way. So $1,000 is the cost to renew that franchise, and considering this renewal requires a public hearing to occur first before council can actually act on it. And so for October 6th at 7 p.m., the intent is to have the public hearing, and then action would be scheduled for a following meeting.
Thank you. And just one last question. The agreement is for how long?
I believe it is 5 years, but I can check.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions. So Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4649, setting 7 p.m. October 6, 2025 as the time and date for a public hearing to consider a fiber optic franchise with Fat Beam LLC.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and I have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like it passes unanimously. Let's go on to B. Resolution number 4650, application for ascent easement driveway for 2001 West Lewis Street. And it's going to be by Deputy City Manager Richa Sedell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and evening council. There was an application that was submitted earlier this year for an access easement on West Lewis Street, and thank you. You can see that on the location there. Lewis Street is designated as a limited access facility, which means that an abutting property does not get an automatic access to the street. It also is a fairly high-speed arterial of the city. On September 15th, regular council meeting, you directed staff to explore the appropriate process for staff to consider granting this easement. And we've worked with the city attorney and the applicant on this process. At first, the applicant had considered a de-acceleration lane. However, in discussion with staff, what we've found is the current use does not require a de-acceleration lane, and it would be essentially an overbuild. So we discussed that with the applicant. They're okay with just a clear cut, I believe that's the right word here, a standard driveway cut rather than adding a de-acceleration lane. So that is the process that we are recommending here. You have three options essentially. You can deny the request to access easement altogether. You can direct staff to revise our recommendations if you feel like we need to reconsider the designs and the conditions, or approve the access of easement as we have recommended. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right. Is there any questions from the dais as far as on this issue?
I got one.
Okay, so Councilman Leo Browse.
Thank you, Mayor. So what's the reasoning behind no de-acceleration lane?
There is just not enough traffic count from what the applicant has given us, where it really requires that level of build to the street, because you're not having that many cars go by that you require a lane that would need to turn right there.
Well, I mean, we want, I mean, if we're trying to be proactive and looking forward, we want more traffic coming in to the city of Pasco. So I guess it's kind of short-sighted to not do that now, just to get it done. They're going to pay for it, right? They would pay to do the improvements.
Yes, and in future, if there is a use for it, then the applicant would have to build it, and we would have to come to council and probably have similar discussion. But at this time, the applicant did not have a project that, I believe it was maybe 10 cars a day, so it was a very low count that did not justify such an investment, and also impact to the street itself.
So is the applicant happy about that? Or are they just like, okay, if you guys are going to approve this, fine, the way it is? Because I know that I think they had submitted a design that had a deacceleration lane.
And they did submit a design that excluded the deacceleration lane after our discussions as well. I cannot account for the happiness or sadness of the applicant itself, but what I can say is that they understood our questions, and they recognize that there might be a need in the future, but right now that need is not bore out.
Okay. Then I'm fine with what's presented. I just would think, if we want to make our roads safer and stuff, it would just be more prudent to do it now. But if people are happy with what's been presented, or meaning the applicant and everyone up here, I'd be happy with that. Thank you, and thank you for your work on this.
All right. Well, with that, I'm not seeing any other. Oh, you got Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to start off where Mr. Perales finished. And thank you. It sounds like there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of communication. I know that takes a lot of staff time, but I appreciate the customer service. That's what we should be doing for our public. And just so I do remember the presentation on this earlier in the year, but just so basically they were just asking for curb cuts off of Lewis Street, and our concern was because it's 45 miles an hour, the speed of possible rear-ending collisions and that kind of stuff.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Well, now I don't see any other ones, so now.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just real quick. So one of the concerns that I'm just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, because I'm not sure the connections being made there. But it sounds, based on the easement that we drafted, it says specifically that the benefit of the real property described above, and then it talks about how it would be specific location thereof determined by the development review process for the city of Pasco. So, and that's really the whole point. The original concern that we had, and I don't know if folks remember that, was would this be even possible? Because there's two steps to this, right? There's the actual granting of the exception to your code, which says no driveways on this portion of Lewis, which is what you're doing tonight, and then there's the development review process. Now, I don't know if you don't reserve that with regard to this particular easement in terms of future improvement. If something changes, it might be difficult to then go back and then require them to make additional improvements. I don't know that we would be able to do that through this document. So I just want to be clear. I'm not sure on what the question was to be able to potentially do that going forward with this document, because I don't think this one is going to be able to do that at this point, and I'd have to defer to staff and their ability to ensure that would be the case through other things. I just didn't want to give the impression that was in this document, the reservation of additional improvements should a deacceleration lane be required. So anyway, just with that, I don't mean to make more discussion out of something, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what this document does. It just gives an exception to the code.
Okay, let's jump to Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. In regards to this particular request for an easement, traffic does go by, not a lot of times, don't hear this, Chief, not a lot of times adhering to the speed limit. So my view, because I've driven by there several times and almost hit, seeing the speed going through there, I think it's a high risk area to allow an easement, potentially causing some type of accident in that area in particular. Now we're talking about development. How soon are they developing? This is a commercial area, but it's not a very active commercial area, as some of the businesses in this strip are closed.
As we mentioned in the staff report, as we add more driveways, as with any street, and we have Director Sarah here, who's the expert at this, we will have to look at speed overall. And so as you get more driveways, as you get maybe more traffic, we would have to look into that. So probably in future, 45 miles per hour is not a speed that you will see, but that time is not right now.
Well, and for clarification, just to recall, so this is a very, very old ordinance that started this. So just so that it's clear about what the original, I guess, goal of the council was at the time, was that the policy declaration in 1085-010 was unrestricted access to and from public streets has resulted in congestion and peril for the traveler. It has caused undue slowing of all traffic in certain areas. It's therefore declared the policy of the city to limit access to certain streets within the city in the interest of safety and for the preservation of the public's investment in its streets. So that was, to kind of frame the question, that was the original goal of the ordinance, and this is you granting an exception to that policy.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
No, I was just going to refresh everybody's memory that when we last discussed this, one of the items that I brought up, or points of discussion rather, was that I think, I'm trying to remember exactly, but I think it was within a quarter mile of this section on Lewis Street, there's something like 15 driveway entrances. And so, this isn't some cutting edge thing. And if in the future we need to adjust the speed limit, then that's why we've got a speed limit policy.
All right, I agree with that. 45 is quite fast if you're trying to turn, if there's a turn lane there. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just one last comment. Just pulling this up on Google Map. I mean, there's no legal access for the entire strip of Lewis, and if somebody ever wanted to do anything, have a separate, business here, just having the one access there off 20th really, really does, limit the ability for us to, have more business and revenue in the city. So I suppose I'll just go out and say I would be in favor of this, Mr. Mayor, granting them the curb cuts.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions, so Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may. I move to approve resolution number 4650, authorizing the mayor to execute the access easement deed for 2001 Lewis LLC.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
No.
All right. So 6-1. All right, so let's move on to number 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything. So we're going to move on to 11, which is new business. So we have 11A, which is Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, LTAC, recommendations for the 2026. And we have Assistant City Manager Angela Pichon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the item before you is the 2026 recommendations for the use of lodging tax funds. So this is an annual allocation process and is funded through the collection of 4% local lodging tax on short-term accommodations such as hotels and motels. To be eligible for funding, an application must be received and be either for tourism marketing operations of special events designed to attract individuals from 50 or more miles away, operations and capital for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by municipalities or a PFD, and operations for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by a nonprofit organization. Annually, the city's Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, or LTAC, meets to develop recommendations based on available funding and applications received. For 2026, projected revenue is $850,000. We received 22 funding requests, which totaled over $1.5 million. Additionally, over the past several years, the repayment of the Giza Stadium improvement bond debt has been included as an annual allocation through this program. However, we've been using fund balance in the stadium fund, and this utilizing these funds has led to a collection of fund balance within the lodging tax fund. This was done as a recommendation in conjunction with finance for basically there was a fund balance prior to, we used to have 2% and 2% that were put into different funds. So this 2% for the stadium fund was really us drawing that down to make it so that it was zero. With that temporary increase, our fund balance in the lodging tax fund has increased to about $2.3 million. So I say that because we will be recommending, one of the recommendations is to use some of that fund balance in 2026. In tonight's packet, you have all the applications. I think there's about 130 some pages, so I figured you guys might want to go through those yourself. But the request, let me get here. The requests or the recommendations from Lodging Tax, who met last week, are on your screen. And as I said, just over $135,000 is included in the recommendation to be used for fund balance. And that's primarily for, if you look to the bottom right, a portion of adding a fence at the Pasco Soccer Complex, which the city took over operation in the fall of 2024. So we've seen increased interest in that facility over the last year for tournaments. This fence would improve and enhance safety and security, but it also continues to invest in the property itself, which will be helpful to attract more tournaments in the future. Let's see here. So tonight, staff is requesting council to consider the following alternatives for the 2026 lodging tax recommendations. One is either to accept the recommendations as presented. Two is you can send the recommendations in their entirety back to the committee itself for further consideration. You can also line item strike activities and leave the rest as is. So you can't change funding amounts of activities, but you could take out actual specific activities. Or you can strike individual activities and then remand everything back to the Lodging Tax Committee for further consideration. I am available for any questions.
All right. I will say before I get to you, Councilwoman Blaisdell, that it was a long meeting. We did go over all this stuff. There was people online that wanted us to go for their particular event or their ideas. We didn't go for it. We tried to be very fiscally responsible. We only had, I think, $110,000 to work with, so we had to axe. And just so you know, a lot of this stuff that was on here was the bare minimum that these different organizations were asking for. So we didn't jump anybody over what they asked for. We had to really trim, cut things, and really make sure that we were getting people in hotels. So that was our main point of this. Nothing extra. Stick with the budget. And again, some heated conversations, but I thought we did a good job. But let's hear what you have to say, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Well, I like the hotel part.
Yes.
My question is on the mural program. Was that part of this? So for the mural program that is currently running, it was an original allocation from 2024. or 2020, what year are we in? 2024 was the allocation, and I believe it was $20,000. We went back, the city went back and requested that we had $10,000 left in that for at the end of 2024, just based on how long it took us to get the program up and running. That rolled over to 2025. So it's not included. We didn't include it in a request for 2026 funding. However, I'm working to see if I can find a local sponsor for that program. So we currently have $10,000 left in that. You won't shortly. So Cafe Con Arte just finished up a mural on their facility, and we are processing their reimbursement. And then there is one on American Family Insurance as well that is finishing up. So that will be zeroed out by the end of this year. Okay. I guess my opinion about, especially because that falls in District 6, I personally think that the mural program has brought life to downtown, and I would like to continue to see more life being brought to downtown. I would like to see that in recommendations for 2026. That's my 2 cents.
All right, so let's go to the side of the room. We'll start with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody recalls, I had a plethora of comments regarding this last year. I don't have that many this year. So thank you for your guys' work and Ms. Pashon's. I did honestly notice that when I looked at it, it seemed more fiscally responsible this year. Swim the snake. It's such a small event. I get it's only $1,000 out of $2.3 million. I just want to make mention of that. I did, however, look up information about the event. Saw that it's a fundraiser for Blue Mountain RC and D, which is reading what they do. It seems a lot like what the Franklin Conservation District does. So I suppose that's something that we could support. Do any of you three that were involved know how many people attended last year, and if these funds really are kind of making a difference for them and whatnot?
I knew you would probably ask this year. So we did reach out. They had over 60 participants in, so you think then in addition to that, the families that come with them. And it was over 25 that came from out of our area. They used area codes, so 509 was a high number, but I can't give you that it wasn't, Spokane. But I can tell you that at least 24 of them were a 208, a 253, 306 kind of number.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thanks.
So we did remember your comments. So we did have, that was actually probably one of the bigger things was Swim the Snake, and as far as trying to get things just so you are heard, we did remember what you had said last year. So, yes. So, well, let's give Councilwoman Barajas a chance, and then I'll circle back to you, okay?
Thank you. In regards to Swim the Snake, that's something that's historic now. We've been sponsoring them. Is that the word? We've been helping them out for several years, right?
Last 2 years. They were, I will say that our marketing team and our communications team has done a really great job about marketing these dollars and opportunities. So we've seen a lot more interest in this fund. And that's where I believe Swim the Snake
So I take back my historic. But, I've seen it on there constantly, once or twice. But it's not a huge amount, and they do bring in tax dollars. They do stay in our hotels. So I do see that as, giving back. My question is in regards to the committed requests. Are we able to send back a portion, and if you could go back to what we could remand, are we able to review, remand, resend parts of, or the section that is committed requests? My question is because of the amount designated to the HAPO Center.
So for the HAPO Center, this is the city of Pasco being the applicant. And this is knowing that the ILA expires at the end of this year and not knowing where that's going to land. This is a more of a security for the city, because if something were to continue and we didn't have these funds available, you would have to look for another opportunity or
go through another fund to be able to do that.
Perfect. You answered my question perfectly. So that goes back to the community in case there's more questions into why we continue supporting HAPO. But other than that, I do want to recognize that it looks lean. I appreciate that because there was just a lot of stuff that was from out of town or didn't pertain. So I do appreciate what I'm looking at now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to just ask if so the only one of these that I cannot connect to something local is the Northwest Rainbow Conference. I mean, I get it's for the Rainbow Girls of the Eastern Stars and all that, but is that an event actually here in Pasco?
I think
Yep. So Visit Tri-Cities is on the Lodging Tax Committee, and I can tell you that Hector, as well as Monica, who is the representative for the hotels, we're very excited about this. It's a 3-year commitment, and they said it's, I think, 600 rooms.
Oh, that's fantastic.
A year?
Yeah, I just couldn't connect it to an actual event here, so perfect. And our number one priority is heads in bed, so I love it. Thank you so much.
And I think if I heard right, it was in Yakima, so this is meant to move from Yakima to Pasco. So blessing on that. So let's go back. Did you mark it? Okay. Well, I guess we don't have any comments on that. So if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Can I just ask one more thing for the sake of
Sure.
discussion? So were we hoping to add the murals because I don't see them in there?
I can speak on that. Because the murals was not an application that was placed, we can't put funds towards that in 2026, but I can follow up with you in regards to my efforts outside of this process for finding a sponsor for that program.
Thank you for that clarification because I didn't see it in any of the options. I only saw removing. So thank you for the clarification. With that, I move to approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee recommendations for the 2026 funding allocations as presented.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, option 1 by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, looks like we've got a unanimous decision on that. Love that. Then we're going to move to item B, which is payment processors, and we're going to have Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So we are here to discuss options on the online payment processors. So currently we have Paymentus, which is mainly used by utility billing and some cemetery and miscellaneous payments. So currently the contract expires towards the end of November. So we are at an opportunity to explore some options of either staying with that contract or moving to a different one. So at the overall, we are seeking guidance on selecting the new vendor and just reviewing our different options here. Part of also of potentially changing the online service that we offer for payments, we'd also like to implement a fair fee structure. I think earlier this year in the summer it was discussed to explore options for passing on credit card fees to customers. So that is being factored into this. Just since it's a good time, if we move to a different contract, it'd be a good time to implement that as well. So overall, just where we're at, activity-wise, we have about 5,000 customers who use the ACH service, which is when they enter in their routing and bank account information, and that typically has a flat fee as opposed to credit card services that has a more complex fee structure. And the fees that are directly tied to ACH processing is about $90,000 a year just for ACH. The total cost for our Paymentus contract is a little over $500,000, which includes for all card processing and online payment services. And if we move forward with changing the fee structure, we would expect that there'd be some change in behavior. So if we offer a free option for ACH payments, we would expect that that process would change and we'd have more users of that method. So we have here the comparison fee schedule for the two, so for Paymentus, which is our current provider, and Tyler Payments. And Tyler Payments is the native online processor for our utility billing system and our overall financial system. So there is a lot of integration that comes along with that new provider because it's the same company that we use for the majority of our system. So our utility billing, our financial system is with that same company. So right now with Paymentus, it's a third party, so there's a lot of manual processes of exporting information, importing, and a lot of manual just workload that goes along with that. With Tyler Payments, there is a lot of just automatic benefits with having it integrated and having it be the same company. So this fee schedule, I know there's a lot of information here, kind of hard to see, sorry. But overall, and I know it's not a very apples to apples comparison just because they have different fee structures. But here we have we use July's data, and this is actual activity that went through our online processor. And we have, on Tyler Payments, what we did is we used our actual activity for July and applied the current fee schedule that Tyler Payments is offering. And the Paymentus column is what we were actually charged. So as you can see, in every category, Tyler Payments is the less expensive option. And on top of that, with the proposal of passing on the credit card fees, that's an additional savings to the city. If those fees are passed on, so that first line there with the credit, the proposal is along with changing our provider would be to also change the fee structures so the city absorbs debit and ACH processing fees, but any credit card processing fees would be passed on to customers. So by offering the ACH and debit as a free option, we are still allowing that and allowing those different methods to customers. And if customers choose to use a credit card, then they would pay that convenience fee and that processing fee. So on top of the fees themselves being lower, that top line would also be passed on to customers. Kind of just summarizes what I just said. Overall, it's a savings, and on top of the fact that the fees are lower, there's also a lot of indirect savings with a lot of efficiencies within the processes themselves with having it all integrated. And there's a lot of additional enhancements as well that are for the customers. There's more options for the customers to be able to submit requests and set up information. They can see their information live when their bills are updated. So there's a lot of enhancements to the features that are currently being offered, and on top of it being more efficient internally. So as I mentioned, it's integrated. There's a lot of automation that would come with this new software provider. There's also a lot of support that is being available right now with that provider. So for example, they are waiving implementation fees right now because of our relationship that we have with our financial system. So those fees are all being waived, and they have the support available to get this implemented to go live in November. So here's just the overall timeline. So if council provides approval to move forward with the Tyler Payments, we are available to start the implementation process within the next week or two, and have the go live to be in late November. So now kind of switching gears over to the customer perspective. So if a customer does decide or chooses to use a credit card to pay their bills online, we just kind of provided some examples of what that would look like for their payment. So the average utility payment is around $140, $150. So that would essentially be a $225 fee. And that fee is clearly displayed online, so they know that they would be charged that fee, and it would be clearly outlined on their receipt. So it's very transparent of passing that fee on to the customers. So just kind of some examples of what that would look like depending on the payment amount. And overall, there's a lot of benefits to moving to Tyler payments, the cost effectiveness, the streamlined processes. However, there will be impacts to the public because it's a change, especially for those customers who have their online payment set up. So what would change is the actual website where they go to make their payment. So it's integrated into our site, and there's a link on there. So some people just have that already saved. So it would be a different actual website where they go in and make their payment, and they would have to set up their auto pay again. So from past experience, when these kind of changes happen, there is kind of a 3 to 5 month change process, just because it does take some time for customers to kind of change their habits, especially for auto pay. It's kind of a one and done. People just log in and set it up, so it's an easy thing to, I guess, forget to update. But to try to mitigate those impacts, we have been working with our communications team to come up with a variety of communication methods to, go online, of course, social media, presentations here at council to update on the implementation process, and our website. We also have inserts that we can have on that bill itself. So there's a variety of, which I can go, there's listed here, which we can go into detail if you would like, but we also can do automated calls and hangers on doors. So there's a lot of communication efforts that we can implement to try to mitigate that impact to customers. And again, there's, the process is not just leading up to the conversion, it's also that time frame afterwards. So there's there's many things that we can do. So one is we can waive late fees for that first couple months in case people are, forget to change over to that new site and that type of thing. We also have staff available that can help. In the past, when we had our utility billing conversion in 23, that impacted customers quite a bit, and we had staff out with tablets and helping them set up their account online. So we are available to do that similar process. So overall, we have, the two decisions are to either move to the new payment processor or stay with the current processor. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. Looks like we're going to start off with Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. Per what I'm reading, thank you for your presentation. Per what I'm reading, this is going to be replacing the current billing system. And is this going to be fully automated?
So a lot of it would be automated. So right now there's quite a bit of processes that require manual processes. For example, whenever it's time to for shutoffs, what we have to do is we have to wait until that last minute around 8:15 and pull the report and find out who is still late, that type of thing. And with this process, it will just automatically, we can see pending payments, we can see all of that within the system without having to run any extra processes. So there's a lot of efficiency there, and there's many examples like that
Right.
that is
Thank
very
you.
automated.
Thank you for that. I agree with this. Every time I call BDI, they charge me like $3 for making my payment over the phone. So I don't see why the city should be continuously eating up fees. It's unfortunate, but this is looks like per what you're presenting and what I'm looking at, it seems to be a more convenient, economical option. And how long does it take to switch over?
It takes about 6 to 8 weeks, and so we've had discussions already with the processor, and we are ready to go, and so are they as soon as we get that approval.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for putting all this together. Just one question for you and then a bunch of comments. But in your July 2025 comparison, you showed the difference between Paymentus and Tyler payments. Would the difference you're showing there account for people that actually switch from credit card to ACH? I mean, it's kind of an unknown factor, correct?
Right, yeah. This is more of, if we would have had Tyler payments in July for that same exact activity, this is what the payments would have been, what the fees would have been to us. So it doesn't factor in any hypotheticals. So the only hypothetical that we have right now is we expect that people would probably shift over to ACH, since that's the free option for customers. Probably around 25% of our customers would shift over. So right now we pay $90,000 in ACH fees, and if that 25% does shift over, that would increase to like around $112,000.
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, I've been a big proponent of this from the beginning. I really appreciate your work on this. I guess I have one other question. We were looking at going to online permitting to where our developers and stuff can fill out all this online. I am assuming this is going to all integrate to that. And
unfortunately, it doesn't. Permitting process is in Trackit, which is outside of the Tyler company. So that is another item that we have been exploring that. We tried to see if it could work with either Paymentus or with Tyler payments, and that is one of the items that we've been working. We've been definitely trying to get it in there, but the challenge is that most companies are they come with their own processor. So Trackit has their own, and there's not a lot of flexibility there to have another provider.
okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that clarification. You know, I don't think the public really realizes why these credit card companies push these mileage or reward cards so much, is because they are big money for them, and it gets put on the back of the actual processors themselves, or I guess actually the retailer, the person who actually takes it, which in this case is the city. So it is really just the taxpayers who are allowing people to get all these rewards and extra miles and everything on their credit card. And as much as I love to take advantage of that, as much as anybody, like the councilwoman next to me said, you know, it shouldn't be on the citizens of Pasco. Typically, whether it be, I think she cited BDI or the state of Washington, or when you pay Josie Kelzer for your property taxes, I mean, you are making that choice between 3% or no charge at all. And I don't know anybody that really, given that choice, wouldn't take the free option. And I appreciate, as our deputy city manager brought up time and time again, that just being able to pay online is a huge labor saving to city staff. And we would want to always give them a free option, because going and opening all those envelopes and processing the checks would be a huge workload. So I am definitely in favor of this. The one thing that I would want to, I guess, ask for, that hopefully my other council members will go along with, is you spoke of how big of a transition this was for the customers before in 2023, that maybe if we moved it to 4 months of no late fees, just to give the people a little extra cushion that maybe aren't opening their bills as they should every month and seeing what they're actually paid and just so used to that, just to extend that grace period a little bit would, I think, be good for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank
Mayor,
you for that.
If I could add a couple of things to Interim Director, there is an issue with the current Paymentus contract, which is that it is exclusive to all payment processing. And it used to be fine because prior softwares used to integrate with a third-party payment processors fairly easily. They had their roster of what they integrated with, what they called them preferred partners. But now what we're seeing more and more is that each software comes with its own payment processor. It's kind of a turnkey. They're partners, and they will not take anybody else. If they do take someone else, there's a really high risk that they're going to stop supporting you at a certain point. Either they kick you out, very likely the support just gets eroded to such a level that you just can't have this integration. And what we're finding with TrackIt, which is our permitting system, is that the system that we have itself is so old that it doesn't have its own payment provider. And we have this exclusive contract with Paymentus, so we can't use it legally anyway. But to get to the next stage and allow for people to be able to pay for permits online, what we actually need to do is upgrade that system to a newer version, which is long overdue. So that is what we're doing right now, and it's delayed that integration with the payment processing and allow online payments in the permitting realm. But we are looking at first quarter of 2026 upgrading and providing all of those services. That will include online forms for online applications, essentially, so that all of that work can be done completely online. So this effort of transition is twofold. One is to get out of that exclusive contract. So we would end our contract with Paymentus, and then if council did recommend that we stay with them, we would have to create a new contract. It would be with the same company, but a new contract that would have that exclusive language out of it, so that we can move forward with permitting software and online payments there.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's go to Councilman Browns.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to revisit our 6/23/2025 meeting, and I remember in this discussion for utility payments, it says, well, we talked about three options. One, passing on all fees for utility payments again. Two, continuing to absorb all fees, the current model estimating annual impact of $500,000. Or three, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees. So what I'm seeing today is that we would absorb the ACH, but passing on the credit card. So we'd be saving about $250,000. Is that still accurate based on the report back in June?
We believe so. We think that the ACH fees overall are going to be around $120,000, as Director Garcia mentioned. That would be transferred out. Like there's other transactions that happen outside